One evening, there was a terrible downpour with a thunderstorm outside, and the events unfolded in the school. Unidentified people broke into the school and threatened the students, saying they wanted to meet with the Association of Mediums. But the association did not respond, and the attackers sincerely wondered why they did not care about the safety of the school's students. All those present were very scared because they realized that everyone was in great danger. Some shouted that they should wait a little longer and they would be rescued, but some of the students decided to try to deal with the attackers on their own. A young man named Hao decided to strike the intruders, but his friend named Ling restrained him because he realized that it was dangerous. Ling immediately told his friend that he did not understand the horror of the situation and that he could not defeat thieves with his skills. But Hao's opinion was supported by the other students, who shouted that together they could defeat the criminals, since there were only 4 of them. One of the attackers heard that the students were behaving very loudly and asked if he had not warned them that the hostages should behave submissively. He said that it looked like he would have to teach the students a lesson for disobedience, and at that very second he grew in size using his skills. Those who wanted to deal with the attackers a moment ago were quite frightened, as they realized that they would most likely not be able to cope with such a threat. Another masked man turned to his friend and told him not to scare the students so much. In order to make everyone understand the seriousness of their intentions, the attacker struck one of the guys with a powerful blow. Hao was scared when he saw this because he did not expect the attackers to do this to the students. At that moment, the crowd panicked and everyone began to scatter in different directions, trying to get out of the room. The masked man started shouting at his friend, saying that he was to blame for the crowd's dispersal and ordered him to close the door and stop everyone. Ling and Hao were almost at the door and Ling told his friend that they should get out of here, but Hao couldn't just leave everyone else in danger. The boys watched as the giant intruder grabbed the students one by one, keeping them indoors and not allowing them to go outside. At this point, Ling dipped into his childhood memories and recalled the moment when he and 5 other children went to the lake, but at some point he returned. People were shouting that he had taken a life preserver with him and left his friends. The boy's mother apologized to the parents of those children for her son. Luckily for everyone, a medium was nearby at that moment and saved those children. Ling did not understand why he was scolded because the life preserver was too small for the 5 of them and they would most likely have all drowned. And the boy asked his mother if he shouldn't have saved himself first in order to warn others. Ling tried to put aside the thought of rescuing the other and talked about how he and Hao should get out first and told his friend to go where it was darker. The young man pointed to the door that led to the street, and there was an opportunity to escape from this place. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared at the entrance and there was hope that all the students would be saved. The attackers did everything they could to restrain the students and did not let them go, holding them hostage. The man who came to the aid of the innocent children began to attack the attackers, saving the lives of the students. The man was quite strong and had no trouble dealing with the attackers. He destroyed them one by one without stopping because only he could cope with this danger. Ling recognized the man and told Hao that he was from the Association of Mediums and now they could not worry about their lives. The man in the Mediums Association was named Jifeng, and he was a new 4-star medium who had recently become very popular because of his speed. And as it turned out, he's always waiting for the right moment to attack, and his remarkable speed allows him to deal with all the criminals at once. Suddenly, Ling noticed that his friend Hao was up to something and did not quite agree with what Jifeng was doing. Ling immediately told his friend not to interfere, as they had enough problems of their own to begin with, and they needed to get out of the room and into the open. The guy looked at Jifeng and did not understand why he was putting away his sword. After all, there were 4 attackers and he managed only 3, which meant that there was still a threat to everyone. Ling realized that the attacker was hiding among the crowd and could have struck both the medium and any of the students at any time. The guy immediately started shouting at Jifeng, but he didn't hear him because there was a lot of noise in the hall. Ling realized that Jifeng must not lose his life because if he did, everyone in the school would suffer. The young man realized that it was very dangerous to go back and that he had to save his life first, but the words of adults from his childhood kept coming back to him, saying that he was selfish and that something was wrong with him. Jifeng immediately contacted the psychic center and said that he had solved the problem and that all the students were safe. Suddenly, an intruder appeared behind Jifeng, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the medium. Ling noticed that Jifeng was in danger and rushed to him to save his life, pushing the man away, preventing the attacker from attacking the medium. Ling still had the situation from his childhood in his mind, and told his mother that he was the first to swim to the shore to tell people that his friends needed help, and they called a medium. Back then, the guy tried to be a hero, but people perceived his actions differently, and this time Ling wanted to make things right by saving Jifeng. All the students tried to get out of the school as soon as possible and ran very quickly away from the danger that threatened everyone. Immediately after Ling saved him, Jifeng focused on the enemy and prepared to strike. He asked who the coward was who tried to take his life by hiding in the crowd, and the attacker replied that Jifeng had almost lost his life to this coward. The attacker said that if it wasn't for this guy, he would have been fresh minced meat and grabbed Ling, threatening to kill him. Jifeng tried to restrain the attacker and told him not to harm the boy. The attacker told Jifeng that he would let the young man go if the medium laid down his weapon and surrendered. Jifeng realized that he could not do this, but he had to save the school student. The attacker continued to threaten the boy and put pressure on Jifeng, saying that right now he would see his savior lose his life. The medium decided to agree to the attacker's conditions and said that he would lay down his arms, as the attacker said. But as soon as that happens, he has to let the boy go, and at that very moment Jifeng threw his sword to the floor. The intruder laughed and said that now the medium was nothing without his sword, but he was very much mistaken because Jifeng's advantage was his speed. In a second, Jifeng grabbed his weapon before the attacker could even move, and he hurried to strike him to save the young man and eliminate the threat to all the students. Jifeng very skillfully and quickly used his sword and attacked the intruder, not allowing him to harm him or the boy. First of all, he had to free the student from the attacker's hands, so he simply cut off the attacker's hand so that he could not hold the young man. Ling immediately fell to the floor, and because the attacker was very large, the force of his fall was also quite powerful. Jifeng immediately apologized to the young man for the inconvenience and said that if he had not taken the attacker's life now, he would have caused them problems in the future and most likely everyone would have been in danger again. He added that the guy should not worry because he will be remembered as a hero who died for everyone. Jifeng was about to leave and told the young man that he shouldn't feel much pain, but the medium immediately called the center and said that one of the students had lost his life and that it was necessary to hush up the situation. At this time, Ling Hao's friend tried to find him in the crowd and shouted, asking where he was. The boy's mother also tried to find him and told the director that her son was still inside. But the man said that the woman should not worry, because he had a medium with him who would protect him, and in the last moments of his life he thought that he had done wrong and should not have pretended to be a hero. Ling immediately saw a picture of what would happen next as everyone was heading to his funeral. His family and friends were grief-stricken because they loved him so much. At the time of Ling's burial, there was a radio news report that said that yesterday at a high school, attackers had taken students hostage, and a member of the Supernatural Power Association, Jifeng, heroically rescued more than 200 people. The medium gave an interview and said that it was his public duty to protect the residents, and the news that it was Jifeng who took Ling's life was not covered. Ling was lying in the middle of the hall and saw a sign in front of him that he had the opportunity to be resurrected and was asked if he wanted to take this chance. The guy first learned about this opportunity and thought that he had another choice than to lose his life and chose to take the chance, after which his body began to regenerate. His health began to recover and the situation with his burial could be forgotten. After some time, the regeneration was completed and as a reward the young man received the ability to take prisoners. Ling was asked whether he would accept such an award. The young man did not know what kind of ability it was, but he thought it would not make him worse. The young man wanted to gain this ability and teach Jifeng a lesson for taking his life despite Ling's rescue. Ling accepted all the offers and abilities and was eager to take revenge on Jifeng for his actions. The guy was ready to do anything to teach a medium who tried to present himself as a hero, but was not. Jifeng stopped, not understanding what was happening because he was sure that the young man was going to die. Ling quickly approached Jifeng and bit him on the shoulder. Something immediately began to change in the medium's body, and the structures of his cells were reprogrammed due to Ling's new ability. Thanks to this, Ling captured Jifeng and could get any of his abilities. But the effect of the grip did not take effect immediately, and Jifeng took out his sword and wanted to strike the guy. At that moment, Ling realized that right now he could lose his life without taking advantage of his chance for a decent return. The guy still managed to jump away, dodging Jifeng's blow. Ling landed on the floor, and his powerful jump and strength caused it to crumble. In a moment, he fell down because Jifeng's attack was very powerful, and it was quite difficult to escape from it. Ling was lying on the floor and received a message that he had managed to capture Jifeng. In a moment, the guy was back on his feet and did not understand what was happening to him, as he had never had this ability before. Jifeng was surprised that the young man also possessed the same ability as him, but he was not going to stop and wanted to strike the boy again. Ling took the opportunity to get one of Jifeng's abilities and chose his extraordinary speed, but his opponent also took advantage of it, and this time it seemed impossible to evade the medium's attack. But at that moment, the changes inside Jifeng were complete and he stopped attacking the guy. Ling closed his eyes and was ready to lose his life for the second time, but this time for good. The guy on the floor opened one eye uncertainly to understand what was happening, because he did not know what to expect. Jifeng was standing in front of him, clearly confused, and Ling did not fully understand what was going on. Jifeng began to hide his sword and was no longer going to strike the young man. Ling received a notification that the capture was completed and he had received his first slave. The guy did not understand what was happening and thought that it was some kind of Jifeng's prank again, but the young man started reading his notifications and could not believe that all this happened because of one bite. Ling did not fully believe that all this was true, because Ji Feng had wanted to kill him a moment ago and was now ready to follow all his instructions. But still, the guy decided to check the veracity of everything that was happening, because his new ability was still unknown to him. Ling told Ji Feng that this time he would not be able to just leave, because what happened at the school raises many questions, as many people were taken prisoner, and instead of negotiating, the mediums decided to attack and there were no casualties. The man lowered his head and said that it was normal to sacrifice a few citizens to stop thieves, but Ling could not agree with Ji Feng's statement because he was the victim. The guy always thought that Ji Feng was the greatest offender, but he was very disappointed when he saw who he really was. Ling began to ask if everyone in the Association of Mediums was really like Ji Feng, but the man did not immediately understand what the young man's question was. At one point, Ling was very disappointed to find out that he had discovered such flaws in the hero he had always believed Ji Feng to be. The guy was very curious whether the medium was really under his full control, and he decided to test this by ordering him to take his own life. Ji Feng could not refuse Ling, and with his head down he replied that he obeyed and would carry out his orders. At the same moment, the medium drew his sword and prepared to do what Ling ordered him to do, and this guy was just shocked because it was true that he could now control Ji Feng. The man held a sword to his neck and was ready to say goodbye to his life once and for all because Ling had ordered him to do so. When he realized that the medium was completely following his orders, Ling ordered him to stop. Ji Feng immediately stopped his sword and obeyed the boy's order because he was completely submissive to him. Ling said that Ji Feng really listens to him and that since the boy still managed to survive, let the medium remain alive. And Ling immediately thought of a way to teach Ji Feng a lesson and ordered him to take off his pants and said that he would record a video so that everyone would know what he really was like. The guy was filming everything on his phone and was shocked that even such orders Ji Feng carried out without objection. At some point, the medium began to take off his underwear, which confused Ling quite a bit. The guy immediately told Ji Feng to put his underwear back on because he had only told him about his pants. Ling was having as much fun as he could, telling Ji Feng how to stand, where to turn his head, and what kind of look he should earn. The guy laughed sincerely and said that he would never have thought that such an arrogant Ji Feng could be like that. When Ling finally got tired of filming the video, he ordered Ji Feng to tell the whole truth about what happened at the school. But suddenly a girl came inside and asked Ji Feng why he was still there, since everyone was waiting for him outside, and she saw a very unexpected picture of Ji Feng in his underwear posing for one of the school's students. The girl smiled and was surprised because she hadn't expected to see Ji Feng looking like that. Ling immediately began to say that it was not what she thought and ordered Ji Feng to get dressed right away. He didn't know who the girl was, but he suspected that she was also from the association because he hadn't yet learned the truth about her from Ji Feng. The girl took Ji Feng away and told Ling that it was time for him to leave as well, because his parents were probably very worried. Ling did not answer the girl, and thought that everyone would definitely find out about Ji Feng's actions. The guy ordered the medium to confess everything at a press conference that was to take place the next day. After that, Ling went outside and shouted to his mother that he was fine. His mother and friend Hao kept calling for him and finally managed to find him. Hao noticed that there was a stain on Ling's clothes and, looking closer, he saw that it was blood and insisted that the boy be examined by doctors, but the young man assured his friend and mother that he was fine. After the incident at the school, both journalists and the medics gathered at the scene and provided assistance to all those who suffered as a result of the attack. The next day, at the Extraordinary Strength Association, the girl who had picked Ji Feng up from school the day before came up to him and wanted to talk. She had a few questions for Ji Feng because the press conference was about to start. Another colleague who was next to Ji Feng warned the girl that the event would start in 10 minutes and they should not be late. The girl thanked him and the man left, and Ji Feng immediately asked what was wrong and what she wanted to talk to him about. The girl smiled and said it was nothing important, and she just wanted to ask about the boy she saw with Ji Feng at school. The man sternly replied that it did not concern her because he did not want to go into the details of the scene she had seen. She laughed and said that she was just very curious about what was going on in the hall. After that, she decided to ask Ji Feng what he would be talking about at the press conference, and asked him to read the tags he would be covering. After all, the girl understood that the press conference was very important, and since yesterday Ji Feng had been behaving very strangely, and it was worth checking what he would say to ensure that important hidden information was not spread. Meanwhile, Ling was at school. Thinking about his new ability, and it turned out that he could not use it indefinitely and had to gain points in order to capture someone else. But he didn't understand how to earn these points and didn't have the energy to invent anything, so he decided to just wait until the end of the lesson and find out later. Ling laid down on the desk to rest, and at some point his friend Hao started calling him. The young man raised his head and asked what was wrong because he really wanted to sleep a little. but he failed and got hit in the head with a notebook. Ling immediately started shouting at the person who did it, and it turned out that it was the teacher who demanded that the boy immediately stand up and repeat what he had said in class. Of course, the young man could not repeat anything because he was concentrating on his own thoughts and had slept through several minutes of the lesson and did not hear what was being said. So Ling decided to tell the teacher that he still can't get over yesterday, and that's why he's so distracted. The teacher replied that yesterday was just an accident and that the school is now well guarded, so everyone is safe, and noted that it is worth paying attention in class because there is very little time left before the state exam. Ling didn't quite agree with what the teacher was saying and had decided to ask him if he was really sure that the attack on the school students was an accident. The boy thought that the school was always guarded, but yesterday, when the guards were changing, the attackers were able to get inside very quickly despite the fact that the time of the guard change is determined every day. The young man hinted to the teacher that this schedule was only in the school building, which meant that the attackers could still be in the school. One of his classmates, Wang Tianhao, decided to laugh at Ling and asked what exactly he meant by the guards discussing with the attackers how to take over the school, and Ling Luan immediately replied that this was not what he meant and that his classmate had misunderstood him. But Wang Tianhao did not stop and asked what exactly Ling wanted to say, and the young man replied that he believed that yesterday's event was not so simple and that the school was hiding something. The teacher decided to stop this meaningless conversation and reminded them that they were in the middle of a lesson, not an investigation of yesterday's incident. For disrupting the class, the teacher told Ling that he would have to spend the rest of the lesson standing up, a punishment that amused his classmates, who were not very friendly to him. Suddenly, the boy received a notification that he had earned 1 point because the teacher was angry with him. Ling Luan thought that this was very strange because he had no idea that you could earn points by quarrelling with a teacher. After class, Ling's friend Hao came up to him and asked how he was feeling after being punished in class. The guy told his friend that he was very hungry and hadn't eaten anything since morning, so he needed to fix it immediately. At the same time, the classmates who mocked Ling were talking among themselves about the upcoming exam on super strength, since not all students had it yet. Wang Tianhao had already mastered his abilities and said that his friend should not be afraid of anything and that his strength was enough to protect everyone, and he added that he was not going to run away in case of danger, hinting at Ling Luan's selfishness. Wang Tianhao, not fully aware of the events of yesterday, began to accuse Ling of being the first to run away from school without thinking about his friends and other students. And all his classmates had the same opinion of the young man, because they had also heard that Ling was the first to try to save his own life and no one else's. And at that moment, when his classmates began to dislike Ling, the boy began to receive extra points for it, which surprised him. The young man's friend decided to stand up for him and began to tell Tianhao to stop mocking Ling immediately. Wang Tianhao immediately told Lu Jiahao that he was just like Ling Luan and therefore tried to protect him, but despite this he was still talented and might stop being friends with Ling after the exam. This made Lu Jiahao very angry and he demanded that Tianhao immediately apologize for his words. But Wang Tianhao was not going to do this because he realized that he was stronger than Jiahao and Ling Luan combined. After that, the guy unexpectedly received a powerful slap on the wrist. All of his classmates were shocked because no one could have imagined that someone would dare to hit Wang Tianhao. This made him very angry, and he was ready to take revenge for what had just happened. Wang Tianhao slapped Ling Luan, for which he also received points, and although he was afraid that he might get in trouble, he was glad that he was able to earn points, even though it was strange because they were awarded when the young man caused dislike in others. Ling Luan thought about how other people always pretend to be strong and make fun of others to make themselves look cooler, and maybe he should become a bad guy too. But at that moment, the guy realized that he was in danger from Wang Tianhao, who was seriously angry. The young man immediately began to apologize and say that he did not want to do it, but Tianhao did not want to hear anything. He began to use his power by saying that Ling had started first. But Ling did not lose his cool and used the ability that he had taken away from Jifeng yesterday, his extraordinary speed, and managed to avoid the blow. Wang Tianhao was not going to stop and shouted that Ling would not be able to escape anyway, and used a technique that his family had mastered, namely the Thunder Palm. The boy's friends realized that something very terrible could happen now, and did not know how to restrain their classmate. But Ling Luan's speed was extraordinary, and he instantly managed to dodge the blow and escape from the classroom. While the devastated Wang Tianhao was trying to find Ling, the young man called his friend Lu Jiahao and told him that he was waiting for him in a cafe behind the school. Ling Luan sat at a table in a cafe and ate a lot because he was hungry and also very nervous. Lu Jiahao went inside and told Ling that Wang Tianhao was looking for him everywhere to kill him, and the guy was sitting quietly in a cafe having dinner. Ling Luan replied that he was just very hungry and that he really didn't want to hit Wang Tianhao. The cafe workers noticed that the boy ate a lot, which was quite strange because they rarely receive such customers, and Ling received another point for his gluttony because the cafe owner began to dislike the young man. Lu Jiahao asked Ling what he was going to do next because Wang Tianhao would not just calm down. Ling Luan asked his friend if he had any options for what to do since he was going to hide and the next day was a day off. Lu Jiahao told Ling that hiding was not an option and that there were reagents that would make anyone strong and that together they could resist Wang Tianhao. Jiahao decided to offer Ling to become a psionicist because he believed that the young man was quite strong and sometimes even he found it difficult to defeat him. The guy continued to say that his family would be able to help Ling Luan in case of emergency. But Ling interrupted Jiahao and said that they were friends and that talking about money was taboo for a young man in friendship. The boy realized that the reagents to enhance his abilities would cost a lot of money and told Lu Jiahao that he could not sit on his father's neck. Ling was thinking that he didn't want to be like the others and could take care of himself, and suddenly remembered that a press conference was about to start where Jifeng would tell the whole truth about the association. A TV was turned on in the cafe and everyone present had the opportunity to listen to the press conference at which Jifeng was to speak. Ling Luan was looking forward to Jifeng's speech because he thought that everyone should know the truth about him and the association. Finally, Jifeng was invited to the stage, but instead a girl Ling had already seen at school appeared. He didn't understand why Jifeng didn't come out himself, because he had high hopes that everyone would finally know the truth. The girl said that unfortunately Jifeng would not be able to perform today because yesterday he was trying his best to protect the students and received a large number of injuries and was urgently hospitalized because of internal wounds. Everyone in the cafe was very worried about the man, as they considered him a real hero who sacrificed himself for the sake of saving his students. People did not understand how this could happen, because they believed that Jifeng was very strong and should have easily dealt with the attackers who attacked the school. When Lu Jiahao heard the news about Jifeng's internal wounds, he was surprised because he also thought that the fight was not too difficult. Ling Luan did not understand how the man could have been injured, as he personally saw that he only had scratches, and why the association sent him to the hospital was unclear to him. Immediately afterwards, he received a notification that Jifeng had died. The girl was saying that Jifeng would not be able to perform in the near future, and everyone was waiting for his speedy recovery. But Ling Luan did not understand why this woman was lying to everyone. The guy began to suspect that Jifeng was suspended because he was going to tell the whole truth at this press conference that could have tarnished the Extraordinary Force Association. Later, Ling Luan returned home and thought that the woman probably couldn't see his face at the school because it was dark and she didn't know his name, so he shouldn't worry about the association finding him. The young man realized that it would be too dangerous to use his new ability Bo because the association would find out about him and he would face the same fate as Jifeng. Ling thought that he should be more careful and that very soon he would have to meet Wang Tianhao at school, and all this upset the young man. The boy came out of his room and went to ask his mother if they had anything to eat, and she was watching TV and was very scared and upset about something. The woman immediately turned off the TV and began to say with a confused look that she was going to cook something. Ling immediately realized that something was wrong, but he didn't know why his mother was behaving this way. Suddenly, someone started knocking on their door. It was the boy's aunt Ling. She opened the door and the woman immediately started asking him how much money his mother had transferred. But the boy did not understand what we were talking about, because he did not know what kind of money his aunt was talking about. The news reported that the grandson of a pharmaceutical factory took the money raised by the fund and fled, and the quality of the samples he provided to investors was too low, so journalists warned people to be careful about the pills they were taking. A protest took place on the street near the pharmaceutical factory, where people demanded that the traders who sold the counterfeit products return the money. Ling Luan watched the news with his mother and aunt, and he didn't quite understand what had happened and why his mother was so worried about it. But suddenly my aunt started talking about how Ling's mother had transferred 100,000 to this company, and unfortunately all this money was lost. She invested all the money she received after the death of her husband and father Ling in this pharmaceutical company to buy a drug that unfortunately turned out to be a fake. The boy understood how hard it was for his mother, because their family had little money, and he tried his best to calm her down. The boy's aunt blamed herself that it was she who advised him to buy the reagent from this pharmaceutical company to improve Luan's health so that he could pass the psionics exam. The woman said that the boy should not blame his mother, because the day he did not leave school for a long time, she began to worry about him and therefore took such a step so that next time he could quickly escape from danger. Ling felt very sorry for his mother because he realized how much she was worried about him and invested all the money they had so that he could be saved in the future. The boy's aunt tried to calm the woman down and said that people had already started protesting and would probably return the money to those who had invested in the company. The news interviewed one of the protesters and he said that they were not going to leave this place and they would organize a sit-in. Ling Luan told his mother that he should go for a walk. The ordinary woman did not want to let the boy go because she was very worried about him, but she could not keep him. The young man smiled and told his mother not to worry about him and that they would just go play ball with Jia Hao. He immediately left the apartment and closed the door, thinking about what he should do. The plan of action came to him very quickly and he was determined. Ling Luan immediately went to the pharmaceutical company where the protest was taking place. One of the protesters said that they would be on duty in shifts and that human rights activists would not be able to interfere with them. Ling Luan heard the man's speech and decided that he needed to get inside immediately, so he jumped over the giant fence and found himself in the pharmaceutical company's territory. The guy immediately went to the office of the head of the company and thought that he needed to find clues or an address where he could find the director, and then he could simply resolve the situation. Everything in the office was turned upside down and not a single business card was left. Suddenly, one of the protesters who had remained on duty entered the office and asked Ling why he had come here. The guy turned around and immediately recognized the man who was in charge of the protesters. He said that the service entrance was open, so he decided to enter to find at least some clue to help people. The man smiled at Ling, pretending that everything was fine. But at that moment he received a notification that this man, whose name was Liu Ben, had a grudge against him. Ling Luan did not immediately realize who Liu Ben was and said the man's name out loud. The protester immediately reacted and asked if they knew the guy, as he did not remember him. The young man wondered why the man was so hostile to him, since he just wanted to find the thief. Ling immediately decided to ask how Liu Ben got in, and the man began to say that he also saw the service entrance and wanted to look for clues. The guy realized that it all looked very suspicious and started shouting that the thief and his accomplices would get what they deserved. At this point, Liu Ben began to feel even more hostile to the young man, and Ling Luan realized that the man was an accomplice of the criminal Cheng Gong. But Liu Ben pretended not to understand what the guy was talking about and said that it wasn't true, after which his dislike for Ling grew again. The young man was furious because the man tried to lie to him and led the protesters to deflect all suspicion from himself. Liu Ben shouted that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about, because it was he who organized this strike to get people's money back. Ling Luan didn't want to hear anything else and used his ability to move quickly to get behind Liu Ben. Thanks to the hostility of his classmates and the cafe owner, Ling had enough points to capture someone, and he decided that he should take advantage of this opportunity right now. The guy bit Liu Ben at a time when he did not even expect it. After that, Ling had to choose one of the man's abilities, and he decided that he should take on the ability to perform as Liu Ben. The man was furious and shouted that the boy had not only slandered him, but now he was biting him, and now the young man would have to pay for treatment and compensate him for moral damage. The captivity began to take effect and the man felt changes in his body and condition. But this speech did not last long, and the ability to take prisoners began to take effect, and now Liu Ben carried out any order of Ling Luan. The guy calmly looked at the man and said that now he had to answer why he was pretending to be injured. And Liu Ben began to say that there were several reasons for this. He wanted to find out the mood of the protesters in order to become their leader and influence their decisions and prevent them from going too far, and he also wanted to gain their trust and fool them again. Ling Luan was angry when he heard this and said that with such plans all Liu Ben needs to do is write a book about himself, and the man thought that this was an order from the boy and replied that he would soon start writing. Suddenly, Ling Luan realized that Liu Ben could be useful to him and ordered him to take him to Sun Chenggong. In one of the hotels in the city, Cheng Gong was holding a stone called blue mica, a mineral that was mined in the mountains and was very scarce. This mineral was very useful for psionics, and the girl who was vacationing with Cheng Gong listened to him very carefully, because she realized that the man had a lot of money. The girl wanted to touch the mineral, but Cheng Gong took it away and said that no one could touch his stone because it was the most precious thing for him, and with it he could increase his wealth. The girl sighed and began to say that the stone looked more like a fake than a real one. She began to ask Sun Chenggong what he was going to do next, because everyone in the city was looking for him, and whether he was afraid that they would find him soon. But Chenggong was sure that he would go unpunished because people's memories are too short and they would remember him for only a month and then forget, and he would be able to live his best life again. The man said that he had 6 of his own bodyguards and that even if these people found the place where he was hiding, they would not be able to capture him. At this time, Liu Ben and Ling arrived at the hotel where Chenggong was hiding. The elevator doors opened, and the boy and the man saw a bodyguard standing guard at the door of Chenggong's room. At that moment, Ling Luan felt uncomfortable because he realized that he would not be able to cope with all these strong men. But he was lucky because all these guards knew Liu Ben well, and the man told them not to touch Ling. Liu Ben approached the door of the hotel room and Song Chenggong immediately allowed him to enter. The man and Ling entered the room, and Chenggong immediately asked if Liu Ben had managed to calm the angry crowd. When he saw Chenggong, Ling immediately became very angry because he had lied and stolen from so many people. Among them was his mother, who definitely did not want to lose all the money they had to live on. He approached Chenggong and asked him who he was, because he was expecting only his ally Liu Ben to come. Chenggong began to tell Liu Ben that he had warned him not to bring his poor relatives here, and ordered the man to give the young man money to leave him alone. But Ling needed not only money, but also revenge, so he decided to teach Chenggong a lesson right there. He struck a powerful blow to a man who could do nothing because he was not in the best physical shape. After the blow, Chenggun fell from the sofa to the floor, causing noise in the room. The guards immediately noticed this because in addition to the noise, the girl with whom the man was resting started screaming. But Liu Ben immediately opened the door and assured the guards that everything was fine and they were just having fun, and that they shouldn't pay attention to the screams and that if something happened, they would be called. Ling Luan was quite angry with Chenggong and continued to beat him, which earned him the man's dislike and points to be able to use his ability again. The guards heard the screams but tried to ignore them because Liu Ben assured them that Chenggong was not in danger. Ling Luan beat Chenggong very badly and the man began to beg him not to beat him. The young man stood over Chenggun and demanded that he tell them where all the stolen money was. The man shouted that he did not have the money because he had invested in a new mineral he had bought. Ling Luan did not believe Chenggong and said that he was lying because these stones do not work, but the man began to convince the young man that it was not a simple stone but a mountain mineral, and he bought it from another pharmaceutical company. The guy was very angry because Chenggun had deceived people and sold them a fake when he actually had a mineral that worked. Chenggun convinced the young man that this stone really worked because he was a gemologist and well versed in minerals. Suddenly Ling Luan thought that he could use Chenggong's skill at finding the right minerals, and he wanted to use his ability again and capture Chenggong so that he could use his skill for his own purposes. But Ling did not have enough points accumulated and could not use his ability. He began to think about who he could earn enough points on because he really wanted the Chenggong skill for himself. The only person in the room who could dislike the young man was the girl, because Chenggong was very tired and did not show any emotion, and Liu Ben was already in Ling's thrall. But one girl would definitely not be enough, and Ling Luan asked Liu Ben if those guards were psionic. The man immediately replied that no, but they had paid a lot for them, and these bodyguards were very capable. Ling Luan realized that it would be more or less safe to dislike the guards and decided that he needed to earn points from them. He ordered Liu Ben to come out and tell the guards that they were all fired and that Chenggong had appointed only Ling to protect him and that everyone else could leave. The guy immediately reminded Liu Ben to behave naturally so as not to arouse any suspicion. Liu Ben immediately opened the door and told the men that he had some bad news for them and that they had all been fired because the guy who came with him would now be the guard. At this point, the men immediately began coming to get angry because they were paid a lot of money for this work and no one wanted to lose it. Liu Ben continued to say that Ling had nothing against them, but said that they belonged in the garbage, not here. While the young man was waiting for the guards to get angry with him and give him points for their dislike, he noticed that the mineral that Chenggun had bought was on the couch. He took it in his hands and asked Chenggong if it was the stone he had told him about. But Chenggun started to get very nervous and said that it was not him, but a fake. Ling Luan looked at this stone and felt very hungry because after he got his new ability, he was constantly hungry. The guy felt that this stone could not give him much strength, and at some point he felt like he was holding not a mineral, but a big chicken leg that he wanted to eat immediately. Without hesitation, the young man threw the mineral into his mouth because he felt that he had to do it. Ling Luan swallowed the stone that was supposed to make him stronger. When Chenggun saw this, he started shouting that it was his money because the mineral was very expensive, even though it was purchased with money that Chenggun had obtained illegally. Ling Luan immediately began to feel that he was filled with power and now he understood how the minerals that everyone wanted to buy worked. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and the guy turned around to see what was going on. The guards came inside and told Liu Ben that the young man had gotten the job instead of them, and they were clearly not very friendly. This security company was one of the most famous in the city, and its employees protected the person who hired them very well and were even ready to sacrifice their own lives. Sun Chenggong hired this well-known company to protect his life because he usually invested in risky projects. The man said that his business had always brought him income, so he would definitely not feel sorry for the money for his own security. But for Chenggong, everything changed very quickly when it became known that his business was a big lie and fraud. After Ling Luan swallowed the mineral that gave him his strength, he easily dealt with all the guards who had claims against him. The boy was very happy that his power had become so powerful and he could use it all the time. Ling thought that such strength was enough to overcome several strong opponents at once, and the young man felt the difference between psionics and ordinary people was very great. After the guy dealt with the bodyguards, he checked the number of his points, which was enough to take Chenggun prisoner. He approached him and prepared to bite him to learn the man's skill. Chenggun was very scared because he had no idea what to expect. After Ling Luan bit the man, he began to cry like a little girl, and the man ordered him to stop crying immediately. Now not only Liu Ben was in his captivity, but also Chenggong, who was somewhat annoying to the young man. Ling Luan looked at the men, and it seemed to him that after he bit them, they remained the same as before, except that they listened and did all his bidding. The guy very quickly acquired the skill of Chenggong, with the help of which he could find minerals that could help him in the future, but the level of the man's ability was not as high as he said before. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Ling Luan started receiving messages about how many people had dislike and hatred for Chen Gong. When he realized that all the points of dislike for Chen Gong were added to Ling, he began to rejoice because in a matter of seconds he received a future supply of points to take even more people prisoner. The young man began to hug Chen Gong and say that he was a godsend, and the man replied that he did not know what was going on, but was glad that Ling was happy. Ling Luan ordered Chen Gong and Liu Ben to give back all the stolen money in 3 months to the people they had defrauded. Suddenly, the guy started asking Chen Gong whether the pharmaceutical companies from which he bought various minerals knew about his illegal actions, and the man replied that they most likely would have known. The young man immediately thought that one of these businesses belonged to Wang Tianhao's family, and they were selling fakes to a fraudster. Ling Luan ordered his subordinates to start cooperating with the Wang family, but without fraud, in order to find out more about what they were doing. Chen Gong and Liu Ben had to find out everything in detail and collect evidence of the company's illegal actions and report back to Ling Luan. The guy added that he believes that under his supervision the men will be able to get on the right track and left them his phone number so that they could contact him in case of any problems. After all the orders were given out, the young man said goodbye to Chen Gong and Liu Ben and said that he had to go. Before he left, Ling asked Chen Gong if he knew where else he could buy useful minerals for a small amount of money and headed to the market the man had told him about. Chen Gun said that many traders sell minerals and other useful things at this bazaar, where you can find not only fakes but also something really worthwhile, but you need to be very careful in this place. Ling Luan walked along the street lined with vendors offering goods for every taste, and the young man needed to find exactly what would be useful in the future. One of the traders was selling rock crystal at a huge discount. Another woman was selling broccoli that she grew in her garden near the rainforest and said that her broccoli would help to improve her own abilities. But thanks to his skill, Chen Gun and Ling could easily recognize a fake and a really valuable product, and most traders did not match the smell, color, and composition. The young man walked down the street and wondered how people could sell such junk, because they offered to buy stones that they had simply collected from their own floors at home, and these stones definitely did not have power. Suddenly, the guy was pushed by a man who was running away very quickly from someone. Ling Luan fell on one of the merchants with a powerful push and scattered his goods in different directions. The man who was running away started walking very fast and said on the phone that he needed to get rid of the goods as soon as possible. While Ling was trying to recover from the fall, a woman appeared behind him and reported that the suspect was heading to Liulu Lane. The guy stood up and realized that this woman was worth paying attention to because she didn't look like all the other shoppers and traders in the place. The woman was wearing a badge around her neck, which made it clear that she knew something and most likely worked in serious structures. Because the woman was in a hurry, she didn't notice Ling and hit him, and the boy started talking about how he felt like everyone was making fun of him, so the woman apologized and moved on. She spotted the man she was supposed to be chasing and shouted for him to stop immediately, but he was not going to do that and immediately activated his power so that no one would interfere with him. He pushed the woman, who was unable to dodge such a blow, away with one powerful movement. Ling Luan saw the criminal pushing the woman away and noticed that the man had the same gigantic ability as the thieves who broke into the school. The guy was thinking that something really strange and very serious was happening. Suddenly he looked up and saw a giant man walking past him. This man ordered his employees to quickly surround all the passages and prevent the thief from escaping. Ling Luan recognized the man as the Thunder Tiger, whose name was Wang Man, and he was the uncle of a classmate of the young man, Wang Tianhao. At school, Wang Tianhao always bragged about his uncle, who was a 5-star psychiatrist at the association. Ling didn't fully understand why everything was connected to Tianhao's family, but he really wanted to find out. Wang Man stood on the roof of one of the buildings and tried to see where the criminal was. At some point, he found him and the man was desperately trying to escape from all the pursuers. Wang Man jumped from the roof to catch up with the criminal who could not be allowed to escape. The criminal ran away very quickly because he realized that most likely the Thunder Tiger would not leave him alive if he caught up with him. Wang Man was indeed very strong and agile and was able to meet the criminal on his way. The Thunder Tiger immediately used his skill to stop the attacker. The fierce, powerful wave of force that Wang Man directed at the criminal made it impossible for anyone to resist. The attacker was thrown back and was unable to evade this attack and continue his escape. The man tried to get to his feet, but it was very difficult. Thunder Tiger quickly approached him and the attacker began to beg him not to take his life. The man swore to the Thundering Tiger that he would tell no one and keep what he had learned a secret forever. But Wang Man was not going to leave him alive and said that only the dead could be trusted. Wang Man demanded that the man tell him where the goods were. Ling Luan heard about all this because he was watching Thunder Tiger from around the corner. Wang Man threatened the man that he would use his powers to force him to talk. But the attacker was not going to give up and also began to use his force. But the Thunder Tiger was much stronger than him and very quickly took the man's life. Wang Man's power was so powerful that Ling Luan had never seen such a strong psionicist before. The guy was watching everything that was happening and could not fully understand what the Thunder Tiger was trying to find out from the thief. Suddenly, Wang Man noticed that there was someone else on the street besides him and turned to look. Ling Luan realized that he was in great danger because if the Thunder Tiger found him, he would definitely not be able to survive. The guy thought that Wang Man would want to get rid of him as a witness because he had heard the conversation about the goods. The young man realized that there was no point in trying to overcome the Thunder Tiger. He had to try to bite it. But Ling had only one attempt. Ling tried to analyze whether he could do it and found that he did not have enough points to defeat Wang Man. This surprised the guy because he had more than 1,000 points that he managed to get with the help of people's dislike of Chen Gong. Therefore, Ling Luan had to quickly come up with a new plan of action to save his life. When Wang Man turned away for a second, the young man realized that this was his only chance to escape and used his ability to move quickly. He tried to hide around the corner very quickly to be able to go unnoticed. But at the last moment, Wang Man saw someone running away from the place where the conversation about the goods took place, and he could not let even one witness survive. The Thunder Tiger immediately informed his colleagues that the criminal had an accomplice who needed to be caught. Ling Luan tried to run away as far as possible so that Wang Man and his men could not find him, but there were so many of them that it was almost impossible to go unnoticed. Wang Man's employees carefully checked all the alleys where they could hide and immediately informed each other of the results of the inspection. Ling Luan could barely manage to remain unnoticed, and he realized that if he continued like this, he would not be able to hide any longer. There was only one place left to hide, and it was not reached by Wang Man's employees. Unfortunately, this street led to a dead end, and it was impossible to escape. Ling Luan realized that he was finished. Suddenly, someone's hands appeared from the wall and tried to grab the guy. Someone closed the young man's mouth and dragged him into the wall. Ling Luan did not understand what was happening, because it turned out that danger was everywhere in this place. At that moment, Wang Man reached the end of the street, which his employees had not yet had time to check. It turned out that there was no one there, which seemed strange to them, because they were sure that it was impossible to escape. The boy was very surprised that Thunder Tiger and his men did not notice him, because he was standing in the same place as before. Wang Man was angry that the boy managed to escape, which seemed impossible. Ling Luan was rescued by a girl who was trying to catch up with the intruder who was running away from the Thunder Tiger. Her name was Xia Lili. The Thunder Tiger was furious that the young man had managed to escape, and with a powerful blow he knocked down half of the wall near which Ling Luan and Shi Lili were standing. The boy and the girl were very scared because they realized that they were only one step away from Wang Man, who, if he found them, would leave no one alive. Suddenly, employees of Thunder Tiger approached him and told him that they had found the goods that Wang Man had been talking about with the attacker. The men turned around and hurried to the place where the goods were found, abandoning the idea of finding the fugitive. Shi Lili let go of Ling Luan, who was holding on with his last breath because he could not hold his breath for so long. The guy told the girl that she had an incredible ability scented to camouflage and asked if she was a psionic and what her skill was called, and immediately thanked her for her help. Shi Lili did not answer any of Ling Luan's questions and told him to get out of this place as soon as possible. The guy was a little upset that the girl was so indifferent because he found out that Thunder Tiger was most likely in cahoots with the criminals. A little later, at a warehouse with the various minerals and stones, the men surrounded one man and said that he was the last of the criminals' accomplices, a simple man who was responsible for checking the goods. The man said that he did not know anything because the perpetrators worked together with Cheng Gun and were engaged in thefts, after which they hid the minerals among the construction stones. Those men who surrounded the criminal's accomplice were Wang Man and his men, and suddenly Thunder Tiger noticed that a girl had entered the lineup. It was Shi Lili, and she addressed Wang Man, calling him the commander, and he immediately asked the girl if she had helped the young man escape. At that moment, Ling Luan decided to follow Shi Lili and found himself in a crowd discussing that precious minerals were hidden in this warehouse and that the association would eventually find everyone involved. Shi Lili immediately told Wang Man that she had not helped anyone, and the man immediately asked why she had not been sent along with the appraisers from the association. The girl did not know what to say to the Thunder Tiger because she realized that the appraisers were urgently needed. Wang Man began to get angry with Shi Lili and said that it was very strange that she was not bothered by this at all. Ling Luan tried to understand who Wang Man and Shi Lili really were, and he concluded that they were definitely from different groups, and that Thunder Tiger wanted to eliminate the girl in order to take sole possession of all the minerals. Wang Man shouted at Shi Lili that their inspection department could only report and interfere with others and told her to leave. The girl clearly did not like this, but she could not say anything in response to the Thunder Tiger. Ling Luan analyzed that he was now good at speaking skills and gemology, and began to call out to Shi Lili from the crowd to draw attention to himself. The guy tried to squeeze through the crowd to get into the warehouse and said he was from the government. He managed to get to the warehouse and was immediately noticed by Wang Man and Shi Lili, which surprised the girl. Ling Luan asked if there were any minerals to be found here, and added that it was good that he was nearby and could help with this. The guy told Thunder Tiger that he was a friend of She Lily's and he was a gemologist and also a big fan of the man. The young man put on his glasses and said that he should get to work as soon as possible. Ling Luan looked closely at the stones to find exactly the minerals that could be useful. The guy had to find a crystal that was formed by dioxidation and under the influence of extreme force. This crystal could also be present in a variety of plants, or rare wild animals that didn't just give away these minerals, but most often they could be found in the mountains among the stones, and were certified by gemologists who certified the stones based on their colour texture and weak vibrations of extraordinary strength. But Ling Luan didn't understand any of this, and looking at the stones, he could barely tell the difference between one and the other, but he was determined to find at least one mineral he needed. At this time, the young man was being watched, and he realised that he should not bother for too long, because he would be kicked out and the minerals would be appropriated. Chen Gong's skill in gems and minerals was quite weak, and suddenly Ling Luan found out that he could improve it by using a certain number of points. All the nearby traders watched Ling Luan's work and said that even with their experience it was difficult to find the right mineral, and it was unlikely that such a young man would be lucky enough to cope with this task. Wang Man's employees were losing their patience and asked the boy if he could eventually help them find the right mineral. If not, it was not worth their time. She Lily was also very worried because the guy called himself her friend and she was responsible for him. Ling Luan was in no hurry to answer anything to the Thunder Tiger employees and continued to look for the right stone. Suddenly, Wang Man stopped not far from the boy and began to scrutinize him from behind, and the man thought that the young man looked very much like the fugitive who managed to escape. But suddenly Ling Luan told everyone to immediately shut up and not interfere with the work. The guy put his hand to his ear and asked if everyone else in the room could hear what he was hearing. The crowd continued to shout that the guy would not succeed and was only wasting his time. Wang Man's patience was also running out, and he wanted Ling Luan to stop pretending to be a gemologist. Fortunately for the boy, the improvement of his gemology skills was completed, and now he could feel vibrations of extraordinary power. Thunder Tiger had already begun to get angry and shouted for Ling Luan to get ready and leave the warehouse. But the young man replied that Wang Man's strength was too great and prevented him from working, and he needed the man to stop even breathing. After that, Ling Luan immediately felt an extraordinary power coming from one of the boxes, and he immediately shouted out that he had found exactly what he needed. The young man very quickly began to clear the stones out of the box, and was quite surprised by his discovery. After all, the found mineral was very large and powerful, of the highest level that could be. After completing his work, the guy summarized that out of 32 boxes, 12 had C-grade minerals and 2 had A-grade minerals. Ling Luan smiled and told them to do the loading themselves, because the guy was not a psychotic and physical labor was not for him. It was noticeable that Wang Man was very nervous, and when one of his employees called him, he started shouting at everyone. He ordered everyone to get to work quickly and not just stand around and watch. After the work was done, Ling Luan and Shi Lili left the warehouse, and the young man told the girl that he was sure that Thunder Tiger wanted to eliminate her to take everything for himself, and that he knew those thieves and they were most likely in cahoots. He added that the guy Shi Lili was trying to catch up with was killed by the Thunder Tiger. At that moment, the girl looked at the young man and asked if he had proof of everything he had said. Ling Luan immediately began to say that the girl was an inspector and psychologist from the association, and that she was the one who should take the case and investigate it and find evidence. Shi Lili began to talk about Wang Man being the commander of the 9th Squad of the reconnaissance group, and asked how he thought she should file a case against him, since she needed indisputable evidences to start the process. She added that they would never be able to dig into the Thunder Tiger, so they should forget about it. Ling Luan was a little confused, and Shi Lili immediately told him to give her his phone number and address, just in case. The guy was surprised by the girl's request and did not understand why she needed this information. I started thinking that she needed a number and address to arrange a meeting. Ling Luan was overjoyed because he thought that the girl was interested in his skills and wanted to go out with him. The boy was a little embarrassed and said that he would give Shi Lili the address of the school so that his mother would not have any questions, and added that he was in the last grade. The girl wrote down his phone number and address and said that the association might reward him for helping with the investigation. And at that moment, all hopes for a date were dispelled because Ling Luan realized why Shi Lili had his data. The guy started talking about how he didn't need a reward and wasn't interested in fame either. He helped and helped, but if the girl insisted, he agreed to receive a reward. Ling Luan said that it would have been better if the girl had let him bite her, because her ability to disguise herself was simply superb. And suddenly the guy realized that he had said it out loud, which made him feel very embarrassed. He started to make excuses, but it didn't work very well, and Shi Lili tried to ignore the strange guy, and after a few seconds began to feel dislike for him. The girl was leaving and told the young man that it was dangerous to stay in this place and he should leave as soon as possible. As soon as Shi Lili left Ling Luan, she immediately called her mentor and told him that she had found the right mineral and that she had been helped in this. She told me about a high school boy with an extraordinary aptitude for gemology. She Lily couldn't stop thinking that she had to find at least some clues and evidence about Thunder Tiger's crimes, so she immediately decided to call Ling Luan. He had already learned something from Chen Gong that Wang Man had some financial difficulties and urgently needed money, which is why he most likely contacted the criminals. The girl told Ling that everything was ready as they had agreed, and the young man thought that it could not be a mere coincidence that Wang Tianhao had taken off from class that day. Shi Lily told the guy to finish his preparations and that today they would lure him out and catch him. After a while, I hurried to the classroom because the lesson was about to start. The guy wanted to wait for Wang Tianhao, but for some reason he hadn't arrived yet, even though he usually came early to show off something. It was very strange because his friend Lu Jiahao was also detained. Suddenly, one of his classmates asked another where everyone was, and the guy said that Wang Tianhao and Lu Jiahao had killed the shooter and everyone else had gone to watch the fight. The young man shouted that they were supposed to be at the sports field and hurried off to watch, which surprised and frightened Ling Luan. Many students had already gathered on the sports field to watch the fight between Lu Jiahao and Wang Tianhao. Lu Jiahao was the first to attack, and his blows were quite powerful. From the first attack, Wang Tianhao was unable to stay on his feet and fell to the ground. The boy's friends were very worried about him and really wanted Wang Tianhao to defeat his friend Ling Luan, whom they considered a loser. Lu Jiahao said that this time he had won and that Wang Tianhao should keep his promise and not bother Ling Luan anymore. But Wang Tianhao did not agree that the boy had defeated him, and he was not going to give up. Lu Jiahao noted that the young man himself said that the conditions stated that the first one to fall would lose. But Wang Tianhao, as always, did not keep his word and did not care about what they had agreed on earlier, and immediately got to his feet and began to attack Lu Jiahao. The boy tried to dodge the blows that Wang Tianhao wanted to inflict on him, and moved back closer to the crowd. But behind him stood Wang Tianhao's friends, who also wanted Lu Jiahao to lose in this fight. They pushed the boy so that he could no longer dodge their friends' blows. And at that moment, Wang Tianhao took advantage of the moment to strike his opponent, and he managed to do it with the help of his friends, because Lu Jiahao did not expect observers to intervene in the fight. Wang Tianhao started shouting that he was the strongest in this school, and Lu Jiahao would not be able to defeat him and told him not to mess with Ling Luan. Lu Jiahao did not share Wang Tianhao's opinion of his friend, and so he decided that he would definitely stand up for Ling. The boy wanted to strike Wang Tianhao, but the young man held back Lu Jiahao's hand. At this point, Wang Tianhao decided to use his extraordinary abilities to put an end to Lu Jiahao once and for all. But unexpectedly, Ling Luan appeared on the sports field and used his ability of extraordinary speed to instantly pass the entire crowd. And he struck Wang Tianhao with a powerful kick to stop his frantic actions that could have greatly harmed his friend. Ling Luan's punch was so hard that Wang Tianhao's cheek was marked by the young man's boots. The guy was unable to stay on his feet from such an attack and fell to the ground for the second time. His friends were simply shocked and could not believe that Wang Tianhao could be defeated again. But Ling Luan was sure that he did the right thing and defended his friend Lu Jiahao, who defended him. After the attack, Ling Luan immediately went to his friend to make sure he was okay, and he began to quarrel with his friend because Lu Jiahao had gotten into a fight with Wang Tianhao, because this was not his way of solving all problems. And Lu Jiahao replied that he was just tired of seeing Ling Luan hiding after school every day, so he just decided to settle the matter. The guys stood there and thought about what to do next because they realized that Wang Tianhao would not just calm down. Wang Tianhao was so angry that his face was covered in red, and he wanted to take revenge on Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao. In addition, the opinions among the crowd were also not in favor of Wang Tianhao, and now everyone did not think that he was the strongest in the school. Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan realized that they needed to join forces because the confrontation would be quite difficult. Wang Tianhao was beside himself with anger and was ready to deal with his rivals once and for all. Seeing how evil Wang Tianhao was, Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan realized that they had to escape, but they had no well-thought-out plan. Moreover, the boys' friends also wanted to get involved in the fight and help Wang Tianhao win. Lu Jiahao was surprised at how Ling Luan managed to inflict such an attack on Wang Tianhao and asked his friend to teach him how to use such strikes as soon as possible. Ling Luan told his friend that this was not an easy technique and that he needed to concentrate and imagine how the enemy usually behaved, and at that time the young man thought that he could not fight Wang Tianhao in front of everyone. Therefore, he quickly realized that he had to run away so that Wang Tianhao would chase him. The young man turned around and provoked the enemy, asking if he had enough strength to at least catch up with him. And this provocation worked, because Wang Tianhao very quickly turned his attention to Ling Luan and began to pursue him. Lu Jiahao was very worried about his friend, but he realized that there was nothing he could do to help at this point. After all, Wang Tianhao's friends also wanted to deal with him and were ready to attack him. Ling Luan waited very quickly to bring Wang Tianhao to a place where there would be no observers, and no one could guess that the young man was a psychotic. At some point, Wang Tianhao lost sight of Ling Luan and tried to figure out which way the young man could have run. Ling Luan took his opponent to the roof where he could deal with him without worrying that his secret would be revealed. Ling Luan went out to meet Wang Tianhao and asked him if he had stolen the school's guard shift schedule for the thieves who were able to attack. The boy continued to say that Wang Tianhao's family was in cahoots with criminals and that his uncle had taken the life of one of the witnesses. Wang Tianhao's face showed that he did not expect such a conversation with Ling Luan. The young man said that he was giving Wang Tianhao one last chance to confess, or he would tell the association's inspection department, but after their investigation, his family should definitely not expect anything good. Wang Tianhao was a little upset that Ling Luan had managed to find out about everything, and he said he was surprised that the young man was so smart and asked how the boy had found out about everything. Wang Tianhao continued to say that it was he who had suggested the idea of stealing the timetable to his father, but unfortunately the thieves had failed that day, and if it hadn't happened, their family could have made a lot of money. The guy said that last year he found a key to the school and kept it, and he didn't even think it would ever be useful to him. Then he took it out of his pocket to prove to Ling Luan that he was telling the truth. Ling Luan could not believe that Wang Tianhao would risk the lives of his classmates for money, but the young man was definitely not ashamed. He was convinced that after he became a psionicist, everyone would admire him and no one would know what Ling Luan had learned, because Wang Tianhao intended to kill the young man right there and then and frame him by putting this key in his pocket. Ling Luan said that at first he thought about biting Wang Tianhao to order him to behave normally, but realized that it would not help. After all, his actions and intentions proved that Wang Tianhao was too vile a person and nothing could fix him. Therefore, Ling Luan decided that there was only one way out, to make Wang Tianhao realize that he was not the strongest in this school, and could no longer count on the young man to continue to fear him. Ling Luan was serious and rushed to attack Wang Tianhao, but Wang Tianhao did not know anything about Ling Luan's new abilities and therefore said that he would give him a blow that the boy would not be able to withstand. The opponents were in a hurry to meet each other because each of them wanted to prove that they were stronger. Ling Luan immediately used his fast movement skill and prevented Wang Tianhao from striking him. The guy instantly found himself behind his opponent, greatly confusing Wang Tianhao. Ling Luan moved very quickly in space and did not give the enemy a single chance for a successful attack. Wang Tianhao was shocked at how fast Ling Luan could move and wondered how the young man had acquired such an ability. Ling Luan said that because of people like Wang Tianhao who become psionics, the association is rotten because many people start behaving inappropriately from childhood. Wang Tianhao was very angry and started shouting because he did not understand how Ling Luan could move so fast since he was always a loser. But the young man was not going to answer any of Wang Tianhao's questions because he wanted to teach him a lesson. Ling Luan came close to the enemy and dealt him a powerful blow that Wang Tianhao had not expected. Wang Tianhao did not understand what was happening because he was sure that Ling Luan would never have extraordinary strength. Ling Luan did not stop in his attacks and repeatedly delivered powerful blows. Wang Tianhao was very angry and said that Ling Luan could do nothing but strike suddenly. But Ling Luan would not listen to him and wanted to take revenge for all the bad things Wang Tianhao had done to him. And he also needed to teach the young man a lesson for fighting with Lu Jiahao. The last attack made Wang Tianhao unable to stay on his feet and fell to his knees. After that, Wang Tianhao seemed to go crazy and used his extraordinary strength to deal with Ling Luan once and for all and prove that he was the strongest in the school. But Ling Luan was no longer afraid of his classmate as he used to be because he felt the strength to stand up to him. His speed was extraordinary, and Wang Tianhao could not even manage to turn in the direction where Ling Luan was. Ling Luan could not forgive Wang Tianhao for the fact that it was because of him that many students in the school were killed during the attack by thieves. He struck Wang Tianhao with all his might and hoped that this would be the last attack. Ling Luan powerfully pushed Wang Tianhao back, and the scoundrel could not resist such a young man's strength. Suddenly, Wang Tianhao felt unbearable pain caused by Ling Luan's attack. He fell to the floor and could not get up to continue the confrontation. Ling Luan has landed to see if it's time to end the fight or not. The guy was looking at Wang Tianhao, who couldn't get up and couldn't even move his leg. Ling Luan told Wang Tianhao that he had a spinal fracture, and the young man doubted whether he would be able to stand up at all, let alone try to become a psychiatrist. Wang Tianhao continued to scream, realizing that his future as a psychonaut had been crossed out once and for all. He began to threaten Ling Luan that he would tell his father and uncle about everything, so that they would take the life of the boy and his entire family. But Ling Luan did not want to hear it and simply turned around and walked away. The guy turned around and told Wang Tianhao that he had recorded his story about the key and the conspiracy with the criminals and would definitely pass it on to the association. Ling Luan immediately sent this recording to Shi Lili, and she was really surprised because she did not expect the young man to be able to get evidence against Thunder Tiger. At this time, The fight between Lu Jiahao and Wang Tianhao's friends was also completed, and Ling Luan's friend also emerged victorious. Wang Tianhao's friends were lying in the middle of the field, exhausted, completely covered with bruises and bruises. The crowd was quite surprised because they did not expect Lu Jiahao to be able to handle two opponents at once. After the fight, Lu Jiahao was very worried about his friend because he realized that Ling Luan might be in trouble. 2 weeks later, Ling Luan called Shi Lili and said that thanks to his audio recording, they were able to start investigating the Wang family for collusion with criminals, and that Wang Tianhao had been sent to a juvenile detention center and was unlikely to be able to walk. But Thunder Tiger had no direct ties to the Wang family's fraud, so he will not be charged with crimes. And even the fact that he took the life of a witness could not be regarded as a crime, because this witness was the thief who attacked the school. Shi Lili assured Ling Luan that he shouldn't worry about anything, because the Thunder Tiger would not risk revenge, and the young man was in no danger. Ling Luan breathed out a sigh of relief, and the girl immediately said that, as she had said earlier, the association would thank the boy for his valuable information. The conversation was over, and Shi Lili hung up the phone and went to her teacher. The man said that Ling Luan was a very interesting guy, but Shi Lili said that the young man clearly did not want to join the association. But the teacher told her not to rush because youth is full of opportunities and the boy should be given time. The school has already begun the first stage of psionic exams, which consisted of blood tests to determine the presence of psionic energy in students. Wang Tianhao's friends came into the classroom and started telling Ling Luan not to worry because he had no chance of passing the test. All his classmates began to whisper and say that the young man could only run very fast and nothing else, so he was unlikely to need knowledge of other subjects because he would not have the next stage of exams. The examiners entered the classroom and announced that 2 students from this group had passed the first stage of the exam, namely Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan. His friends believed that he had passed the first stage and shouted that he had somehow managed to deceive the examiners. But Ling Luan was not upset by the opinions of his classmates, because their dislike increased his scores to use his abilities. Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan hurried to the second stage of the exam. Other students who had also managed to pass the first stage of the exam had already gathered on the basketball court. Lu Jiahao was very surprised, because this year 5 students managed to pass the first test, but usually no more than 2 students showed extraordinary abilities. Each student had his or her own individual abilities. For example, Chen Daozu showed himself in middle school and had unlimited potential. Zhuan Liu was the best in all subjects. She attended all the courses at school and was very smart. Arlin Se was an inventor and loved to understand various techniques. All of these students knew Lu Jiahao, and when they saw Ling Luan, they immediately began to get to know him because it was the first time they had seen him. The examinees thought it was strange that they were told to go to this site to take the next test, but the teacher was still not there. Suddenly they heard a strange sound and turned around to see what was happening. At that moment, a small black cute cat appeared on the set. Ling Luan was immediately surprised because the cat's appearance was very strange. Unexpectedly, a masked man appeared on the fence and asked if these were the students who had passed the first test. The examinees turned around and did not understand who this man was and what he wanted from them. But this man was not an easy man, and he ordered his cat, whose name was Lala, to attack the disciples. Ling Luan immediately realized this cat was unusual and was in fact a spiritual beast. On the man's orders, the cat began to attack the students who had arrived for the second test. Ling Luan was trying to figure out who exactly they were facing and decided to look up information on his phone to choose the right sequence of actions. But the man immediately noticed this and began to approach Ling Luan. He told this guy that he shouldn't call the police because they wouldn't be able to help. The man began to use his extraordinary strength and attack the young man. He knocked the phone out of Ling Luan's hands with one swipe of his weapon, and the guy didn't even have time to react to the attack. This act of the man made Ling Luan very angry, and he decided that he had to use his ability to bite the man immediately. But it turned out that the points were not enough and the enemy was as strong as the Thunder Tiger. Ling Luan realized that he would not be able to deal with the man alone, and shouted to his friend Lu Jiahao to distract the enemy. Lu Jiahao told his friend that he understood everything and began to do what Ling Luan asked. The guy started shouting at the other students who were invited to the exam to scatter in different directions and try to call the police. The man calmly looked at the students and said that they were not acting according to the rules and he would not allow them to call for help. After that, he began to actively attack all those present at the site. The man managed to strike each of the students, who were so confused that they could not gather themselves and resist the unknown. Zhuang Liu, she was so scared that she started to run away, but Lala the cat did not let her go and followed the girl. But Ling Luan came to Zhuan Liu's aid and threw the cat aside. The guy was sure that it would keep the beast at bay and he could focus on the man. The man looked at Ling Luan and was surprised at how fast he was, but said that he still wouldn't be able to handle Lala on his own because he didn't have the strength. And at that moment, the cat was very angry because the guy dared to attack it. She very quickly changed her target, and now, instead of Juan Liuxi, she began to pursue Ling Luan. The boy realized that the cat was as fast as he was, and unfortunately the young man had an ability that allowed him to run away but not to attack, and if Lala caught up with him, it would be the end of him. Lala did not stop and continued to chase the boy and was ready to attack. Ling Luan considered all the possible ways to avoid Lala's attack and decided that the only way to win was to take control of the cat. The man realized that something had gone wrong and now Lala was in danger, and he tried to stop her, but it was too late. Lala came very close to Ling Luan and wanted to strike. But the guy had completely different plans and decided that he needed to act urgently. In a flash, the boy grabbed the cat's paw and now it had no way to escape. Although it took a lot of points to capture Lala, Ling Luan realized that he had no other choice, so he bit her. The man was shocked by the guy's actions because he did not understand what was happening and why his attack was so strange. Ling Luan immediately chose the ability of the cat he wanted and had 5 seconds to survive before the submission was activated. But Lala did not yet understand what had happened and was ready to deal with the guy. She instantly turned from a cute little cat into a huge beast that could have threatened to kill her. Ling Luan was surprised and frightened because he realized that it would be very difficult to resist such a beast even for a short period of time. The man looked sternly at the cat and ordered it to stop because this confrontation had already gone too far. After this order, Lala immediately transformed into her cute cat form and the students could relax for a moment. The man began to calm the students down and say that there would be no more fighting and that everyone should calm their emotions. Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao were very surprised because they did not understand who this man was and what he wanted from them. He began to remove the mask from his face and said that he only wanted to assess the students' abilities. After that, he smiled and apologized for starting to fight with them so unexpectedly. The principal came up to the playground and told the students that this man was their new teacher, whose name was Gu Yun Xiao, and he had come back to teach them on purpose. Almost all of the students knew Gu Yun Xiao and were incredibly happy to have such a famous person as him as their teacher. But Ling Luan had never heard of him before, and began to ask his friend who Gu Yun Xiao was. Lu Jiahao was very angry at Ling Luan for not knowing such a famous person, because Gu Yun Xiao was the coolest psionicist in the history of their school. The guy began to tell me that Gu Yun Xiao was a 5th level officer and was part of the association's preliminary investigation department. Once Gu Yun Xiao single-handedly dealt with a group of 6 criminals, the man had a huge number of cases on his record, and each of them was solved. Gu Yun Xiao was feared by all criminals. Lu Jiahao was because now the legendary Gu Yun Xiao had become his teacher. The man's spiritual energy took the form of about 10 meters in length. In his right hand he had a brush, and in his left hand a book of life and death. Gu Yun Xiao was incredibly strong and famous, which meant that his students definitely had something to learn from him. Lu Jiahao was overjoyed because he could not even imagine that he would ever be able to work and study with Gu Yun Xiao. All the other students could only dream of such a teacher, so they were incredibly happy together. After listening to his friend's story, Ling Luan seemed to remember the stories about Gu Yun Xiao and was surprised because the school had never provided such highly qualified teachers before. Gu Yun Xiao told the students to consider him just a mentor and that would be enough. The man was surprised that there were 5 selected students this year, as this had never happened before. Gu Yun Xiao told the students that the second stage of the exam would take place in 6 months, so they had time to prepare. All the exam participants were ready to work because it was a great honor for everyone to study with such a teacher. Gu Yun Xiao was surprised by how much enthusiasm they had and realized that students should not be underestimated. At this time, the cat named Lala did not leave Ling Luan's side, and Gu Yun Xiao noted that she liked the young man, not knowing that she was now completely subordinate to the boy. The students and the teacher moved to the classroom, and Yun Xiao told them that the extraordinary power of psionics had several gradations that depended on how this power was used. In total, there were 7 levels that a particular psionic could reach by using and developing their abilities. Lu Jiahao drew an analogy between the 5th level that the teacher talked about and his achievements, and it really corresponded to Gu Yun Xiao's abilities. But Gu Yun Xiao noted that it was not worth drawing conclusions about a person's strength based on his level, because the result depended more on luck. The man started talking about the Thunder Tiger. He was the head of the 9th squad, and his main ability was to collect energy in his hand and thus was able to create his own Thunder Fist technique. And in fact, his level was between the 2nd and 3rd, but since his own technique was maximally developed, he was assigned the 5th level. Gu Yun Xiao noted that students should first focus on the 1st and 2nd levels, because it was important to start using their powers correctly. The teacher began to explain how absorption works, which meant that the psionic absorbs extraordinary power, a process that could be compared to how a baby absorbs its mother's milk. After that, he's given complementary foods and only then can he eat food like all adults. The same thing happened with the process of absorbing extraordinary energy. Ling Luan asked if the use of the mineral could be equated with this medicine. But Gu Yunxiao laughed because the concentration of power in the mineral was over 80%, and it could be too dangerous because the uncontrolled release of extraordinary power could cause the future psionicist to lose his life. When he heard this, Ling Luan was shocked because he could not even imagine that a mineral could have such consequences, and he thought that he took a big risk when he took the mineral. He continued to listen to the lecture and realized that the ability of gigantism and shadow walking was of the second level. Gu Yunxiao warned the students that they would have to take a lot of medicine for the next month and a half, but they should not be afraid. The man smiled and said that he and the school would take care of all the expenses, so students should take advantage of this chance. Ling Luan was quite surprised because he did not expect that future psionics would be helped in such a way. Gu Yunxiao noted that they had more or less figured out the theory and asked if the students were ready to move on to the practical lesson. A cat named Lala also participated in preparing students for practical tasks. The training began with a warm-up, and then the students had to run several kilometers. Then they moved to the gym and worked out their muscle. This was not the end of the story, and the next task was to train in the pool. Then they practiced punching a punching bag, and only when everyone had fully used their strength and drunk the medicine did they practice even more. Gu Yunxiao did not give a single minute to rest because physical activity was very important for psionics. The training sessions were non-stop, and the students learned to climb the mountain, and whoever was last did additional exercises as a punishment. Ling Luan felt that he had no strength left and could no longer use the shadow walk, but he could not give up. Lu Jiahao trained with all his might, and you could see the competition between him and Ling Luan despite the fact that they are friends. When the boys reached the top, they argued for a long time about who was the first to cross the finish line. Lu Jiahao noted that Ling Luan's progress was very noticeable, and it was surprising because he always said he did not want to pass the exam, and now he was trying his best. Ling Luan said that he just wants to get stronger and doesn't care about the exam, but to be honest, he hasn't decided whether he wants to take it or not. Lu Jiahao told his friend that there was nothing to think about because he had to pass the exam. But Ling Luan replied that passing the exam meant falling under the control of the association, the same association in which there were not very decent people, and he did not want to be like them. While the boys were talking, the rest of the students finally reached the top. Everyone was exhausted and happy that this challenging test was finally over. Gu Yunxiao also went upstairs and said that the last 3 participants of the competition were 3 minutes late, and now they will be punished by standing in the bar for an hour. The teacher immediately turned to Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan and said that they would not just watch their friends suffer, but would keep them company. After the punishment was over, everyone sat down to rest, and Ling Luan decided to ask Gu Yunxiao if the association was really a good place. Gu Yunxiao was immediately surprised by this question and replied that the association was certainly not perfect. Ling Luan did not quite understand what the teacher meant and waited for him to continue his answer. Gu Yunxiao asked if that was why he should try to join it, to be able to make it better. The man said that people love the association, but it has many questionable places, and he personally believes that we should not avoid difficulties and be afraid of them, but meet and get rid of problems. Gu Yunxiao said that he was 17 years old when he joined the association, and his goal in life was to make this place even brighter. Everyone listened attentively to the teacher and sincerely admired him and wanted to become psionics like him. Gu Yunxiao smiled and said that they should work together to do everything possible to ensure that each of them could pass the second stage of the exam. Absolutely every student agreed with the teacher, and they were sincerely happy that Gu Yunxiao wanted to get a good result as much as they did. They continued to practice, and time passed very quickly, and the day of the exam came. A large indoor stadium gathered a lot of teams from different schools who also took part in the second stage of the test for the title of psionicist. The team that included Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao felt uncomfortable because there were so many competitors and they were not all the participants in the exam. Chen Daozu asked his teammates if they could compete with so many people because he was completely unsure of his own abilities. After the meeting, the team went to the dining room and everyone said that they were very nervous because they all wanted to pass this test in order to get to the final stage of the exam. Suddenly, Lu Jiahao asked Ling Luan how he could eat so calmly when everyone was so nervous. Ling Luan told his friend that the food was free and also very tasty. When Lu Jiahao heard this, he began to shout at his comrades that Ling Luan was right and that in order to gain strength he needed to eat, and told everyone to stop talking and start eating immediately. At some point, everyone in the dining room noticed a group of guys who had just walked in. Lu Jiahao immediately turned to see who everyone was suddenly paying attention to. At that moment, Ling Luan received dislike points from his friend and wondered why he suddenly disliked him, since the young man had done nothing wrong. The boys who knew Lu Jiahao entered the dining room and began to tell him that they had heard that 5 people from their school had passed this year, and immediately decided to boast that their school had passed 200 students. When Lu Jiahao saw the boys, he was very surprised because he did not expect to meet them. Ling Luan did not know the young men and asked his friend who they were. Lu Jiahao replied that the father of one of the boys worked for the State Development and Reform Commission. This guy, whose name was Fu Guang, decided to make a joke and ask them if they were there for the exam or just to eat for free. Lu Jiahao did not like this joke and asked that Fu Guang not entertain them because they were already nervous. Fu Guang said that he did not intend to take them, but simply wanted to share his experience, and added that this round would not be easy. Everyone in the dining room watched the conversation between Lu Jiahao and Fu Guang closely, because they had heard that Fu Guang was very strong and was known as a killer of newcomers. The young man began to tell various horror stories that could happen during the exam, which scared Juan Liu Shilinsei and Chen Daoji, who were already insecure in their abilities. But Ling Luan was not the timid type and decided to ask Fu Guang if he was really the best in his elite school. Fu Guang was also surprised by this question, because the young man was not afraid of him. And while they were talking, Ling Luan decided to see if he would have enough points to capture the boy. He discovered that it took only 100 points to capture the young man, which meant that he was not very strong, and Ling Luan suggested that Fu Guang compete when the exam began. He suggested that if he wins, Fu Guang should wish them good luck in front of their entire school, and if the boy wins, Ling Luan will drop out after the exam and never return to school. When Lu Jiahao heard this suggestion from Ling Luan, he began to worry about him because he realized that it was difficult to resist Fu Guang. Fu Guang began to laugh and say that Ling Luan did not understand who he dared to compete with, and that the boy had no right to challenge him at all. And he told the young man that there should be a limit to his overconfidence, hinting that Ling Luan had no chance of winning. The exam began and Fu Guang was called to start the shooting competition. All the examinees discussed the boy and said that they had heard that he was a master in every kind of competition at his school. The first test went quite well for Fu Guang and he recognized his result as more or less sufficient. Ling Luan was next, and Fu Guang began to worry because the guy was very confident in offering him a bet, but he was not as skilled as Fu Guang. Fu Guang immediately began to laugh at him and say that he thought Ling Luan was more capable, offering to compete with him. Lu Jiahao was very upset because he had really hoped that Ling Luan would do better in the first exam. The next competition was a test of strength, and Fu Guang scored 89 points out of a possible 100. Ling Luan managed to get only 65 points in this competition, and this was the second test in which he was defeated. Fu Guang's reaction was exactly the same as after the first competition. He just laughed in the guy's face. Fu Guang said that everyone can talk, and very soon Ling Luan would go home. Lu Jiahao was very angry, but Ling Luan remained completely calm and continued to eat. Lu Jiahao began to yell at Ling Luan that the guy was crazy and how he found time to eat when he had so few points. All the members of his team began to yell at him, not understanding why he had made a bet with Fu Guang if they had such a huge gap in strength. Ling Luan calmly asked his friends why they were so angry and worried, which surprised them. The guy told his team not to lose their enthusiasm and proved to everyone that their school is strong no matter what. It was time for the next test, in which the participants had to enter a room with 300 rats and one of them had a hidden mineral to find. Fu Guang did not like the fact that he had to search for the mineral among rats, so he decided to solve this problem as soon as possible. Ling Luan was more confident this time because he knew that he had already managed to find minerals that emitted ordinary strength. The start of the sensory test was announced and all participants were asked to go to their rooms. During this test, observers from the association were present in the hall. It was Shilili and her teacher who was very eager to see Ling Luan and meet him. Shilili showed her teacher, whose name was Yang Moon Ling Luan, and she was very worried about him because the third round was dangerous and she doubted whether the boy would be able to pass it. Yang Moon looked at Ling Luan and said that the guy looked very confident. Suddenly, Yang Mong and Shi Lili were approached by someone, a deputy head of the public security department named Chao Chen Lin. The girl asked Yang Mun what he was doing and why he came to the exam. The man replied that he just had a free day and nothing to do, so he decided to come to see the young talents. And he asked Chao Chang Lin if she wanted to find young talent as much as he did. The girl said that attacks had recently become more frequent in one of the districts and she decided to come to give useful advice. Suddenly, they heard a noise and were surprised because it hadn't been long since the test began and it would be strange if someone had already completed the task. Chao Cheng-lin smiled and asked if this was the talent Yang Moon was trying to find. All the participants of the exam could not believe that someone had already managed to complete the task in such a short time and were in a hurry to see who was the first. Fu Guang was surprised that everyone was in such a hurry to see how he coped with the task, because this year it was quite difficult. The guy immediately began to thank his fans, but it turned out they were not in a hurry to see him. Fu Guang could not understand what had happened because he was sure that he had been the first to do it. But it was Ling Luan who won this test because he had a remarkable talent for finding minerals with extraordinary strength. Ling Luan told us how he managed to pass the test so quickly. He said that when the door opened, a rat with a mineral ran to his feet and he just reacted and caught it. After hearing this story, Fu Guang was sure that Ling Luan was not to blame because the rat came to him and he was just lucky. Ling Luan looked at Fu Guang and said that no matter how, this time he would win. Fu Guang was quite angry, but he consoled himself with the fact that he was still in the lead in the final score. Ling Luan's team was happy that he managed to win this competition and said that there were still 2 more tests left and that he still had a chance to win. Ling Luan smiled and said he was sure that he would win. Chao Chenglin saw the guy and wanted to talk to him, but at some point changed her mind. Ling Luan did not pay attention to the girl and continued to talk with his friends about the next challenges. Chao Chenglin was surprised that the young man did not react to her in any way. She looked after the boys and tried to get a good look at Ling Luan. She concluded that she must have confused him with someone else, because the guy from the gym must have recognized her. But Ling Luan recognized her and just pretended not to know the girl so that she wouldn't suspect him of anything because it was dangerous. The next competition was running, and Fu Guang and Ling Luan were in the same group, and Fu Guang tried to knock the young man down so that he would definitely lose in this competition. But in this test, Ling Luan was 100% confident and told Fu Guang that everyone at school loves him because he always wins races. No one could compete with Ling Luan in speed, and in this test the young man was again the winner. Fu Guang was very upset and did not understand how it was possible to cover this distance so quickly. Ling Luan's friends were very happy for him because it meant that there was only 1 test left, and if he won, Fu Guang would publicly wish them good luck at school. Fu Guang shouted to Ling Luan that the race was not important and that he would definitely win the next test. In the last test, participants had to kill as many bats as possible within 5 minutes. Fu Guang said that in the last test, strength was important and that the boy would only need to score 75 points to win a complete victory over Ling Luan. He added that Ling Luan would need to score 97 points to beat him, but no one had ever managed to achieve such a result. Ling Luan tried his best, but he thought that Fu Guang was right and that even if he killed 1 bat after another, 5 minutes would not be enough. And suddenly the guy remembered the words of Gu Yun Xiao, who said that in order to activate the ability you need to force the spiritual energy inside to start moving until it comes out, and Ling Luan decided to try it. The guy knew that bats are very good at picking up ultrasonic vibrations, and so he tried to release his spiritual power. Fu Guang was surprised to see all the bats flying in the same direction at the same time, and they were all approaching Ling Luan, who still managed to release his spiritual power out. Fu Guang started shouting and asking what Ling Luan was doing. Fu Guang understood why Ling Luan was luring so many bats to him, because they could easily have gnawed him to death. Fu Guang began to worry about the boy because he did not understand how he was going to destroy all the bats with just 1 sword, and shouted at the young man to immediately hide his spiritual power. Ling Luan waited for the right moment and used one of the basic skills, and he no longer needed to use his sword to kill bats. All the other participants who passed the test with Ling Luan were simply shocked by what the guy was doing. Fu Guang was sure that Ling Luan would not be able to survive after such a prank. But he was wrong, and Ling Luan got 97 points for this test, surpassing all the participants of the exam for all time, and the guy managed to set a new record. The total number of points Ling Luan managed to score in this test was 99, which was more than enough to defeat Fu Guang. Fu Guang had to fulfill the conditions of the bet, and the boy changed into a cheerleader's uniform and wished Ling Luan's school good luck among all the exam participants. Ling Luan's friends could not believe that the young man managed to defeat Fu Guang himself, who was legendary as the strongest in his school. The guy was pleased with his results and thus showed his friends that everything is possible and you should not give up. The tests for the rest of the team members began and they managed to show a decent result, so all 5 candidates from the school made it to the final round. All team members and their teacher Gu Yun Xiao celebrated the good result. Zhuang Liu, she even broke down in tears, saying that she had no hope of making it any further. Gu Yun Hiao told his students not to doubt their abilities and that the final selection would be in 3 days, so they needed to rest well. Suddenly, Lu Jiahao got a call from someone, and he told his friends that he had to go out to answer the phone. The boy received a call from his father, and what Lu Jiahao heard on the phone scared him. The news reported that recently there have been more frequent attacks by criminals in the area where Lu Jiahao and his friends were staying. In addition, it was already known that 1,200 candidates would take part in the last stage of the exam, and there were rumours that the head of the Northern District Administration would even attend the test. Lin Si was excited because the test was to take place in their hometown, and so they had to try not to embarrass themselves. Ling Luan entered the room looking very embarrassed and asked his friends if any of them had seen Lu Jiahao. Zhuang Liuxi immediately replied that she thought the guy had to go home on business, and Lin Si added that he was probably just delayed there. Lu Jiahao did not answer Ling Luan's calls, and the young man began to worry a lot about his friend. Other examinees were talking in the corridor about how the test was going to start tomorrow, and that they needed to get a lot of rest. Ling Luan couldn't find Lu Jiahao for a long time and decided that he had to find him, because becoming a psionicist was his lifelong dream. Ling Luan decided to start his search at Lu Jiahao's house because that's where the boy was supposed to be. The young man was very surprised that there were no lights on in the house and began to think that something bad might have happened. Ling Luan went inside and saw the body of a man lying on the floor, already lifeless. This man was the building manager, and what he saw scared Ling Luan because it meant that his friend could be in danger. Ling Luan immediately decided to call Gu Yunxiao because he could help with the search for Lu Jiahao. The man was surprised that Lu Jiahao and his entire family had disappeared because he did not understand who would want to do that. The guy also said that the building manager was lifeless and his body looked like a mummy. Gu Yunxiao admitted that criminals who had become active in the city were involved in the disappearance of the Hao family, and the man told Ling Luan that he needed to leave the house immediately. Ling Luan was upset that the teacher would not come personally to find Lu Jiahao, and the man said that he did not have time because he had to be responsible for the safety of one of the groups of participants in the exam tomorrow. Ling Luan replied that in that case he would stay in Lu Jiahao's house and wait for the psionics that Gu Yunxiao was supposed to send. The guy hung up the phone and tried to figure out what he could find to get closer to finding out where his friend had gone. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching the house and was surprised that the psionics were able to arrive so quickly. But most likely these were not the people sent by Gu Yunxiao to find Lu Jiahao. The man who entered the house said on the phone that he would deal with the dead man, and added that he hated to cover up other people's tracks. After that, the unknown person hung up the phone and with one hand lifted the body of the building manager and said only one word, "Disappear." And the body of the building manager caught fire in the hands of a man who wanted to destroy all evidence of the crime. Ling Luan watched the man's actions from around the corner, not knowing who he was, but he knew for sure that he could lead him to Lu Jiahao's location. After destroying the body, the man left the house and went about his business, paying no attention to anything. He got in the car and called to report that he had taken care of everything and that there were no traces. Ling Luan decided that he had to pursue this unknown man because he realized that there was no other way to find Lu Jiahao. The guy used his extraordinary speed to keep the criminal's car in sight. A man in a car was moving very fast through the streets of the city, overtaking other cars, and Ling Luan kept up with him, and in order not to lose his trail, he decided to move along the rooftop. Finally, the man arrived at the place where Lu Jiahao could most likely be, and Ling Luan thought that he remembered this place exactly because it was Hao's father's trading building. The man opened the door to the building and confidently entered it as if he had been there many times. There were many people inside, and when one of the strangers saw the man, he exclaimed that the head of the red puppets had already returned. One of the perpetrators, Liu Qin, told the man that he had done a good job and congratulated him on his return. Zhao Shuyu and Zhao Shudok, members of the attackers team, said that the man had been fiddling with such a low-end piece for a long time. The man did not like this and began to threaten the girls that he would burn them alive for such claims. Liu Qin did not want to listen to these arguments and ordered everyone to calm down immediately, adding that they should not waste time on chatter. Lu Jiahao's father was named Lu Tianming, and he was locked up and asked the perpetrators to let his son go and not to harm him. Liu Qin told the man not to worry, that if he cooperated with them, no one would get hurt, and if everything went well, they would have everything sorted out by tomorrow afternoon. The attackers began looking for the key to open the bars and release Lu Jiahao's father, who was supposed to cooperate with them, but they could not find it, so Zhao Shuyu took over. The girl approached the cage and grabbed one side of the bars with her hand and simply tore them out without straining. Zhao Shuyu told Lu Tianming to follow her, and at this time Lu Jiahao began to worry about his father, and Zhao Shudok made sure that the boy did not escape from the cage. Liu Qin turned around and told Zhao Shudok that they would take care of some things and return for lunch, and that the girl should make sure that the psionics from the association did not suddenly come to the place. Zhao Shudok didn't want to be left alone with Lu Jiahao and just sit there, because she wanted to join the team of intruders and go with them. Zhao Shuyu immediately went to the girl to calm her down and said that only she could look after their prisoner. Zhao Shudok did not want to stay because it was very boring, but Zhao Shuyu said that she was sure that the girl would be able to find something interesting. Lu Jiahao was being held by two intruders while he was trying to stop them in order to return his father because he realized that he was in great danger. Zhao Shudok decided not to be upset and find a way to have fun while waiting for her friends. The girl immediately told all the criminals who remained to watch over Lu Jiahao that she was now in charge and they had to obey her. Zhao Shudok ordered to bring a boy with his hair combed back to her, referring to Lu Jiahao. She began to tell this boy that his father knew from the very beginning that they would not survive. It made Lu Jiahao very angry, because he simply could not do anything, but he really wanted to protect his father. The girl continued to say that Lu Tianming had agreed to cooperate with them, only to save Lu Jiahao's life, which is why she would not touch him for now. After that, Zhao Shudok cut the rope that tied Lu Jiahao's hands. The girl said that the boy could run and call the police to rescue him, and that was the only chance for Lu Jiahao's salvation. She added that the guy would not survive if the attackers managed to catch up with him. Zhao Shudok started counting, and Lu Jiahao realized that he had to run away as fast as possible while he had the chance. The girl was very happy because she had found a way to entertain herself by releasing Lu Jiahao, only to catch up with him and destroy him. The image of his father asking him for forgiveness for everything for the last time could not leave Lu Jiahao's mind. All the criminals in the room were very happy to have the opportunity to play catch-up. Lu Tianming did everything he could to save his son, and he did not care about his own life at that moment. Lu Jiahao was thinking that he had to save his father, and suddenly one of the attackers tripped him up and the young man fell to the floor. The boy asked the attackers to move away and let him try to save his father, but they were not interested, and just wanted to have fun mocking the young man. But suddenly Ling Luan was inside the building and was able to save his friend. The boy used his abilities to attack a man who was trying to harm Lu Jiahao. As a result, the attacker lost his leg and Ling Luan was able to avoid his friend getting hurt. When the attackers saw the young man, they were shocked because they did not expect someone to break into the building and fight against them. Lu Jiahao was about to say goodbye to his life when he suddenly saw Ling Luan. Ling Luan leaned over to his friend and helped him to his feet. After that, the guy looked carefully at all the attackers and told them not to even touch Lu Jiahao. Lu Jiahao could not believe that he was seeing Ling Luan next to him. He immediately started asking his friend what he was doing in this place and how he found it. Ling Luan said that he went to the young man's home and found the building manager dead, and then followed the killer, after which he apologized to Lu Jiahao for showing up so late. When Lu Jiahao heard this, he began to scold Ling Luan that he shouldn't have come here, and that he should have just called the police because these criminals were much stronger than them and they couldn't handle them alone. While the guys were talking to each other, the attackers gathered and Zhao Shudok started talking about how this situation was very touching. But the problem was that Ling Luan's operation to save her friend was doomed because she felt that his spiritual energy had only recently awakened and he was not that strong. Lu Jiahao agreed with Zhao Shudok because he realized that he and Ling Luan could not defeat all these criminals, so he told the young man to run away and not to think about him. Ling Luan told his friend that he already understood this, which is why he had a plan. The young man hit Lu Jiahao and the boy fell to the floor, unable to get up. This act of Ling Luan surprised the criminals, and they did not know what to expect from the young man. Ling Luan knew that the path to becoming a psionicist would be very difficult and dangerous, which is why he had been accumulating his points all along to be able to take the right people prisoner. One of the criminals decided that he could not let the boys go and started attacking Ling Luan. The guy received a blow to the face and was in no hurry to respond in kind, because he needed to check whether his opponents were strong, and it turned out that they were weaker than him. Ling Luan told the attackers to attack him together because he had very little time and wanted to capture them all as quickly as possible. The criminals were not very smart, and after the boy's words, they started running together to attack him and eventually kill him. Ling Luan was very happy that his plan worked, and the criminals did not even suspect that they would soon be obeying the guy. They desperately tried to beat Ling Luan, but the young man was more skillful than they were, and the number of prisoners was increasing with every second. Zhao Shudok saw her friends attacking Ling Luan and started shouting at them not to take his life like that, because she also wanted to have fun. But at some point she noticed that her friends had stopped and were standing around Ling Luan with their heads down. The girl did not understand what was happening, and asked the perpetrators why they stopped, thinking that they would finish the young man. Ling Luan left the circle of intruders and analysed Zhao Shudok's strength, and the girl turned out to be the strongest of all those present in the building. Zhao Shudok thought that her friends did not take Ling Luan's life just so that she could do it. At that moment, Ling Luan looked at the girl and ordered his prisoners to go after her. The men did everything Ling Luan ordered them to do, and in a few seconds Zhao Shudok was on the floor. Ling Luan immediately began to attack the girl because he realized that he had to take her prisoner. The girl did not understand what was happening, because she was sure that her attack was successful and the shadow cats had clearly hit the guy. Ling Luan looked at her and said that it was true, except that he had already copied the solidification ability of one of her friends, and it was she who had protected the young man. Zhao Shudok could not understand how the boy managed to copy the ability of others, and even if it was true, the boy's strength was not enough to stop the shadow cat. Ling Luan smiled and said that he had already taken care of it and raised his level in advance with the help of points. The young man added that the girl had already used up her spiritual energy and would not be able to fight him anymore, which meant that he had won. Zhao Shudok began to recall her past, how she and her sister stood on the roof and said that from that day on, they would never tolerate insults towards them again. The girls dreamed that they would become strong psionics, and her sister Zhao Shuyu said that they could defeat anyone. Zhao Shudok believed her words because she considered her sister to be the person she could trust at. The girl realized that right at that moment she could lose her life and begged Ling Luan not to kill her. Zhao Shudok cried and said that she and her sister had to fulfill their plan, and that she would feel very bad without her. Ling Luan looked at the girl and asked why she thought he should take her life, adding that he was just teaching her a lesson, that's all. The guy captured the girl, and Zhao Shudok began to show great sympathy for the guy. Ling Luan realized that they had very little time, so he ordered everyone to go after the criminals who had kidnapped Lu Tianming. Suddenly, Lu Jiahao came to his senses and began to beat the criminals who were already under Ling Luan's control. Lu Jiahao immediately began to ask his friend what was going on here, because he did not understand where they were going and why the criminals were not touching the boy. Without waiting for an answer, Lu Jiahao decided that Ling Luan had also been captured, because after the blow, the boy did not remember anything. Ling Luan realized that his friend didn't remember who hit him, so I didn't tell Lu Jiahao anything. Lu Jiahao told his friend that they should follow the old plan and that he would detain the criminals and Ling Luan should escape. Ling Luan hesitantly began to reassure his friend and say that the situation had changed a bit and that these men were no longer criminals. Lu Jiahao did not understand what was happening and how it happened that they were all in on it together. Ling Luan began to explain that when the young man was unconscious, he explained the basic values of socialism to the thieves, and this convinced them that they were on the right path and wanted to reform. The criminals immediately began to say as one that they admitted their guilt and wanted to apologize to Lu Jiahao. Zhao Shudok also confirmed the words of the thieves and apologized to Lu Jiahao like everyone else. Ling Luan convinced his friend that everything was as he said, but Lu Jiahao did not really believe him. Lu Jiahao understood that he should trust Ling Luan because he needed to save his father, and he began to ask where the road in the dungeon led and how they found it. Zhao Shudok replied that she only knew what her sister told her about and was never interested in anything else. Ling Luan said that it was necessary to catch up with the thieves as soon as possible, because the more time Lu Tianming spent with them, the higher the risk to his life. The boy also told his friend that he had informed Gu Yunxiao and that the teacher should send reinforcements to them. Even though Ling Luan was sure that he alone could defeat the 3 criminals who kidnapped Lu Tianming, Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan and their prisoners walked through the cave for a very long time, and it felt like it would never end. Lu Jiahao realized that it was already morning and the exam had begun, so he began to apologize to Ling Luan that he would not be able to become a psionicist because of him. But Ling Luan immediately told his friend that he had already told him that he did not really want to become one, but Lu Jiahao had been preparing for this exam for several years. The guy sighed because he really wanted to become a psychiatrist and it was his lifelong dream. At this time, the final test of the exam was about to begin, and all the participants were gathering to review the rules. Chen Daoji, Zhuang Liushi and Lin Si were very worried that Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao had been away since the evening, and if they didn't make it before the gates closed, the boys would be disqualified. Fu Guang was very angry that the boys were still missing, and thought that they were just afraid to come to the exam, and thought that he had to find them in order to take revenge. Wang Jie, the head of the administration of the Northern District, took the stage with a microphone and once again told the candidates to reread the rules. Within 4 hours, the participants had to get to the tower in the centre of the park, and the surveillance department had to supervise the exam. The security department, headed by Gu Yunxiao, also participated. The presidium, headed by Wang Jie, was also ready for the exam, after which it would be known which of the candidates would be able to become a psionicist. The command to start the exam sounded, and all the participants saw the gates to the park opening in front of them, through which they had to go. Fu Guang was preparing for the test because he really wanted to prove that he was the strongest. The boys' friends were still worried that Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao had not yet arrived for the exam. But no one was going to wait for anyone, and the exam was to begin at exactly the time it was scheduled. Shilili and Yang Mun looked closely at the screen with all the exam participants on it and couldn't find Ling Luan. At this time, Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan were talking about how now was not the time to think about the exam, because they needed to save Lu Tianming as soon as possible. Suddenly, Ling Luan sent 2 prisoners to find people and somehow hurt them to make them dislike him and thus earn him points. Then Ling Luan turned to everyone else and said that they needed to pick up the pace, but first they should develop a plan. They all sat down in a circle and the guy started explaining what exactly and who should do. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them, who confronted the manager of Hao's building and said that he felt that he and his friends were being followed by someone. Zhao Shudok immediately recognized the man as Qi Kui, who had gotten rid of the manager of Hao's house. Qi Kui was immediately surprised to see his friends in the dungeon, because he did not understand what they were doing here because they were ordered to wait in the building. Zhao Shudok replied that she was very bored watching Lu Jiahao and wanted to go to her sister because she would have more fun with her. Qi Kui said that he would not object to the girl, but if she got in trouble, he would be useless. Ling Luan was glad that the man did not suspect anything and they could go on. The girl began to ask her husband where they were going to in order to understand what dangers might lie in wait for them. Qi Kui turned around and replied with a smile on his face that they were going to look for treasure. Ling Luan immediately began to think about what kind of treasures the man was talking about, because he had heard that this park might contain minerals with extraordinary power. The young man began to ask Lu Jiahao if he knew why the thieves had captured his father. The guy replied that Lu Tianming was engaged in land development and therefore was well acquainted with the area and most likely the thieves wanted to find minerals, but Lu Jiahao was not sure that they were there at all. Ling Luan stopped and began to think about where the criminals might be headed, and suddenly he thought he had guessed what was going on, because this year the exam was held in the park and the organisers had prepared a lot of hidden medicines to keep the candidates healthy. The exam was closely watched by observers, and just 10 minutes after the start of the exam, 2 candidates managed to pass the first obstacle. 3 more candidates managed to set a new record because this year's participants were very strong. When Lu Jiahao heard Ling Luan's suggestion, he could not believe that the thieves would dare to go to the place where the exam was taking place because the exam was closely monitored and the students were concerned about their safety. The guy said that for the criminals it was like signing a death warrant because this year a group led by Gu Yunxiao was responsible for security. Gu Yunxiao was on guard duty and closely watched every step of the exam participants and said that everything was going well so far but that they could not lose their vigilance. Suddenly, some unknown person in a hood appeared near the man and it was impossible to see his face. Gu Yunxiao immediately noticed something strange and turned around to check if this unknown man was a threat. This man was not alone, and immediately after him 2 more appeared. They came up and began to call out to Gu Yunxiao. Then, without hesitation, they began to attack the security team. Gu Yunxiao did not understand who these people were and why they appeared in this place right now, and he guessed that absolutely everyone inside and the participants of the exam could be in danger. A powerful explosion occurred in the tower in the middle of the park after the attackers struck. It was hard not to hear the sound of the explosion and all the guards started running to check what had happened. When they opened the door, they saw their colleagues being thrown back by the blast wave. While the smoke had not yet cleared, he could see the silhouette of a man in a hood, and the man began to talk about the kidnapping. Wang Ji, the head of the administration of the Northern District, immediately began to ask who this man was and why he had come here at all, and where Gu Yunxiao's team had gone. The man smiled and replied that Gu Yunxiao and his men had already been defeated and would not be able to help anyone. The whole team, led by Gu Yunxiao, was unable to resist the criminals because the explosion was very powerful and they were all unconscious. At the gathering point of the district security unit, they immediately began to contact their colleagues and ask what the situation was in the center of the tower. But no one could answer because the criminal was closely watching everyone present. Suddenly, the attacker ordered the head of the administration, Wang Jie, to answer the radio and say that the students and security guards needed to surround the premises. Wang Ji picked up the radio and told the guards that everything was fine and nothing unusual was happening, and ordered them to take their positions. The attacker said that Wang Jie was worthy of being a district governor because he cared more about his own safety than about the exam. At that moment, Shillelagh disguised herself and her teacher Youngman ordered her to leave. Wang Ji began to ask the intruders who they were and what they were going to do in this place. Suddenly, one of the criminals began to ask Wang Jie if he remembered the case when the city was destroyed 8 years ago. The man began to say that before this incident, the Association of Extraordinary Strength existed only in the northern region, not as it is now, scattering its branches around the world, and that is why 1,375 people died then. After this incident, the association began to gain strength and turned into an industry giant, and with it, Wang Jie became the head of the northern district, and the criminal wondered whether everything in this story was really so clear-cut. Liu Qin contacted his partners who were in the tower and informed them that he was already there, and, having received permission, said that they were starting to implement their plan. Lu Tianming could not refuse to help the criminals because the life of his son Lu Jiahao was at stake. The man began to say that he had led the thieves to where they asked him to go and that the park was right above them, and then asked to let him and his son go as agreed. But suddenly Chi Kui appeared behind them with all the others he had met, and Liu Qin began to ask him if he was okay. Lu Jiahao could not stand the tension and began to call his father, and Ling Luan tried to calm him down because the boy began to act differently from their plan. Suddenly Zhao Shuyu started yelling and cursing at Zhao Shudok and talking about what she had told her sister not to do. Liu Qin calmed down and said that if they had come, let everything remain as it was, because there was no time to change the plan. He added that otherwise he would have had to walk a long way to replenish his energy. After that, a mouth appeared on Liu Qin's hand and bit into the face of one of the criminals. Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan were shocked to see what they saw because they realized that the same fate could be waiting for them. The thief's body turned into a mummy, just like the one Ling Luan had already seen in Hao's house. Liu Qin threw the criminal's body on the floor and said that he was still hungry. Liu Qin looked at Lu Tianming and said that since the man had already completed his mission, he could leave, and stretching out his hand with a mouth to the man, he added that everything was as they had agreed. Lu Jiahao realized that his father was about to be deprived of his life, and so he could not stand by. The guy ran up to Liu Qin and hit him in the face, preventing him from doing what he had planned. Lu Tianming could not believe that he was seeing his son in front of him, and Lu Jiahao apologized to his father. Ling Luan realized that this was a very dangerous moment and began to shout to his captives why they were standing. After that, he ordered everyone to attack the attackers together, and the policeman could not refuse Ling Luan. The main target for everyone was Liu Qin, and Zhao Shudok said that we should all attack together. Lu Tianming asked his son why he had gone, knowing that it was very dangerous and they were unlikely to get out alive. Ling Luan approached Lu Jiahao and Lu Tianming and told them that they needed to leave quickly. Liu Qin couldn't understand why his own people were attacking him, because what could have happened to suddenly change their minds? Liu Qin began to use his power and take away the life energy of everyone around him. Zhao Shudok wanted to strike Liu Qin, but her sister Zhao Shuyu restrained her because she realized that she would not be able to resist the man alone. Ling Luan said that the thieves had targeted the gathering place for exam participants and needed to urgently inform the people in the central tower. At this time, the head of the northern district, Wang Jie, was talking to the thieves and asked what they were looking for, and the man was told that they wanted to capture all the exam participants. At this time, all the psionic candidates noticed that something strange was happening. After all, a bunch of bats and rats started running somewhere. Fu Guang did not understand what was happening because this stage had already been passed and no one told the participants that they would have to face bats and rats again. The examinees realized that this invasion was very powerful and they would not be able to fight off all of them. The rats and bats were controlled by Zhao Shuyu, who had the spirit of a chaos beast and said that everything worked out and all the participants of the exam were surrounded. The security guards were ordered not to leave their posts without a good reason. At that time, Shillelagh tried to call at least someone from the security service, but their line was constantly busy. Zhuan Liu, Shichen Daoji and Lin Si desperately tried to escape from the bats and rats as they approached the tower. Suddenly, the girl stumbled and fell, and everyone knew that if the creatures managed to catch up with her, Zhuang Liu Shi would not be able to survive. Unexpectedly, Fu Guang appeared and saved her from the invasion. The girl was surprised because she did not expect Fu Guang to come to her aid. The guy started shouting for Zhuan Liushi to get up quickly because he would not last long on his own. Together, they tried to protect themselves from the creature's attack, and it was an extremely difficult test. Suddenly, the Shadow Cats appeared, led by Zhao Shudok. The Shadow Cats began to attack the bats and thus save the students who were taking the exam. Zhuang Liushi and Fu Guang did not understand what was happening because they had already said goodbye to their lives. When the danger was over, they saw Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao who had rescued them. Ling Luan immediately shouted to his friends that this was no place for talk and that they should leave immediately. The guy pointed to the underground passage where the intruders were going and there was no one there, so it was possible to escape through it, but Fu Guang was worried about what to do with the exam. Lu Jiahao said that now was not the time to worry about such a trifle as an exam, and asked Fu Guang if he would go with them. The bats and rats kept attacking and all the examinees tried to fight them off. One guy was shouting that they were just rats and bats and that there was no need to be afraid of them because together they could just kill them. Suddenly, Chi Kui appeared and was struck their man. He said that people like him always make a lot of noise and they don't need a guy like him because he will cause them problems. The man aimed to kill everyone who could otherwise interfere with the implementation of their plan. At the entrance to the central tower, the guards suddenly heard a knock on the door and a voice shouting to open it. It was Shi Lili who came out and told the security team that they had an emergency and that the tower had been taken over by intruders. All the examinees were quickly approaching the central tower, and Liu Qin informed his commander that everyone had arrived and the operation could begin. The man was in the office with Wang Jie Yang Mun and Chao Changlin and was happy that everything was going like clockwork. The criminal turned to Yang Mun and said that he knew that he, like other workers of the Emergency Force Association, knew the other side of the fall of the city. And the man knew perfectly well that on that day 8 years ago, the association had deliberately arrived late. The attacker was angry because the association's leadership had done everything deliberately to provoke the public and get the status they wanted. The entire history of the association was also told to the examinees, saying that the organization was rotten from the very beginning, and that is why the attackers wanted to pull out these weeds by the roots. Yang Moon was most concerned about the students and tried to understand what the thieves wanted to do with the children. When he received no response, the commander ordered Liu Qin that it was time to start the operation. Suddenly, the ground under the students' feet began to move as if an earthquake had begun. After that, a giant worm came out of the ground, looking more like a caterpillar with a giant mouth. All the students were very frightened, and the leadership of the association did not know what to do to save the children. Liu Qin smiled and said that his worm was an obedient baby and he had eaten to his heart's content and assumed that the monster had managed to find a warehouse with reagents. At this point, the commander of the thieves began to ask Wang Jie if he recognized the worm, as it took a lot of effort to fatten it up to this size. The criminal said that the worm releases a mist-like strand, and when inhaled, it has an intoxicating effect on powerful psionics, which is unlikely to affect powerful psionics, but for beginners it is what they need. Yang Moon was very worried about the students and asked the perpetrator if he even realized what he was doing because they were just children. The thief began to say that a revolution was about to come, and that young people had been participating in them since ancient times. Yang Moon tried to restrain the man and told him to get out of here because the military guard would arrive very soon. The offender said that he had noticed his assistant Shillelagh leave and reported everything to the guards. but they still wouldn't have enough time to arrive in time because the operation had already begun. The commander of the thieves ordered Liu Qin to begin, and the giant worm began to release a mist-like strand. During inhalation, all the students had difficulty breathing, and at this point changes began when the young psionics went over to the side of the criminals. Suddenly, the worm stopped and Liu Qin could not understand what was going on because he was sure that the creature had eaten enough of the reagent. At some point, everyone began to notice that the worm was feeling sick, as if it was in pain. Suddenly, Liu Qin heard a voice saying that he could not do this anymore because it was just disgusting, and the man was surprised because he did not know that his worm could talk. Half an hour earlier, when Ling Luan and his friends were trying to reach the underground passage, they noticed something unusual. Ling Luan tried to understand what was happening because he felt that something very bad could happen. The young man did not want to risk his life or his friends, so he lied about going to the toilet and told his friends not to wait for him and to continue walking to the dungeon. At the same time, he went to the side where all the students who were taking the exam were supposed to gather. Lu Jiahao decided not to stop Ling Luan and told his father that they should go and Ling Luan would know what to do. Ling Luan approached the place where all the students were gathered and saw them surrounded, thinking that if he burst in with the number of points he had, he would not be able to do anything. The boy urgently needed to earn more points and suddenly felt waves of spiritual power and assumed that it could be the reagents that the association had prepared for the students. Following his senses, Ling Luan saw a giant worm half sticking out of the ground. The guy was shocked by what he saw because he did not expect to meet such a vile creature in the park. Looking closely at the worm, the young man thought that this monster was most likely not a threat. But he was wrong, and the worm immediately opened its giant mouth to eat Ling Luan. The guy did not know what to do next because he had no time to escape, yet Ling Luan could not just give up and lose his life to the worm's attack. The boy understood that this worm most likely belonged to the intruders, but the fact that this monster was so huge scared the young man a little. Unexpectedly for Ling Luan, the worm stopped attacking him and simply disappeared underground. But the monster had a goal to eat the boy, and once underground, it crawled to the place where Ling Luan was standing and attacked from below. Thus, the guy found himself in the belly of the worm and tried to figure out what to do next, and Ling Luan thought that he was very lucky to have defense among his copied abilities, but he didn't know how long this skill would last. The young man wanted to use another of his abilities right now and slice open the worm's belly, but he thought that if the monster really belonged to the intruders, he could wait until the worm was near them. Ling Luan endured with the last of his strength and suddenly heard some voices that sounded like his classmates. Just as the worm began to release a mist-like strand, Ling Luan could no longer bear to be in the monster's belly and ripped open its stomach. A giant hole formed in the worm's belly through which Ling Luan got out. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw because for everyone it was a chance for salvation. The commander of the thieves did not understand how this could have happened at all, because all hope was on Liu Qin and his worm. After getting out of the monster's belly, Ling Luan thought that he had to do something immediately to save everyone. The commander contacted Liu Qin and shouted, asking what the guy was doing inside the worm and ordered him to grab it. Liu Qin was very worried about his monster and tried to cure it by patching the hole. Zhao Shuyu received an order from the commander and was ready to capture Ling Luan without letting him escape. But her sister, Zhao Shudok, was on the boyfriend's side and wanted to prevent her from keeping Ling Luan alive. She told her sister that the girl should not touch Ling Luan, and that Zhao Shuyu should not understand what was happening with Zhao Shudok. Shikui also did not understand what had happened and asked why no one was catching the guy, so he decided to do it himself. At this time, the commander of the thieves asked Liu Qin how long it would take him to cure the worm. Liu Qin immediately replied that he needed 10 minutes because his wound was quite severe. The commander of the thieves realized that the soldiers from the association would be there very soon and ordered his men to delay them in order to gain time. Yang Mun watched everything on the screens and was glad that Ling Luan had appeared because he had noticed this young man the first time he saw him. Ling Luan tried to escape and noticed that he was being chased by Qi Kui, who was in charge of the fire, and this man was the only one to be wary of. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice in his head. It was Yang Mun's voice, and he said that he was Shi Lili's mentor, and that his ability would help them communicate telepathically. Ling Luan was shocked and glad that it was Shi Lili's mentor because it must mean that the man was a good person. Yang Moon said that help would arrive in 15 minutes and asked Ling Luan if he could detain the attackers for that time, and the young man was sure that he would succeed. Shikui was very angry because he could not catch up with Ling Luan because his speed was so fast, so the man decided to attack the boy from afar by controlling the flames. The fire surrounded Ling Luan and he could not easily escape the trap. Shi Kui shouted to the young man that his flame ignites and extinguishes only at his will, so the boy will not be able to get out of here. Ling Luan began to talk about how he was still just a beginner and an ordinary student, and asked Qi Kui to forgive him. But the man realized that the boy was up to something and said that usually people like him cause the most trouble. Shi Kui began to attack the young man, but Ling Luan used his new defense skills to repel the flames. The boy created a sphere around him to protect him from fire. At that moment, Chi-Chi realized that the young man was quite smart because he had figured out how to defend himself by combining two skills. Ling Luan realized that if Chi Kui hit at full strength, his field would not withstand the difference in levels, and he didn't have enough points or bite the man. The problem was that the Cheki did not stop and continued to attack the guy over and over again. Ling Luan thought that it would be very painful if he did get hit by the man. Suddenly, a shadowy cat appeared behind Chi Kui to restrain the man, but he was strong enough that such an attack could not stop him from his goal of destroying Ling Luan. While Chi Kui was distracted by the shadow cat, Ling Luan managed to dodge the man's powerful attack. Chi Kui realized that the ability to control the shadow cat was Zhao Shudok's skill, which was able to deceive him from the very beginning and lead Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao outside. The man received a message from his commander not to stay long because the guy was just stalling. Shi Kui noticed that the boy wanted to hide in the treetops and started striking upwards, burning everything around him. But Ling Luan acted smartly and began to distract the man with shadow cats, which he attacked instead of the boy. Ling Luan realized that the man's physical abilities were stronger than his mental ones, and the young man easily managed to get behind Chi Kui. The guy shouted that he planned not only to stall for time, but also to defeat the attacker. Ling Luan threw a powerful punch that Chi Kui could not dodge. The man was very angry because the guy managed to deceive him and take advantage of the moment. Chi Kui turned around and pushed Ling Luan away so that he flew far back. At this point, Ling Luan began to hear Yang Mong again, saying that it was too early for him to think that he could beat Chi Kui and that it was more important to buy time, and his mentor advised him to use his strength. The boy still did not have enough points to capture the man, and he tried his best to dodge every Chi Kui's attack. Ling Luan noticed that the number of points needed to capture Chi Kui had decreased, because it depended on how much the enemy's strength was decreasing, and the young man just needed to reduce it a little more. Yang Moon was happy because the guy was working very hard to win, relying only on his skills, and could win more time than he needed. At this time, Liu Qin had completed the restoration of his worm and was happy to be able to continue his student's hobby. Shillelagh and her guards were approaching the tower very quickly to change the situation they were in, but suddenly hooded intruders appeared on their way and did not allow them to go further. The students panicked again when they saw that the worm had recovered. Liu Qin smiled and said that it was all his inattention, and from now on, the man would guard his monster more closely, adding that in 5 minutes they would all be under his control. Yang Moon was upset because he realized that they hadn't made it in time, and now it would be impossible to save the students. Ling Luan had very little strength to dodge Chi Kui's powerful attacks and had fewer and fewer chances of survival. At this time, Liu Qin ordered his worm to begin, but something strange was happening to the monster. The man saw that there was still someone in the worm's belly, and that someone was a shadow cat. Ling Luan waited for this time, and ordered the shadow cat griffin to explode. It was the second time the worm's belly was torn, and this time the hole was bigger and it is unlikely to be repaired quickly. Liu Qin was going crazy with anger, because he had just completed the treatment of his monster and it was all in vain. Yang Mun saw everything that was happening and was very happy, because Ling Luan was so smart that he left his assistant in the worm's belly while he was still inside. He was trying to dodge the fire, and at the same time leading his own operation to rescue the students. Chao Chenglin watched closely as Ling Luan fought his opponents, but the young man's strength ran out because it was quite difficult to resist an opponent of a much higher level. Shi Chi Kui laughed and said that he should give up because he would not have enough strength to defeat him anyway, and it was at this point that the number of points needed to capture Chi Kui decreased, and Ling Luan could do it, and the guy started to act. The young man began to approach Chi Kui very quickly, and the man thought that something was wrong with this boy, because his instinct for self-preservation was not working at all. But suddenly an obstacle appeared on Ling Luan's path that he could not overcome. The guy was strongly pushed back, preventing him from attacking Chi Kui. The man was looking closely at who had prevented him from killing Ling Luan. It was the commander of the thieves, and Chi Kui started talking about how he had to deal with this guy himself. Ling Luan was sitting on the ground and could not immediately get up because he felt something rather strange. The commander of the thieves began to ask the young man if he realized how badly he'd ruined their plan. At this point, Ling Luan looked at the man carefully and told him to stop, calling the commander of the criminals teacher Gu Yun Xiao. The commander of the thieves looked at Ling Luan and was surprised to hear that the boy called him Gu Yun Xiao. Ling Luan went on to say that he did not tell Lu Jiahao and the others that the killer was their teacher. He added that he did not do it because his friends would not have been able to bear to hear the truth. After that, the commander of the thieves began to say that he did not even know who Gu Yun Xiao was. Ling Luan immediately said that he himself did not want to believe that his teacher was a thief, and everything pointed to Gu Yun Xiao being the criminal. The boy said that their teacher had specially come to their school ahead of time, even though there were not many students to train, and for a person of Gu Yun Xiao's level it was strange. After that, Liu Qin and the other perpetrators kidnapped Hao's father, knowing when he was not at work, and entered the exam site unhindered, which means that someone must have told them about it. And besides, Ling Luan immediately informed Gu Yunxiao when he learned about the criminal. But the help never arrived. The guy looked closely at the man in the hood and said that he was the commander of the security unit, Gu Yunxiao. The commander of the thieves smiled and said that the young man had made a great logical chain and was quite smart. After that, the man looked up and said that Gu Yunxiao was already dead. But Ling Luan didn't believe a word of it and simply said to Lala to show herself. The cat immediately peeked out from under the clothes of the criminal commander. The man looked at his assistant and did not understand why she had listened to Ling Luan. But Lala was captured by Ling Luan from the very first day when Gu Yunxiao met her students. The commander of the criminals realized that there was no point in hiding his face anymore and decided to take off his hood. It was indeed Gu Yunxiao, and he immediately began to ask Ling Luan when exactly he began to suspect him. At this time, the backup, led by Shillili, tried to restrain the criminals and get to the central tower. They attacked the thieves over and over again, but could not radically change the situation. The criminals were surprised because they were facing the 6th group of the Investigation Association, and it was the unit led by Gu Yunxiao. The attackers wanted to take revenge for the fact that 8 years ago they did nothing to ensure the city's survival. Ling Luan insisted on his point and asked teacher Gu Yunxiao to stop before it was too late. Gu Yunxiao told the boy that he knew nothing, and now they were here to do justice. The man added that on that day, 8 years ago, each of them lost their relatives. He said that all these years he had been training to destroy those responsible for what happened, those who enjoyed life and went unpunished. Gu Yunxiao was the same age as Ling Luan, and he had just come from a mock exam for the psionics and was pleased with his scores because they were all excellent except for strength. His sister, whose name was Gu Yunming, also took this exam, but when her parents asked about her success, she said that she had lost her certificate. The parents guessed that the girl's grades were not very good. Gu Yunxiao said that although he and Gu Yunming were twins, there was a big difference between them. After that, Gu Yunxiao's mother started a conversation with him about how he could become a psionicist, but he needed to raise his power level, which required a mineral, but it was very expensive. Upon learning this, Gu Yunming told her mother that she would quit her studies because she still did not have very good grades and wanted to get a job as soon as possible to help her brother become a psychiatrist. Gu Yunming took on completely different jobs. She worked at a garbage dump, and when she returned home, her brother, instead of supporting the girl, shouted that she smelled very bad. She also worked as a dishwasher to earn some money, but Gu Yunxiao constantly reproached his sister for not having time to even prepare breakfast. Gu Yunming even got a job as a deliveryman because it paid a little more and she had to deliver parcels in any weather. But every morning Gu Yunxiao would yell at his sister that she was just a lazy person because she slept so long. It was very difficult for her because it was impossible to find a good and prestigious job without education. One day, Gu Yunxiao came home and told us the great news that he had been accepted to the psychology program, and his mother and sister were very happy for him. The boy bragged to his sister and said that now it was clear who was the best, but Gu Yunming disagreed and said that the boy was lucky because she simply did not show up for the exam. The news that Gu Yunxiao had managed to get into psychology very quickly spread around the city, and all his friends came to congratulate him on such a good result. It was at this time that the city where Gu Yunxiao and his family lived was destroyed. The boy was at school that day, and when he learned about the tragedy, he rushed home as soon as possible to make sure that his mother and sister were alive. He ran to his house, but there were only ruins and he desperately tried to find someone alive. But it was in vain, and after a while Gu Yunxiao found his sister's body. He still hoped that she had survived, and hoped that she would be able to recover, but it was not the case. Gu Yunxiao saw that the girl was holding a piece of paper in her hand and decided to pick it up to see what it said. Gu Yunming had her certificate from the trial exam in her hand, and after reading it, the young man realized that she would have definitely entered the psychology program, but she left it for him. The pain tore him apart from the inside because, in one moment, he lost everyone he loved so much. He sat over his sister's body and cried very hard, realizing that she had always done everything for him. 2 years after joining the association, Gu Yunxiao accidentally stumbled upon the truth about what happened in the city. The guy found a folder in the archive that described what really happened and why the city was destroyed, and that the psionics of the association were ordered to do nothing temporarily. And when Gu Yunxiao felt that he could take revenge for every dead citizen of the city on those whose hands were covered in blood, he began to act. Ling Luan asked if his teacher had told him that he wanted to change the association for the better. Gu Yunxiao took out his magic brush and began to create an ink cage around Ling Luan. The guy stood there like a stone and could not move because the cage seemed to sprout from the ground. After a while, each part of it united with each other, and Ling Luan could not stop Gu Yunxiao from completing what he had planned. Gu Yunxiao told the boy to sit here and not try to disturb him. The man told Qikui to go with him and help Liu Jin deal with the reinforcements and buy time. Qikui thought that Ling Luan had just tried his best to strike, and now he was motionless, and it was the perfect moment to deal with him. But Gu Yunxiao could not allow this, and once again ordered Qikui not to delay and to rush to the aid of his friends. Ling Luan found himself alone and tried to break the bars, but realized that there was no point in doing so because this cage was designed so that no one could get out of it even with the help of his powers. Suddenly, Chao Shuyu came up to Ling Luan and was very angry with the young man and asked him what he had done to her sister. Ling Luan realized that sitting in this cage, he would not be able to save his life if the girl started attacking him. The team of criminals continued to resist the reinforcements that arrived at the tower. The guards were not going to retreat, but the thieves offered them to surrender, as they had little chance of winning. But the thieves had less and less strength left and could no longer quickly deal with the help. The guards realized that this was their chance to surround the tower and save the students. But suddenly someone started to attack the guards by surprise, and this force was much stronger than all the thieves who had fought them before. The commander of the guard understood that sooner or later it had to happen, and the commander of the thieves had to come. Gu Yunxiao arrived to stall for time and help his people in the confrontation. The thieves were very happy because they had no strength left, and if it hadn't been for Gu Yunxiao, they would have lost their lives. The commander of the guard warned everyone to be very careful because Gu Yunxiao could not be underestimated. The man got down on the ground and looked at his opponents, knowing that he would have to fight alone. He immediately asked the commander of the guards whether they were ready to die or join the ranks of the attackers. Ling Luan sat in a cage and tried to justify himself to Zhao Shuyu, saying that he had done absolutely nothing to her sister. But the girl didn't want to listen to him, because she saw how much Zhao Shudok was in love with him. As soon as Zhao Shuyu approached the cage with the boyfriend, Zhao Shudok came running and begged her sister not to touch Ling Luan. She said that if Zhao Shuyu took Ling Luan's life, she would do something to herself without hesitation. Zhao Shudok shouted that she belonged to Ling Luan, which made her sister even angrier, and she was ready to attack the guy. The confrontation between Gu Yunxiao and the guards from the association continued, and the man tried to restrain his opponents. He used his brush to tie up each of the association's defenders so that they could not prevent them from taking revenge for the destroyed city. The commander of the guard told Gu Yunxiao that he had made a big mistake when he started the war with the association. Gu Yunxiao turned to the man and told him that he would spare his life only so that he could see the beginning of change with his own eyes. Immediately afterward, Gu Yunxiao contacted Liu Qing and asked if the worm, whose name was Hell, had been restored to health, and the man replied that this time everything should be without surprises. The operation was started again, and the hellworm began to release a mist-like strand, forcing the students to go over to the side of the thieves. Yang Moon watched everything from its window and did not know how to stop the criminal. He told Chao Chenlin that he could not believe that they could only watch all the students being taken over by thieves, and added that at such moments he hated that he could not fight alone. The man was very upset and thought that now there was only a clone of the girl in this office, who could exchange information with others to call for help. Chao's clone, Chenlin, stood next to her husband and looked at him carefully so as not to miss anything important. And after he said that, she told him that all the information had been transmitted and that help was coming soon. The girl added that the only possibility of reinforcement now is the Red Shell unit, and asked whether it would be a good or bad decision to join them. At this time, Liu Qin informed Gu Yunxiao that all the students were under control and that they could prepare to remove the siege. Yang Moon wondered if he should call in the Red Carapace for help, but he realized that there was still a chance to save and restore the students, but if they were taken away, no one else would be able to help them. And so the man decided that he had to use this opportunity despite the fact that there might be victims. Clone Chao Changlin replied that she fully agreed with Yang Mun, and she had already requested the transfer of this unit and they were about to arrive. Suddenly, Gu Yunxiao felt some kind of pressure and did not understand where the danger could come from. Ling Luan was desperately trying to hold on because right now Zhao Shudok's sister could have taken him away. But after the first blow, the cage broke and now the guy was in even more danger than before. Zhao Shuyu grabbed the young man because she was very angry that her sister was thinking only of him. The girl told Ling Luan that if he did something bad to his sister, he would not survive. Every authorized organization may face a critical moment, and it is at such a time that it becomes necessary to use secret weapons. For the Association of Extraordinary Power, this weapon was the Red Army, which exists not to fight for justice but for a specific purpose. This time, the goal of the Red Army was to neutralize 12 attackers, 9 former members of the Association's investigation team. Gu Yunxiao realized that the Emergency Force Association had decided to take extreme measures and used a secret weapon. He couldn't believe that Yang Moon had taken this step because there was a great risk to the students. The attackers had very little strength left, but they could not give up and offered to try to defeat the Red Army soldiers together. Gu Yunxiao realized that he could not wait much longer because the danger was very great and he had to protect not only himself but also his people. The man went upstairs and wondered what to do and where to start. Gu Yunxiao told his team that their goal was to bring in the students and only then fight the association. He ordered the criminals to take over the students and follow the planned route. At the same time, he will detain the Red Army soldiers in order to complete his revenge. The Red Army soldiers were surprised that Gu Yunxiao chose this path for himself. Shi Qi could not stand the tension and began to attack the enemy, saying that he would burn them all to ashes. But Gu Yunxiao restrained him, realizing that Qi could not help in this confrontation. The Red Army soldier said that Gu Yunxiao was a worthy opponent, and if he had not helped Qi, he would have been dead because this battle was beyond his abilities. Gu Yunxiao smiled and asked if it was too presumptuous to say so, and the man released his inner energy outward and told the Red Army soldiers that this battle was beyond their abilities. Gu Yunxiao understood perfectly well that no one but he could contain this enemy. The gigantic personification of Gu Yunxiao's inner energy was opposite the soldiers of the Red Army, and everything said that the battle would be life and death. Ling Luan couldn't believe what he was seeing, because he realized that something unpredictable had happened, as Gu Yunxiao began to use his inner energy. Suddenly, Ling Luan remembered that he could communicate with Yang Meng, and asked if he was still here and asked if his teacher was a good or bad person. Yang Moon did not know how to answer and said that this was a difficult question because everyone has their own reasons for doing this or that. And he suggested that Ling Luan tell the whole story about Gu Yunxiao so that the boy could draw his own conclusion. Yang Moon said that Gu Yunxiao was a very gifted child from childhood, but his disadvantage was that he was always surrounded by poverty. While Ling Luan was listening to Gu Yunxiao's story, he began a fierce struggle with the Red Army. The commander of the Red Army knew very well about Gu Yunxiao's abilities and warned his partners to be wary of him, his only weakness being that his attack range was high but weak. He quickly came up with a plan of action and ordered the first unit to take up positions to surround Gu Yunxiao. After that, the Red Army soldiers began to attack Gu Yunxiao from all sides, restraining his movements, but the man did not give up easily, and what the Red Army did was not a big problem for him. Gu Yunxiao raised his hands up, concentrating on his inner energy, and in this way he strengthened it in order to escape from the trap set by the Red Army soldiers. The powerful confrontation continued, and Gu Yunxiao tried with all his might to restrain his opponents. He struck a strong blow, and the Red Army soldiers were unable to hold their positions. The enemy soldiers were instantly thrown back because Gu Yunxiao's attack momentarily made the Red Army soldiers lose the initiative. The Red Army commander said that while a man is attacking, he becomes vulnerable, and ordered the second unit to attack. Gu Yunxiao quickly concentrated and used his defense abilities and managed to avoid this blow. The man immediately contacted Liu Qing and told him to take his students away as soon as possible. Shi Lili was watching everything. She knew that the red troops were fighting to kill and did not understand why Gu Yunxiao was protecting all the students because she thought he had other plans. Ling Luan knew everything about the destroyed city because his mother told him about it, and he felt very sorry for Gu Yunxiao, who lost his entire family. Gu Yunxiao was holding on with his last strength because he simply had no other choice. The captain of the red troops noticed that the man's energy had weakened and ordered to attack him immediately together. The fact that Gu Yunxiao's energy had weakened was noticed not only by the Red Army but also by everyone who was present in the park. Immediately the man's allies came to his aid and began to defend him because they could not just leave him. Gu Yunxiao was very worried about his students and was angry with his men because they did not obey his order to leave. The attackers were not going to retreat because, if it were not for Gu Yunxiao, their uprising would have no meaning, and they all swore on their husband's life that they would stay together to the end. The captain of the red troops felt that their enemy had very little extraordinary strength left and wondered why they did not stop and continue to fight. On the eve of the uprising, Gu Yunxiao emphasized to his men that their goal was to bring in disciples because the enemies were very strong psionics of the association and it was not worth fighting them. Immediately after the clash with the Red Army, the attackers who tried to protect their leader lost their lives one by one. Their extraordinary powers were very low compared to the psionics of the association, and therefore there was simply no chance of survival. Gu Yunxiao could not believe that in one moment he had lost all the people who were his family again. Suddenly, the captain of the Red Army was surprised because he felt a powerful energy and noted that the atmosphere was now more dangerous than before. The pain tore Gu Yunxiao apart from the inside, and he craved revenge much more than before. And at that moment his inner energy changed. It became much stronger and more violent. This energy reached its peak because it was unbearable for Gu Yunxiao to lose his family for the second time. He was ready to deal with everyone who was involved in one way or another in the deaths of all his people. Suddenly Gu Yunxiao heard someone calling him and turned around to see Liu Qin next to him. The man immediately asked what Liu Qin was doing here, since he had ordered him to go with his students. Liu Qin did not answer, but simply raised his hand with a mouth that took all the vital energy from people. He betrayed Gu Yunxiao and attacked him at a time when the man did not expect it. Liu Qin smiled and mockingly apologized to Gu Yunxiao for what he had done. At this time, Ling Luan, Zhao Shudok and Lala were rushing to help Gu Yunxiao. When Ling Luan saw that Gu Yunxiao was wounded by Liu Qin, he could not believe his eyes, because he thought that Liu Qin was one of the main allies of the teacher. Gu Yunxiao looked at Liu Qin and did not understand why his friend had acted so meanly. He pushed Liu Qin away, and at that moment the Red Army troops surrounded him. Liu Qin told Gu Yunxiao that he waited until the man had almost no strength left because his recovery ability was not very good. The Red Army soldiers did not understand what was happening, and one of them asked the commander if Liu Qin was a traitor, and the commander replied that he was just their man. Liu Qin reached into his jacket pocket to let Gu Yunxiao know what was going on. He got a badge that looked like a Red Army uniform. Gu Yunxiao immediately recognized this badge because it was a sign of association, and the man realized that Liu Qin was one of them. Liu Qin smiled and said that he wanted to introduce himself again, saying that his name was Liu Qin and he was a spy for the secret department of the Red Army, and added that he had been following Gu Yunxiao for 2 years. The man asked Gu Yunxiao if he really believed that the association would not notice that something was wrong with him because he was a native of a destroyed city, talented and very stubborn, and always wanted to get justice. The association would never allow such a person to take a high position because it was dangerous. And 2 years ago they found out that the man from the 6th squad was up to something. Gu Yunxiao believed that Liu Qin was a traitor and wanted to deal with him right there and then. But Liu Qin was well aware that Gu Yunxiao would not do anything to him because the man was under the protection of the Red Army and ordered them to kill the man. The Red Army soldiers unquestioningly accepted the order and began to attack Gu Yunxiao. This confrontation was very difficult, but the man could not just give up and let the evil go unpunished. Liu Qin said that he wanted to personally thank Gu Yunxiao because he had treated him well all these years and helped him become stronger. He looked at the man and said that he made a perfect commander. Gu Yunxiao desperately tried to fight off the world of Red Army soldiers who attacked him from all sides. But Liu Qin did not want to watch the confrontation between Gu Yunxiao and the Red Army for long. He began to tell the man that the students he had planned to take with him to raise as rebels and to oppose the association, Liu Qin could still take with him. Still, he wanted to join these students to the Red Army as spies, but the whole world would only know that the criminal Gu Yunxiao and his supporters had kidnapped the children. Gu Yunxiao realized that this was the worst scenario he could think of, because now the students' lives were in real danger. The man knew he had to save the children because he was the one who started it all. He quickly approached Liu Qin and wanted to get rid of him, but Gu Yunxiao had almost no strength left, and Liu Qin took the opportunity to strike a powerful blow, saying that in the state in which Gu Yunxiao was, he would not be able to release his inner energy, and therefore the winner in this battle had already been determined. Liu Qin pushed Gu Yunxiao away, and the man was unable to stay on his feet because his strength was really lacking due to the long confrontation with the Red Army. Gu Yunxiao flew towards the trees, and Liu Qin's punch was so powerful that the man knocked down several trees with his body. Gu Yunxiao fell to the ground and could no longer get up to continue the battle. Seeing everything that happened, Ling Luan rushed to help his teacher. Ling Luan, Zhao Shudok and Lala quickly ran over to Gu Yunxiao to see how they could help him. Liu Qin stood with the red troops nearby and ordered the soldiers to finish off Gu Yunxiao. Ling Luan asked his teacher to be patient a little longer, while he figured out how to restore his health. But Gu Yunxiao thought only of the students who had fallen into Liu Qin's hands and that it was he who had lost them all. In addition, all of his people trying to protect him were also killed, and this made Gu Yunxiao very sad. Ling Luan watched and listened attentively to his teacher and could not think of a way to help him. Gu Yunxiao blamed only himself for what happened because he did not recognize Liu Qin as a traitor until the end. The man could not hold back his tears, because so many terrible things happened in one day that he could not even imagine. Ling Luan could not watch his teacher suffer because he knew that Gu Yunxiao wanted to get justice. The boy told the teacher that he did not entirely approve of his actions, but he was also disgusted by what the association had done. Suddenly Zhao Shudok told the young man that the Red Army was approaching. At this moment, Ling Luan remembered what his teacher looked like when he said that if their world was not perfect, he would make every effort to change it. The Red Army soldiers were very quickly approaching the place where Gu Yunxiao and Ling Luan were. The boy told the teacher that he would help him finish what he had started, and walk his path in his place, and then bit Gu Yunxiao. After that, the young man told Zhao Shudok to find a way to cure the teacher, and the girl realized her task. Ling Luan went to meet the red troops. The enemy commander told his men that this student had heard all their conversation and needed to be removed. But they didn't know about all the boy's abilities, and besides, he could now use Gu Yunxiao's internal energy. Suddenly, Ling Luan's hair color began to change to the same color as Gu Yunxiao's, and the boy said that he would turn the association upside down instead of the teacher. The soldiers of the Red Army could not understand what was happening, because only a moment ago a completely different guy was standing in front of them. Liu Qin, realizing that something had gone wrong, turned around to see what had happened, and what he saw frightened him. The man saw the embodiment of Gu Yunxiao's inner energy, which had changed. He could not believe it because he sincerely believed that Gu Yunxiao was not alive, and Liu Qin did not know how it was possible. At this point, Liu Qin realized that not everything was going as he had planned from the beginning. The man immediately ordered the Red Army to stop the boy because it was impossible to lose this battle, and added that it was not Gu Yunxiao. Ling Luan confidently marched forward to deal a powerful blow to the Red Army and avenge his teacher. He said that Gu Yunxiao had spared them, but he was not so good-natured and no one would survive. The guy's strength was so powerful that Liu Qin was very scared because he did not expect to face someone stronger than himself. Ling Luan's entire attack was aimed at Liu Qin because it was he who betrayed his teacher. Ling Luan learned how to combine his abilities and used his acceleration to very quickly approach Liu Qin and strike him. The man was unable to dodge, and the young man's attack resulted in Liu Qin being almost neutralized. One of the Red Army soldiers immediately ran up to the man and asked him how he was feeling, but Liu Qin did not answer anything because he felt that his strength was decreasing very quickly, and he grabbed the Red Army soldier's hand and began to take all his vital energy. Having gained a little strength, the man realized that it was not Gu Yunxiao, but the guy who constantly interfered with the realization of their plans. Ling Luan did not stop and continued to attack Liu Qin, and the man sincerely did not understand how the young man had the same ability as Gu Yunxiao. The boy wanted to take revenge on Liu Qin for everything he had done and betrayed his teacher. But at some point, Liu Qin grabbed the young man's hand and said that he was not as strong as his teacher, and that Liu Qin's ability was stronger than Ling Luan's. Ling Luan realized that he needed to come up with something urgently and launch another attack, and the guy began to use his basic ability to get rid of Liu Qin. After this attack, the young man Liu Qin lost his arm and could no longer recover his strength to recover. Ling Luan realized that he had more advantages over Liu Qin that the man did not even realize. But suddenly the boy felt that he was in danger and a giant worm appeared next to him. Liu Qin ordered him to take Ling Luan's life, and the monster began to attack the boy. He let loose strands of hair from his mouth, which constrained the young man's movements and made it extremely difficult for him to move. While Ling Luan was distracted by the worm's attack, Liu Qin tried to run as far away as possible to save himself, but the boy was not too afraid of the monster because he had already managed to defeat it once. Ling Luan gathered his strength and dealt a powerful blow to the worm, making it forget about the attacks. But something was wrong, and the young man realized that the worm had been sufficiently saturated with the ability to heal wounds quickly, and now its regeneration had increased several times. The monster began to attack Ling Luan again, binding all parts of his body in such a way that he could not resist. The boy thought that it would be harder than he thought to deal with a spiritual beast of this size, and it would take a long time for the young man to defeat it and for Liu Qin to have time to hide. Ling Luan watched Liu Qin as he tried to escape to save his life. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shudok and Lala came to the boy's rescue and cut the strands that the worm was using to restrain the young man. Ling Luan did not expect to see the girl, because he had asked her to look after Gu Yunxiao's teacher. Zhao Shudok bowed and said that the cat heroine and her pet had already arrived and were ready to help. When Ling Luan saw them, he immediately began to ask where Gu Yunxiao was because he was very worried about him. The girl immediately replied that she was not a doctor and that someone else would take better care of Gu Yunxiao. Shillelagh came to Gu Yunxiao's aid and told Zhao Shudok to go help Ling Luan, and she would take care of the teacher. The boy was surprised that Shillelagh had found them with Gu Yunxiao, and in order not to waste time, Zhao Shudok told him to catch up with Liu Qin while she and Lala dealt with the worm. The girl immediately took on the form of a werewolf and said that no mortal should doubt the cat's heroine and her favourite. Ling Luan did not say anything, and after wishing Zhao Shudok and Lali good luck, he went to fetch Liu Qin. The girl was very happy that she finally had the opportunity to take part in the battle. She was determined to deal with the monster and help her beloved Ling Luan. The worm had his orders and destroyed everything he saw, and he opened his mouth, from which a lot of saliva flowed. And all this saliva started dripping on Zhao Shudok and Lala, but the girl was not the most fearful, and she told her pet not to be afraid because she was there and would cover her in case of emergency. Lala began to act. She instantly took on her fighting form, turning into a giant monster that even Zhao Shudok was afraid of because she had never seen Lala in this form before. The worm immediately began to attack its enemies without waiting for anything. At that time, Lala was dodging the monster's blows, which were quite strong. The cat picked the right moment and started attacking the worm with its claws. But the worm's regeneration worked well enough and it managed to hit Lala, stiffening her movements. Zhao Shudok immediately came to the rescue, saying that no one had the right to insult her favourite. But she did not immediately manage to cut the strands with which the worm was holding Lala, and the girl smiled and said that it was just a distraction and the time for the real attack. The girl began to use her shadow cats, which quickly approached the worm to explode. This time the attack was more than successful, and Zhao Shudok was able to free Lala from the trap, the girl immediately began to say that the worm had a rough and very thick skin and would be difficult to defeat, and ordered Lala to attack quickly. After being hit by the shadow cats, the worm was even more furious than before and wanted to swallow Zhao Shudok. The monster fell to the ground with all its weight and created a wave that threw the girl and her pet away. Lala did not lose her cool and started attacking the worm while she had the chance, and thanks to this blow, the entire body of the monster was damaged, and now the worm did not threaten anyone. Zhao Shudok was very happy and shouted that Lala was very worthy to be called her tutor. With Lala's last attack, the worm was cut into many rings from which many small worms began to form, and now the threat was not one giant tinkerer but many small ones, and besides, smoke appeared everywhere, with the help of which the attackers lured the students to their side. Zhao Shudok immediately began to cover her nose to avoid inhaling the smoke because she did not want to become one of those led by Liu Qin. At this time, Ling Luan, using his abilities, quickly caught up with Liu Qin, who was already wounded. The man obviously did not expect that he would not be able to escape, as he was sure that the worm would be able to cope with the annoying young man. Ling Luan was behind Liu Qin and hurried to strike him before the man could escape. The guy used his inner energy at once, as his opponent was quite strong. This powerful attack was clearly visible from all corners of the huge park where the events unfolded. Liu Qin shouted that the main culprit was Gu Yunxiao, and he was on the side of justice because the man was a secret agent of the association. He shouted to Ling Luan that the young man should find and get rid of Gu Yunxiao, but he didn't fully understand the guy's mood and suddenly saw a shadowy cat explode next to his face. Ling Luan then looked at Liu Qin and said that he had no right to condemn the teacher. The young man said that Gu Yunxiao's family had died, and that if he were in his place, he would not have lasted so many years in his right mind. The guy continued to attack and said that the association was not the main culprit, but it was connected to what happened, and Gu Yunxiao wanted to capture the students just to tell them what the association really was. And Gu Yunxiao remained a decent person to the last, unlike Liu Qin, who used him, and the most terrible thing is that he betrayed Gu Yunxiao. Ling Luan repeatedly ordered his shadow cats to explode, and Liu Qin could not avoid these blows. The guy told the man that he planned to cripple him to death to give him time to think about his behavior. Liu Qin laughed and said that the ability made him immortal, but the young man's strength was already at a minimum, and suddenly he shouted for everyone to come here. Suddenly Ling Luan saw all the examinees start walking toward them, unable to control themselves 100% and looking like zombies. He thought that he had completely forgotten about the students he could have managed under Liu Qin. The man laughed at Ling Luan and said that there were several hundred students here, and asked if the young man had the courage to kill them all. At some point the students began to attack Ling Luan, but the boy was in no hurry to respond to them with an attack. He tried to avoid the enemy's attacks because he realized that he could not take their lives because they were innocent. Liu Qin told the boy that he and Gu Yunxiao were very similar, both merciful, and that the young man would not be able to fight against the students, and that this would be the reason why Ling Luan would cause his own defeat. But the young man was determined, and told Liu Qin that it would not necessarily be enough to take the students' lives. Ling Luan began to strike the students who attacked him, but he calculated his strength so as not to hurt them too much. The young man thought that the strongest of the applicants were gathered here, but he was not going to die here, and reflected on the fact that he now had 1,000 points, each of them needed 12, and he still needed to remember about Liu Qin. Liu Qin stood behind the students heading to Ling Luan and said that he had to admit that a guy like him comes along once in a decade, and among all those who took the exam, he was the strongest. But the guy would definitely not have enough strength to resist the whole association, and today the association has strengthened its position and is world famous, and all its masters are very strong. The man added that in this world, all psionics either join the association or die, and then grabbed hold of 2 students and took their life energy to restore them. Liu Qin said that tomorrow's news would announce that he and Gu Yunxiao had killed 2 students. When Ling Luan heard about this, he could not contain himself and hurried through the crowd of students to Liu Qin to strike him. But at some point Ling Luan felt that he didn't have enough strength and couldn't hold on any longer. The boy fell to the ground and found himself surrounded by students standing around him and preparing to attack. Liu Qin began to laugh and say that the young man had been using his abilities for a long time, and it was no wonder he had used up all his energy because he lacked experience in combat. Ling Luan could not believe that right now he could die at the hands of those who definitely did not want to take his life. Liu Qin continued to say that the winner is always right and no one will question what really happened. He said that very soon everyone would forget about Ling Luan and Gu Yunxiao, calling them criminals, and that they would remain so for history. Absolutely all of Ling Luan's allies found themselves in conditions in which it was impossible to continue the confrontation. At that moment Liu Qin was rejoicing and shouting that he would become a hero, and that he would be the one to be glorified by everyone. The man ordered the students to get rid of Ling Luan, and at that moment the boy did not know how to save his life because he had no strength to fight. All this horror was watched by Yang Mun and Chao Cheng-lin, who dared to call in the Red Army. The man could not believe that nothing would change this time, and asked the girl to try to suppress the bad news about the security department as much as possible. Chao Cheng-lin tried to calm Yang Meng down and said that nature has always been cruel, but people have never called it evil, and that humans are also part of nature and are no different from other creatures. Ling Luan withstood all the blows inflicted on him by his disciples on the orders of Liu Qin with the last of his strength. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his friend Lu Jiahao shouting for him. Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan's friends hurried to help the boy, because they realized that he was most likely in danger, and they were right. Ling Luan was very happy to see his friends because it was a chance for survival, and he immediately began to call out to them so that they would notice him. He told them to listen carefully, that these students were under control and that they could only be stunned but not take their lives. Yang Mun noticed that not all of the students were under Liu Qin's control and was surprised because he thought that nothing could be changed. Liu Qin was watching what was happening closely because he did not know whether they would succeed in winning. Suddenly, some other strong men came to the rescue and said that they had to make decent people out of the children. They began to neutralize the students who were under the control of the association, not allowing them to do anything. Fu Guang explained that he had asked his father to urgently convene the men, who were unemployed and owed him money because his father was a member of the State Development and Reform Commission. One of the men came up to Fu Guang and said that their other comrades would soon be coming and they were already walking through the underground tunnel. Lu Jiahao kicked Fu Guang and told him not to relax and to go save the students as soon as possible, and Fu Guang offered a bet on who could neutralize the most people. Within minutes, almost all the students were neutralized and Ling Luan's life was saved. Liu Qin turned pale at what he saw, realizing that he would not be able to resist the boy and such reinforcements alone. Lu Jiahao was steadily approaching Ling Luan, continuing to fight his opponents. When Lu Jiahao saw his friend, he was very happy that Ling Luan was still alive, because the number of people attacking him at the same time was quite dangerous. Ling Luan immediately told Lu Jiahao that this was not the time to talk and noticed that Liu Qin wanted to escape. The man was running away from the danger with all his might, and Ling Luan unfortunately could not hold him back because he had no strength left to attack. He knew he couldn't catch up with Liu Qin, but he couldn't let him go either. Suddenly, Lu Jiahao said that he had an idea, and added that he knew the guy would be tired of fighting for so long, so he brought one thing for him. The young man took out some medicine from his pocket to help Ling Luan regain his strength. The guy said that it was a miraculous reagent of the highest level that his family had been saving for many years. Ling Luan could not believe that Lu Jiahao wanted to give him such a strong reagent because it was very difficult to obtain and very expensive. Liu Qin tried to escape and thought about what he should do because he realized that there were more and more psionics every minute. Unexpectedly, he saw Ling Luan, who had somehow regained his strength and was able to attack. Liu Qin was going crazy because he didn't want to lose his life, because he was sure that he would become a hero because he was the representative of the association, but things didn't go according to his plan. Ling Luan decided to drink the regenint that Lu Jiahao had given him in order not to waste precious time, and the guy immediately felt the energy returning to his body, which had been at zero due to the long battle. The young man immediately asked his friend if they could handle the students while he thought about how to eliminate another danger. Lu Jiahao replied that he shouldn't worry about it and that Ling Luan could rely on them. Absolutely all psionics skillfully dealt with the students controlled by Liu Qin. Ling Luan used the power of his teacher Gu Yunxiao and set out to deal with Liu Qing to the end. The man was desperately trying to run away as far as possible because he realized that very soon he would be finished. But he failed to do so because he could not resist Ling Luan's renewed energy. After destroying it, the guy carefully checked to see if there was any more threat to him and his friends. Lu Jiahao saw the giant embodiment of energy that Ling Luan used and would have been delighted to see it, thinking that it was their teacher Gu Yunxiao. All of the students controlled by Liu Qin were neutralized and Ling Luan's team of friends could breathe easy. After that, they hurried to find their friend and join the battle if they needed help. Ling Luan turned around and said that he didn't need help because he had already solved all the problems. Lu Jiahao immediately began to ask his friend if he had seen the embodiment of his teacher's energy and asked if he knew where Gu Yunxiao was now. Ling Luan did not know how to answer Lu Jiahao because he did not want to say that this embodiment of energy was not their teacher's but his, and replied that Gu Yunxiao had already left. Suddenly, he realized that he had completely forgotten about Lala and Jie Shudok, who were trying to catch the giant worm. Ling Luan told Lu Jiahao that he had one more thing to do and that when he had finished it, they would meet at the exit of the park. The girl and the cat could not stand it any longer and could not resist such a threat as a mutated worm. Instead of one giant mouth, the monster now had many small ones that were no less of a threat. Zhao Shudok and Lala tried to escape because they did not have the strength to continue fighting such an enemy. Suddenly, she saw that someone started attacking, and she did not fully understand whether the blow was meant to hit her or the monster. The fire attack was carried out against a giant worm, and this strike hit the target, which caused the monster to explode. Zhao Shudok and Lala ended up on the ground because they were thrown by the blast wave. The girl immediately saw her sister Zhao Shuyu in front of her, scolding Qi Kui for almost hitting Zhao Shudok. Zhao Shuyu immediately told her sister to get up quickly, because the fog of the worm could soon envelop them. The girl said that the fire would help only for a while, because the worm had absorbed the reagents that were for the students, and it would not be possible to defeat this monster alone. Zhao Shuyu shouted that she and Gu Yunxiao needed to get the students out of here as soon as possible, because the fog that the worm was emitting was very powerful. Indeed, the threat from the worm was enormous, as no attack could affect it because its strength now exceeded that of any psionic. At some point, the fog began to spread very quickly, and Qikui Zhao Shuyu, Zhao Shudok and Lala were trapped. They tried not to inhale it in order not to be captured by the association, because they definitely did not need it. A minute later, Qikui and Zhao Shuyu were very surprised because they were still conscious and the fog had not affected them. They were rescued by Ling Luan, who came to the rescue at the last moment, and having bitten a giant worm, took it captive, and the young man said that it was on him that he left his last points. The guy was happy to have such a powerful and strong fighter under his command. When she saw Ling Luan or Zhao Shudok, she was very happy and threw her arms around him, hugging and kissing him. The guy was a little embarrassed and told the girl to stop because her sister was watching them. Ling Luan immediately said that they needed to find their teacher, Gu Yunxiao, with whom Shillelagh stayed. They approached the place where Gu Yunxiao was supposed to be, and Ling Luan immediately asked Shillelagh how his teacher was feeling. The girl replied that the man was still alive but had lost a lot of blood and urgently needed the help of a specialist. Gu Yunxiao was lying on the ground unconscious because his injuries were very severe. Ling Luan immediately said that they would take the teacher to get help because Lu Jiahao and the others were due to arrive soon, and he did not want them to see Gu Yunxiao in such a state. Qi Kui did not agree that Shillelagh could be trusted because she was also from the association, and he said that she should be destroyed. Hearing this, Shillelagh immediately replied to Qi Kui that the association does not consist only of the Red Army and Liu Qin, and that in addition to Gu Yunxiao, there are enough people who want to change something and are working on it. The girl told them to take Gu Yunxiao away because she thinks they are really good people. Ling Luan smiled at the girl, realizing that, fortunately for everyone, there would be no conflict, and said that they would do so. At that time, Lu Jiahao and the others were already approaching, and the boy asked Ling Luan if he had already completed his important work. Lu Jiahao immediately asked if his friend had seen their teacher, because he could not find him anywhere. He replied that Gu Yunxiao was wounded, so he had already left, and that there was no need to worry about him because he would be fine. Gu Yunxiao was taken by Qi Kui, Zhao Shudok and Zhao Shuyu, and Ling Luan hoped that they would be able to cure the man. Zhao Shudok did not want to part with Ling Luan, and the young man began to calm her down, saying that they were not breaking up forever, and that he could not introduce her to a friend yet because it would be difficult for him to explain everything. Zhao Shudok asked what the young man was going to do next and whether he wanted to stay in the association. Ling Luan replied that if the world is not perfect, he will do his best to fix it, and he will take Gu Yunxiao's place and follow the same path he started. Lu Jiahao did not understand what they should do next because they did not have a specific plan. Ling Luan was determined and told his friend that they would enter the University of Psychology together. A few days later, all the townspeople were discussing which of the students would succeed in entering the University of Psychology. Suddenly, Ling Luan's mother met a woman whose son was also trying to enter the university, and she was very proud of him because he was in 15th place and she was sure he would get into the university. This woman immediately started asking Ling Luan's mother how her son was doing. The woman smiled and said that Ling Luan had already been accepted to the University of Psychology. When she heard this, the woman, whose son was on the 15th place in the ranking, was very upset because now the chance of admission was even less. In the evening, Ling Luan's mother cooked dinner and called her son to the table, and suddenly someone knocked on the door. The woman opened the door and saw Chen Guang and Liu Ben asking if Ling Luan was home, because they had come to congratulate him on his admission. When she saw Chen Guang, she was surprised because she knew he was a fraud, but her husband immediately told her not to be afraid because he and Ling Luan were friends, and the young man was like an older brother to him. After that, Ling Luan's apartment was visited again by some people she did not know. She didn't understand why so many people came to congratulate her son, because she always thought he was not very sociable. After that, Zhao Shudok came and said that she was Ling Luan's girlfriend, and the boy's mother definitely did not expect this. She did not know how to behave because she was not prepared to receive so many guests. A few minutes later, there was another knock at the door, and it was Lu Jiahao and the young man's friends, with whom he had taken the exam together. Ling Luan arranged all this because he really wanted all his friends and acquaintances to become friends with each other and avoid conflict. Having gathered everyone, the guy did not fully understand how to implement his plan, because some considered others to be thieves and vice versa. At this time, the Association of Extraordinary Power had its own atmosphere, and Chao Cheng-lin and an unknown man were sitting at the table. There was a feeling that something was not going well, and the association was again trying to hide the truth. Chao Cheng-lin reported to this man about everything that happened during the exam in the park. The man was trying to understand everything correctly, and therefore asked if everything was so that Gu Yunxiao defeated Liu Qin and gave up trying to kidnap the students. Chao Cheng-lin smiled and replied that it was true to the best of her knowledge. The man immediately began to talk about what he had heard about one student who managed to stand out during all that was happening. Chao Cheng-lin did not want to say anything about it and pretended not to understand, saying that she did not notice anything unusual. A ceremony for new students began at the association, and when Lu Jiahao got inside, he was surprised because there were so many people there, and about 3,000 students from 4 districts of the city came. Fu Guang decided to show off and said that he had once given a speech in front of 100,000 people and was not nervous at all, and Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao were quite impressed by this. The boys went on and noticed that the street was particularly crowded. Representatives of different city districts gathered there to find out which district was the strongest. It was clear to everyone that a fight between the newcomers could start very soon. Fu Guang, Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao came closer to the crowd to see what was going on. Fu Guang began to talk about how the cattle had gathered in this place and made a mess of things, and suddenly Ling Luan began to think that now was a great chance to earn points, but first he had to calculate everything correctly. The 2 camps of angry boys continued to argue about who was the strongest and who would eventually win. Ling Luan, realizing that now was the right time, began to shout that they were all a bunch of uneducated peasants. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Ling Luan, Lu Jiahao, and Fu Guang, and Ling Luan's friends realized that if they fought, they would be finished. To make himself more disliked, the guy started telling everyone that his district was the strongest and that they would tear all their rivals to pieces. All those present began to say that this particular area was hypnotized during the exam, and the exam never ended, and the association only let them into the university out of pity. The hostility of all those present immediately began to grow towards Ling Luan, and the guy got the pointers he needed. After that, Ling Luan began to tell them that there was an unrivaled person in their neighborhood who could overcome 100,000 people in a second, and introduced Fu Guang, who definitely did not like what the young man was saying, and to make sure that as many people as possible believed it, Lu Jiahao decided to play along with Ling Luan, and together they began to shout that Fu Guang was a respected gentleman. The other psionics definitely did not like this situation, and they decided to test how strong Fu Guang was. After that, Ling Luan and Lu Jiahao immediately began to run away, and told Fu Guang that he should not just stand there in such an environment and should run. The guy was running away and was happy that he had managed to earn a lot of points in a short period of time, and didn't notice that he had hit someone and fallen. The young man encountered Wang Man the Thunder Tiger and was surprised and frightened. The man looked down and asked who the guy was, not immediately recognizing Ling Luan. Afterwards, Wang Man recalled that his nephew Wang Tianhao had a classmate who had crippled him. The man was ready to take revenge on the boy for what he had done to his relative. But suddenly, the rector of the University of Psionics appeared near them and told Thunder Tiger not to scare their newcomers. Silence immediately fell around the university, and Thunder Tiger realized that he could not do anything to Ling Luan. The rector immediately began to say that he was not interested in what Wang Man was doing outside the university, but while he was on its territory, the man forbade him to threaten students. Thunder Tiger immediately understood the rector's words and stopped pressuring Ling Luan. The young man got up from the floor, and Wang Man told him that he would rather not be seen outside the university. Ling Luan didn't like the prospect of being kicked in the nuts by Thunder Tiger, so he didn't say anything to him. The vice principal approached Wang Man and told him that he had been specially invited by the association to take part in the opening ceremony of the school year. After that, the head teacher immediately started shouting at the boys to immediately change their uniforms and go to the assembly hall, because the celebrations would begin soon. All the newcomers who were eagerly waiting for their training to begin began to gather in the assembly hall. Ling Luan, Lu Jiahao and Fu Guang also changed their clothes as the headmaster had ordered and hurried to take their seats in the assembly hall. Suddenly, the students who were outside arguing about who was the strongest noticed Fu Guang and began to shout to him that they were all eager to compete with him. The rector of the University of Psionics appeared on the stage and waited for everyone to calm down before starting the event. Ling Luan was amazed that as soon as the rector appeared on stage and coughed, everyone in the room fell silent and the man did not he even needed a microphone. The rector began his speech by greeting the students and saying that his name was Fan, and he was the rectory of this university. The man said that he understood that no one wanted to listen to the old man's stories, but that he could not help it, because speaking was the only way to convey his thoughts. The rector told us that their university was created by an association, so when students join it, they technically become half members of the association. and from now on, their every word and action will be closely watched. The rector said that he hopes that one day all students will be able to achieve more than an association. Ling Luan listened carefully to every word the man said and was really impressed that he had become part of the Emergency Force Association. After the rector's speech, the vice principal came on stage and thanked Fania for his speech and said that now the second guest would speak to the students. One of the chairmen of the association, Mr. Quan Min, was invited to the stage, and he also prepared a speech for the future psionics students. The man came on stage and immediately said that his main interest was games. Ling Luan looked at Quan Ming carefully and eagerly awaited what he would say. Quan Ming stood on stage as a guest superstar, and all the new psychiatrists listened to him attentively. Lu Jiahao was surprised when the chairman of the association mentioned his interest in gaming and asked his friends what he meant. Fu Guang immediately replied that he did not know, because the association's office is a very mysterious place, and the young man only knows that Quan Ming is one of the 5 chairmen of the association. Quan Ming said that everyone should know that resources with extraordinary power are very important to the association, and that is why their extraction is the main focus. He noted that there is good news that the association has recently found a completely new vein and excavations will begin soon and students will be allowed to participate in the mining process. The rector of the university listened attentively to the man, and his face showed that he was not very happy about the news. Quan Ming said that these excavations are very difficult and the students will encounter animals they have never seen before, bad weather conditions, natural disasters and much more, which is why they need security guards. The man said that all this may seem like a chance, but it can also cause the death of anyone, and it is impossible to count how many psionics with 5 stars became such after participating in the excavations. One of them was Thunder Tiger. Quan Ming continued to say that it's a dream come true for any psychologist to take part in such a large-scale work. He noted that the association understands that participation in excavations is very dangerous for students, and that is why they decided that they would select only 3 strong students to join the team. A lot of questions immediately arose in the audience as to why only 3 were chosen and how they would be elected. Quan Ming did not wait long and pulled out a qualification badge from his pocket and said that whoever got it would be able to participate in the excavations. The man noted that 3 badges had already been put into the uniforms of some students. After that, everyone started checking the pockets of their uniforms to find the coveted badge. But Quan Ming immediately said that the result of who will go to the excavations will be known in 3 days, so students can take the badge from each other. Lu Jiahao was surprised that they would have to fight with their classmates, and Ling Luan added that now it was clear what games Quan Ming liked. Quan Ming immediately asked the head teacher to help him name the badge holders, and the man rushed to help. The projector showed 3 black rectangles on the screen with photos of the badge holders. The first person to be lucky was Ye Dao, a third-year student on a full scholarship who's ranked 23rd in the list of the best at the university. After announcing the first lucky one, Quan Ming prepared to announce the second winner of the badge. The next one was a girl named Yang Gan, also a third-year member of the research group and a weapons expert. When the crowd heard who the first 2 lucky winners were, they were outraged because Yang Gan and Ye Dao were very strong rivals, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to take the badge away from them. Quan Ming immediately told everyone present that in order to keep the game fair, the third badge winner was a freshman. Ling Luan was surprised that one of them had the last badge, which meant that it was possible to get hold of it. Quan Ming said that the third winner took part in the events during the attack during the exam, and that this student is also brave and resourceful. This badge ended up with Fu Guang, who was already not very well liked by most of the newcomers to psionic. Everyone in the room immediately paid attention to the guy, and everyone wanted him to get this badge. Quan Ming smiled and said that he would be looking forward to the results of this competition in 3 days. The main condition of this game was that you could not take the life of your opponent, and everything else was at the discretion of the students. And of course all the newcomers decided that the badge should be taken away from Fu Guang. Fu Guang was very upset because he realized that he would have a very hard time for the next 3 days, and asked Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan to save him. At this point, everyone who wanted to get the badge surrounded Fu Guang and wanted to fight him to get the coveted ticket to the excavations. The students pressured him and told him to give back his badge immediately because he did not deserve it. Lu Jiahao realized that even if the 3 of them united, they would not be able to fight off this furious crowd and told Fu Guang that it was better to just give the badge to avoid bloodshed. Ling Luan looked at his friend and asked if he wanted to participate in these excavations at all. Fu Guang replied that of course participation in such excavations is the dream of every psionicist, but the young man certainly did not think that he would have to fight with everyone for this place. At some point the crowd started running at the boys to take possession of the badge, taking it away from Fu Guang. Realizing that they could not fight back, Ling Luan told Fu Guang to give him the badge as soon as possible. Fu Guang did so, and then Ling Luan threw the excavation pass very far away so that no one could find it. While everyone was trying to figure out where the badge had gone, Ling Luan and his friends decided that they had to run away. When the guys were in a safer place, Fu Guang started to get angry at Ling Luan for throwing away his badge. The young man understood that Ling Luan had saved him, but he could not thank him for the fact that he would not be able to go to the excavations. At some point, Lu Jiahao and Ling Luan thought that Fu Guang was going crazy, and the boy decided not to upset his friend even more. Ling Luan took the badge out of his pocket and said that he still had it, and then he threw away the regular card. Fu Guang grabbed him in his arms and began to kiss him, overjoyed that he still had a chance to go to the coveted excavation. Suddenly, Lala appeared on the campus and found Ling Luan, which meant that the boy must have known something. The young man was quite surprised to see the cat because he did not understand what could have happened to make it come. The guy said goodbye to his friends, saying that Fu Guang needed to find a shelter as soon as possible, and followed Lala, who led him to some strange place. There were two men who'd been captured by Ling Luan in this place, and they immediately greeted the young man, calling him boss. The guy was a little embarrassed because he was not used to being the head of a large group that wanted to change the structure of the association. The men started asking Ling Luan how his first day was, and if someone offended him, they would definitely stand up for him. But the young man replied that everything was fine and that the university's affairs were his own. Ling Luan realized that they hadn't come to ask how he was doing, and began to ask the real reason for their appearance at the university. The boy immediately asked how Gu Yunxiao was feeling, and the man replied that he had regained consciousness, but that the people of the association were trying to track him down, so the teacher asked them not to visit him for now. Hearing this, Ling Luan realized that things would not be so easy, because now Gu Yunxiao was in real danger. The guy said that he needed to find out the truth about what happened in the city and tell people as soon as possible, because only in this way they would be able to protect the teacher. Ling Luan immediately began to wonder if Gu Yunxiao had any evidence of the association's involvement in the destruction of the city 8 years ago. The man began to tell me that at that time, a terrorist group called Two Man had taken over the city and no one had ever heard of it before. Most of the members of this group died back then, but some of them managed to escape. For several years, Gu Yunxiao's key goal was to find them. The man caught almost all of them and lived up to his fame. The media said that Two Man had come to the city to find a mineral, but Gu Yunxiao believed that if this were true, the city would not have had to be destroyed. That's why the man interrogated the criminals to find out the real reason, but none of them repented and eventually lost their lives. When Ling Luan heard this story, he was surprised because no one had ever told him about it before. The man added that Gu Yunxiao said that they were all very strong psionics who were emotionally difficult to interrogate, and he did not want them to die, so the likelihood that the criminals would lose their lives at the same time was low. Therefore, most likely they were all deprived of their lives in order to keep the secret. After all, the person who did it knew all the secrets, but Gu Yunxiao's interrogations were not in vain, and he managed to find out something about this person. First, he has a tattoo on his body that looks like an eye, and second, he likes to play. Hearing about the games, Ling Luan thought of one of the association's chairman, Quan Ming, who had recently said that he was very fond of games. The man also said that they say that during the torture one of the thieves lost consciousness, but he kept saying that it was just a game for him. Ling Luan thought about it and said that it would be very difficult to recognize this person by these two features alone, but the young man had a plan. The guy told his subordinates that he would not detain them and ordered them to return, and if there was any news, to send Lala to him, who would pass it on to him. Ling Luan went back and thought about where his friend Fu Guang might have gone. The guy was constantly thinking about the image of the attacker and identified certain signs that he was working in secret, had a tattoo of an eye and liked games. This person was supposed to benefit the most, and the young man remembered reading about this phenomenon in a book on criminal psychology, so he had to find out who could destroy the city for their own benefit. At some point, Ling Luan found himself near the university's administrative building and stopped. At that moment, the guy did not feel strong flows of extraordinary power, which meant that this person should have already graduated from the university. Suddenly, the young man felt someone passing by and immediately tried to figure out who it was. He turned around to look and was very surprised to see Quan Ming in front of him. The man was heading to the administrative building to go about his business. The vice dean of the university tried to catch up with him and shouted for Quan Ming to wait for him. Ling Luan could not feel the man's strength at all, even at close range, and thought that he should use his ability to capture him. But it was impossible because the system could not calculate the required number of points. The head teacher saw that Ling Luan was asking what the boy was doing here, because it was not a place for students. The young man immediately replied that he had simply gotten lost because the campus was so huge. The head teacher asked what district the boy was from and what his parents did for a living, and when he heard the answer he was surprised because in the northern district there were quite poor people and his mother was an ordinary nurse. Ling Luan was a little confused because he did not understand why the head teacher asked about this. The man did not ask anything else and told Ling Luan to leave quickly because he should not be in this place. The young man looked at the head teacher with disdain and thought that he was a very unpleasant person. but suddenly he shouted to the man to wait for him, and the head teacher asked what else he wanted. Ling Luan smiled and asked if the man could help him get the naked head photos. Hearing this question, the head teacher thought for a moment that the student had gone crazy and asked why the boy thought that a man should do this for him. But Ling Luan was sure that he would always do whatever he was told because the young man had captured him. After that, the teacher Li Jiyuan immediately told the boy that he would do everything he asked him to do. Late in the evening, Li Jiyuan came to Quan Ming's house to get naked photos of him. To avoid any suspicions, he decided to take glasses of wine and poured one of them on the man to force him to undress. Quan Ming did not understand what was happening and why the head teacher was behaving so strangely and at such a late hour. Li Jiyuan immediately began to apologize and say that he just wanted to invite the man to have a drink together. The head teacher came closer and said he would help wipe everything off Quan Ming's shirt, but this only made the man angry. He kicked Li Jiyuan out of the door and did not want to see him because he had personal plans. The vice principal exhaled a sigh of relief because he was really scared, and now the matter was in Ling Luan's hands. Quan Ming was very angry with Lord Weisstein and thought that it was a big mistake to appoint him to a position at the university. The man unbuttoned his shirt to take it off and throw it in the laundry, and on his chest was a large tattoo of an eye. Seeing this sign on the man's body, Ling Luan immediately realized that he was the person who knew all the secrets about the destruction of the city. At this point, Quan Ming felt something strange and pretended that nothing was happening and continued to walk towards the bathroom. Ling Luan saw that the man had stopped for a moment and realized that he had been noticed because he was overexcited and could not restrain the flow of extraordinary power. Quan Ming stood in the middle of the room and said that he thought there was a rat in this place. The man asked whether he was visited by an enemy who wanted him dead or just a fan, but whoever the young man was, it was stupid to do so. Ling Luan realized that right now he could lose his life, but he had nowhere to go. Quan Ming began to use his power and took on a different appearance that helped him during the battle. Ling Luan thought that Quan Ming hadn't seen him, so he should just get out through the ventilation shaft and blend in with the other students. Quan Ming was determined to deal with his observer and had a good sense of his strength and where he was. The man immediately began to say that no one would be able to hide on his territory, and Ling Luan realized that he could not simply run away, so he had to prepare for a confrontation. The guy decided to change his appearance and, if possible, prevent Quan Ming from revealing himself. After descending from the ventilation shaft, the young man realized that he had to attack first to understand how strong his opponent was. Ling Luan decided that he should start by using shadow cats to deter Quan Ming's attack, but this did not deter the man for a moment and he continued to move forward to strike the boy. Ling Luan immediately realized that the shadow cats hadn't worked at all and decided that he needed to use his claws. The guy struck Quan Ming in the hope that this attack would be successful. The young man stopped and tried to figure out whether he had succeeded in harming his opponent, but right in front of Ling Luan's eyes, Quan Ming's damaged body seemed to be recovering again, and not a single trace of his attack was visible. The man turned around and said that in this form he was immortal and could not be damaged. Ling Luan was very surprised because he had the feeling that Quan Ming had not even noticed the blow that the young man had struck. The man was standing in the middle of the room, waiting for the boy to attack again, and Ling Luan decided to confuse him by using his superior speed. The guy managed to get close to Quan Ming and grabbed his shoulder to try to reduce his strength, but this time too nothing worked, and it all seemed very strange to Ling Luan because he had never met such a strong psionicist. Quan Ming at this point opened his hands to the side, allowing the guy to continue absorbing his power. But Ling Luan thought that the feeling was not at all the same as usual, and his energy was not getting bigger, but he did not understand how this could happen. The guy decided to step back to figure out how to proceed, because he would definitely not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. Quan Ming looked at the young man and asked if this was all he could do, because everything hadn't gone exactly as he had planned. The man went on to say that he definitely did not expect to meet such a master at the university, and that he was unfamiliar with the guy's energy. Quan Ming added that he did not know why the young man decided to go against him, but he was sure that he would not be able to deal with him. Ling Luan realized that the man was right, because he knew that his strength was not enough to defeat Quan Ming. The man began to use his power and asked the boy if he could feel this power, because in this area all the energy was controlled by Quan Ming. He began to explain to Ling Luan that the barrier absorbs all the energy and transfers it to the man, and so on in a circle, which is why no one can win on its territory. And because of the constant cycle of energy, he can continuously use his signature move without any loss to himself. Quan Ming added that the guy can do anything, but he should think about not dying before he has time to entertain him. At that moment, Ling Luan realized that he was trapped and would most likely not be able to get out alive. At this time, the rector of Fan University approached the building where the events were unfolding. In the room, Quan Ming began to attack Ling Luan, who was losing more and more strength to resist. After his fall, the guy could not get up immediately and at least try to avoid being hit. And at some point Ling Luan came to terms with the fact that today would be the end of this life because there was nothing he could do. Quan Ming began to say that there were rumors that a very prominent student had appeared in the Northern District and asked the young man if it was him, and told him to take off his mask so that he could see who was really in front of him. But Ling Luan was not going to do this because he could not let Quan Min know who he was facing. The man persisted and demanded that the young man show his true face. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door, but Quan Min thought it was strange because he was not expecting guests. The rector realized that something was not going well and began to say that he had repeatedly said that school was a place for learning and he would not allow students to be in danger. After that, Fan found out that there was a barrier around Quan Ming's room, which was used to absorb energy. The rector's appearance made Quan Ming very angry, and he told him not to let the old man get under his feet. Quan Ming was determined to destroy his rival and did not want Rector Fan to prevent him from doing so. But the rector was also a very powerful psionicist, and once he touched the barrier, he wanted to break it down. Quan Min did not like this because it meant that he would confront not only the student but also the rector. Fan ordered Quan Min to stop all this immediately and not to engage in self-government anymore. The man looked at the rector carefully and asked if he really wanted to find out who was stronger by threatening Fanya. At this time, Ling Luan realized that this game would be over for him if he did not use his special ability. He decided to release his inner energy in order to have at least a small chance of survival. The guy immediately began to strike to break the barrier and escape, and he succeeded, so he could escape while Quan Ming was distracted by Rector Fan. The young man used his ability of speed and before leaving thanked the rector for his help. Fan smiled, realizing that this particular student was very gifted because he dared to break into Quan Ming's house. Quan Ming was very disappointed because he had failed to some extent because he had let the boy escape. The man was somewhat surprised that the student was able to break the barrier using his inner energy, as no one had ever managed to do so before. Rector Fan looked at Quan Ming and said that this was indeed the same boy from the Northern District who had remarkable abilities. Ling Luan ran for a very long time to find a place where Quan Ming could not catch up with him. When he was far enough away from the man's house, the boy stopped and thought that it should be safe here by now. After he took off his mask and assumed his real appearance, the young man reflected that the destruction of the city was most likely the work of the mayor. The guy began to scream, realizing that he would not be able to find the solution that Gu Yunxiao had been looking for almost his whole life so quickly because everything was so confusing and complicated. Ling Luan remembered his teacher and could not let the whole truth about the destroyed city remain a secret. The young man decided that in any case he had to tell the whole truth about Quan Min, not only to find a way to deal with his head, but also to keep everyone safe. Ling Luan realized that the next time he would be able to get close to the head unnoticed, he would only be able to get to the minerals if he went to the excavation site. The guy thought that he had to get a badge, which was a pass to the excavations, by any means. When he met with Fu Guang, he saw his friend beaten up and saying that his badge had been taken away from him. Ling Luan could only believe that the boy hadn't hidden it in a safe place after they managed to deceive everyone who wanted to get it. Fu Guang said that the badge was taken away in the morning half an hour after he and Lu Jiahao left, and Ling Luan did not understand how this happened because his friend was still one of the strongest students. Fu Guang was upset and said that he could not do anything because he was alone and there were many attackers, all of whom were from the southern part of the city. Now the problem was that in the southern district all the students were very friendly and no one could find out who actually had the badge. Fu Guang said that it would most likely be impossible to get this badge because otherwise you would have to beat all 500 students in the southern district. Ling Luan thought that it would be very difficult indeed, and he was not allowed to stick his head out too much, but suddenly an idea came to him and he thought that he might not have to go there in person. Ling Luan decided not to try to take the badge away from the students of the southern district because there were other options. The boy came to A Dao and the third-year student immediately asked if he came to compete for a badge or something else. Ye Dao immediately said that if the guy managed to defeat him, he would take his badge and ask to introduce himself because he would not fight anonymously. Ling Luan decided to trick the young man and said that his name was Suda Chiang, and he was a new student from the southern district. Ye Dao was surprised that the guy was a beginner and asked if he really had the courage to challenge him because it was very arrogant. He decided to start by telling us about his abilities, and noted that before he became a psionicist, he was well versed in various martial arts, and after awakening he achieved great success in techniques of extraordinary strength and none of the students has ever managed to defeat him. But Ling Luan was not afraid of this and said that he had to get this badge anyway. The battle began, and Ling Luan immediately received a huge number of blows that he could not dodge. The guy fell to the floor and did not even try to use his abilities to win. Ling Luan immediately began to say that he had had enough and was giving up and would not continue the fight. At one point, Ye Dao was even upset because this battle was very uninteresting and simple for him. Ling Luan began to say that it was really very difficult because Ye Dao is a very strong student. The guy suddenly asked Ye Dao if he could take a picture of him with the badge to post on Instagram. This question surprised Ye Dao because no Oz had ever asked for such a service before. Ling Luan did not back down and asked the boy to let him take a photo, and said that everyone would definitely respect him when they learned that he had fought with Ye Dao himself. Ye Dao looked at the young man suspiciously and said that now he understood why he'd come here, and agreed to have the young man take a photo. Ling Luan took out his phone and started taking pictures of the guy with the badge, and at some point turned on the flash and took a photo. This flash blinded Ye Dao and confused him, and he could no longer control everything that was happening around him at that moment. It was then that Ling Luan snatched the badge from him and started running away, shouting that the Yi Dao badge had been stolen by Su Da Chang from the Southern District. Ye Dao started shouting that the guy shouldn't even dream of running away and wanted to catch up with him. Ling Luan immediately used his ability of speed and found himself on Ye Dao Street, wondering how the young man had managed to escape so quickly. Ye Dao was very angry and said that the boy would not be able to get this badge just like that, and he would turn the whole school upside down until he found the young man. He immediately decided to look for him in the dormitory for students in the Southern District and unexpectedly met Yang Gan, who also received a badge. Ye Dao was surprised to see a girl in this place and asked if she had also been taken away from her badge. They unanimously said the name of Su Da Chang from the Southern District, who was actually Ling Luan. Young Gani was angry because the young man came to her with an innocent face and asked her to take a photo to post on Instagram. Suddenly, a young man whose name was actually Su Da Chang walked down the street and wondered who had their badge. At some point, the guy got sad because there was only one pass for 500 people, and it was unlikely that he would get it. Ling Luan came around the corner and threw one of the badges he had taken from Ye Dao and Yang Gan to the ground. Su Da Chang heard a strange sound behind him and saw a spinning icon. It was a badge that originally belonged to Yang Hanyi and had a keychain with Kitty attached to it. Su Da Chang immediately realized that this was his chance to get the coveted ticket to the excavations and quickly picked up the find. At that moment, Yang Ganai appeared and said that the badge was hers because she had marked it with Kitty's keychain. When Su Da Chang saw the girl, he immediately began to ask what badge she was talking about, because the badge of their neighborhood was safe. His friends immediately rushed to Su Da Chang's aid and were ready to fight to keep the badge. However, Ye Dao and Yang Gan were not going to retreat and were confident that they would be able to take what was theirs. The battle began, and in a few minutes Yang Gan and Ye Dao defeated all their opponents. The girl grabbed Su Da Chang and demanded that he immediately give her the badge. She eventually took it back from the boyfriend and was very happy to have it back. Ye Dao immediately began to get nervous, asking where his excavation pass could have gone. Ling Luan carefully observed everything that was happening near the dormitory in the Southern District. He thought that his plan had worked and that he had managed to plant the badge in time, so he didn't even have to fight. Ling Luan said that the last badge went to him and no one even noticed. Later, Chairman Quan Ming summoned Thunder Tiger to his office and said that he wanted him to supervise the 3 selected students during the excavations. Quan Ming insisted that Thunder Tiger should go with them and keep a close eye on the students. Wang Man did not understand what the 3 students could do, but Quan Ming said that they should keep an eye on them and not let them get hurt. The man thought that in an hour the names of 3 students would be announced, among whom would definitely be the guy who tried to defeat him. Finally, the time came when the names of the 3 students who would go to the excavations were known, Ye Dao and Yang Gan, but the name of the 3rd lucky one was not yet known, and the Vice Principal Li Ji Yuan invited him to the stage. Su Da Chang and his friends were trying to figure out who would be the 3rd winner of the badge because at the last minute their neighborhood lost the opportunity to go in search of minerals. Su Da Chang was eagerly waiting to see who had framed him by using a false name. The head teacher said that right now, at this solemn moment, he wanted to present the 3rd winner, who turned out to be a dark horse. Li Ji Yuan presented the last winner of the badge, who was Ling Luan. The guy went on stage, and at that time everyone in the audience was constantly discussing who he was because no one had heard anything about him before. When the young man came on stage, Ye Dao and Yang Gan could see who had become their colleague on this journey. They immediately recognized the guy who had lured them out of their badges and forced them to fight with students from the Southern District. All the students in the room were very outraged because they did not believe that his badge was real, because no one had heard anything about the guy before. Ling Luan smiled and said that he was just lucky and began to tell the story of how he got the badge. He told me that the day before it was a beautiful day and he was walking near the university. And suddenly he noticed a strange shiny thing falling from the sky, and of course he went over to see what it was. And after a closer look it turned out to be the badge that everyone wanted to get. Ling Luan said that this is how he got this badge and the opportunity to be the 3rd participant in the mineral excavation. But even after this story no one believed him, because it seemed completely unrealistic. Fu Guang sincerely did not understand why Ling Luan received this badge since it had been his from the beginning. The guy stood up and started shouting that it was his badge. And at that moment the hostility of everyone in the room added to Ling Luan's score. Lu Jiahao did not like the fact that Fu Guang was accusing Ling Luan of fraud, and began to tell the boy that Ling Luan had received his badge honestly. The boy stood on the stage and rejoiced that in addition to participating in the excavations, he had also collected extra points. The head teacher tried to calm down all the students and said that luck was also part of the power and that those who continued to resent it would be expelled. Yidao and Yang Gan were very angry with Ling Luan because he wanted to use them for his own purposes. The guy immediately started saying that he hadn't broken any rules and that we shouldn't be angry with him. The young man noted that the rules did not say that the badge had to be taken by force, and he just thought about it a bit. Yidao immediately said that the boy had taken a detour, but he had better give himself up right away because kids have no place at excavations, and some may die in agony. But Ling Luan was not afraid of this because he had his own plans for this trip, as he had to get close to Quan Min. Immediately after the ceremony, the young man met with his friends and Lu Jiahao told them that the trip would be more than a month and that it was quite dangerous and advised them to be careful. He also said that when Ling Luan returns from the excavations, he will be much stronger and admitted that he even envies his friend. Lu Jiahao also said that in any case, he would train in with all his might and would definitely become as good as Ling Luan. Ling Luan did not know what to say to his friend because he knew that he had always dreamed of becoming a powerful psionicist. Lu Jiahao looked at the offended Fu Guang and asked if he would say a few words to Ling Luan before leaving. Fu Guang turned around and said that he would not lose again and would defeat Ling Luan 1,000 times over. And before he left, he told Ling Luan to be careful because he might be in danger. He did not answer him and only said that he would take the guy's advice about his safety during the trip. Finally, the day came when a team from the Emergency Forces Association, which included university students, went to the excavations. Thunder Tiger was already waiting for his wards, but the thought of having to watch them did not please him. Ling Luan was a little embarrassed when he found out that Thunder Tiger was the leader of their team. Wang Man looked at the boy and said that it was strange how a kid like Ling Luan could get a badge, and how their University of Psychiatry had come to this. Yidao and Yang Gan were angry at being compared to Ling Luan because they considered themselves much stronger than him. At that moment, Ling Luan realized that this trip would be very difficult for him indeed. Quan Ming was sitting in his car thinking about the fact that the blonde guy who attacked him did not get a badge and was upset about it. Suddenly, he saw a photo of Ling Luan and thought he had seen this young man somewhere before. One of the association's soldiers approached Thunder Tiger and reported that all units were formed and ready to go. One of the teams also included Shi Lily and her trusted colleague. When all the teams had been checked, the vehicles set off for their destination. All participants in the excavations immediately received information on their wristwatches about the location of the mine and could see on the diagram how the extraordinary strength was distributed in this place. This place was called the Crimson Eye, and it really looked like an eye in its shape. I immediately began to talk about the darkest area near the pupil of this eye, which meant that this was the place of energy concentration. The guy smiled and asked if they would have a chance to get there during the excavations. The Thunder Tiger did not turn around and told the young man not to even dream about it. One of the soldiers said that Commander Wang Man was right because the power of the energy concentration was comparable to that of an entire planet, and any contact with it could lead to death. The man noted that exploring this place was very dangerous, which meant that all those present could meet very powerful creatures and plants. After 2 months of observing the Crimson Eye, they managed to find out that it was divided into 4 zones. This time, their team consisted of 200 people and they were taking students for the first time, which is why they were allowed to stay only in Safe Zone C, and Wang Man was responsible for their safety. Someone from the military said that they had arrived at the post and the students started asking if they were already at the mine, but they were told that it was just a transit post, as the association primarily took care of the presence of the military during the reconnaissance of the mine so that none of the intruders could get there. That is why only 200 people who were members of the team would be able to go to the excavation. Ling Luan watched the road they were travelling carefully to understand that could threaten him in the future. Toward nightfall, the excavation team reached their destination and the military officer ordered all members of the team to set up camp. Everyone got out of the cars and Ling Luan began to look around and was quite impressed by what he saw. In front of him were giant trees that shone and shimmered, and he felt like he was in a fairy forest. Ling Luan asked if this was the mine, but no one answered him, and he only heard the voice of a soldier who ordered them to set up tents because they would be spending the night in this place. Suddenly the young man heard someone telling him that such mines can lead people astray and that it is better not to go alone and to stick to a team. Every leaf in this place can be dangerous. Ling Luan immediately turned around to see who was talking to him because it was the first time he'd heard that voice. The man greeted the young man and said that his name was Yan Qi and he was from the supervision department and that he had been sent by Yang Mun, and told him about the boy in advance. Ling Luan immediately realized who Yan Qi was talking about and remembered the man in the wheelchair who had helped him during the battle in the exam. The guy decided to ask if Shi Lily was also here, and Yan Qi replied that she had also arrived and was now setting up the tent. The man smiled and said that this time they'd come not only to observe, but also to do some business that should not be told to anyone. Early in the morning, the wake-up call was given, and all the participants who were responsible for Zone C had to spread out. The soldiers quickly obeyed the order and listened attentively to the commander, who was to explain the plan of action of the unit. Ling Luan closely observed all the members of this team and counted about 30 people. Everyone else was already moving into the depths of the mine. Shi Lily was also among them, and Ling Luan was a little jealous of her. The team hadn't even gone deep into the forest yet, and something unexpected happened, and the guy couldn't understand how they had already gotten into trouble. In the depths of the forest, there was a powerful explosion accompanied by an eruption of something similar to lava. At that moment, all the team members were scared because they did not understand what was happening and whether they were in danger. The Thunder Tiger looked at everyone sternly and asked why everyone was screaming because nothing terrible had happened yet. He told the soldier that they had to leave in 30 minutes and that they shouldn't stay too long. The soldier began to say that they were only responsible for security on the outer territory of the mine in Zone C, where there was little risk of trouble, so their task was to patrol the area and collect psionic crystals. The man noted that the wristwatch will remind everyone about the level of danger of plants and animals they will encounter, and will also offer ways to interact with them. In addition, the watch has a location and messaging function, so if someone really needs help, they should immediately inform the command. The soldier ordered them to prepare for the distribution, and in 20 minutes they would enter the mine in groups of 3. All the participants of the excavations immediately began to divide into groups as ordered by the military. Ling Luan found himself with 2 soldiers, and the young man said that he was very happy to be with them in the group and hoped that they would take care of him in case of emergency. The guy looked at Ling Luan and told him to relax and that they would cover him if necessary. Ling Luan was happy to be in a team with such nice guys and thanked them. Thunder Tiger watched the boy closely because he had unfinished business with him, as he remembered that it was Ling Luan who had crippled his nephew Wang Tianhao. All brigades were formed, and it was time to go to Zone C. 2 of my partners moved forward. He wondered what unusual plants were there and how they could grow to such gigantic sizes. Suddenly, one of Ling Luan's teammates smiled and decided to leave the boy alone. The 2 soldiers went in the other direction, leaving the young man alone, and Ling Luan started shouting for the guys to wait for him. He hurried to catch up with them, but suddenly felt something strange and noticed claws on the branches of the plants, which were most likely dangerous. Ling Luan did not immediately understand what to do, because it was the first time he had faced such a danger. The guy remembered his wristwatch in time and decided to see what kind of plant it was, a serpentine vine. After reading how to defeat this plant, the guy took out his weapon and easily dealt with this threat. Ling Luan felt the psionic energy and thought that if he could find the root of this vine, he could get a good piece of mineral. In order not to get lost, he started calling out to the guys in his group, but no one answered. He decided to keep walking, and suddenly heard a strange sound behind him and turned around to see who it was. The young man was caught up by Thunder Tiger and told that he finally had the opportunity to deal with Ling Luan, and this time no one would stop him. Wang Man told the boy that it was time to pay back for what he had done. Ling Luan realized that he was in great danger from the Thunder Tiger and did not know what to do. The young man began to talk to Wang Man about how there was no mortal enmity between them and that there was probably just a small misunderstanding. Ling Luan said that Wang Tianhao, the nephew of the Thunder Tiger, started it all first. Wang Man said that he did not know what his nephew had done there, but that he was crippled. He added that for him, family is family, and he has to take revenge for Wang Tianhao. The man immediately started attacking Ling Luan, who was not really ready to dodge and defend himself. The guy realized that this whole situation would not end well, and he had to come up with something urgent to save his life. Ling Luan began to run away, and thought that it was a good thing that he had managed to save up points for such an event before going to the mine. He stopped and decided that now was the right time to capture Wang Man. As long as the Thunder Tiger's body was undergoing changes, Ling Luan could not stop because Wang Man could attack him. At one point, the guy stopped and watched to see if his ability had already worked or not, but the Thunder Tiger still wanted to take revenge on the young man for his nephew, and was ready to strike Ling Luan. Suddenly Ling Luan felt that he was being held down by the plants and not allowed to move. The same thing began to happen to Thunder Tiger, and the man was also enveloped in vines. Suddenly, the vines began to tighten and Wang Man found himself in the air. Ling Luan was also unable to get out of this trap in time, and he suffered the same fate as Thunder Tiger. The man and his boyfriend found themselves over some kind of abyss, into which the plants were pulling them. At that moment, the vines let go of Ling Luan and Thunder Tiger and they fell down. Wang Man was very angry and tried to find a way to get out of this place. After that, a stone block fell on the man from a great height and hit him directly into the head. Ling Luan started shouting to Thunder Tiger to understand what they should do next because the situation was very complicated. The young man looked down and saw many bones of different animals below him, which probably fell into the same abyss as he and Wang Man. Ling Luan immediately realized that they would not be able to get out of here easily because they were not the first to get here. Vines began to grow out of the ground, grabbing everything below, including the animal bones of Lingluan's legs and arms and Thunder Tiger's hands. The guy decided to check again what kind of plants they were and how to deal with them, and he could not believe that their level of danger corresponded to what was written, because in reality the situation was worse. Wang Man's entire body was already entwined with snake vines, which in some places formed snake dens reaching the highest level of danger. Lingluan tried to revive the Thunder Tiger, but it was all in vain. The young man realized that no matter what, he had to save Wang Man, and began to use his abilities to cut off the vines that had entangled the man. Eventually he managed to rescue Thunder Tiger from this trap, and Lingluan realized that it was better not to stay in this place. Looking up, he realized that the passage was narrowing and darkening with every passing minute. Lingluan said that he was not going to be at odds with Wang Man, even though the man was trying to take his life, but he could not leave him here. The guy used his strength to throw the Thunder Tiger up so that the man could be outside. Lingluan had enough strength to save Wang Man, and the man was in a more or less safe place. But after such a fall, Thunder Tiger could not regain consciousness, and it was unclear how to help him. Lingluan was still standing at the bottom of the abyss, watching the amount of snake vines around him increase with each passing second. The guy realized that he had to dodge in order to save his life, because it was almost impossible to get out of this trap. Lingluan realized that there were a lot of vines and thought that he might be able to capture this plant. After checking this, the system confirmed that the young man would need 1,000 points, and he was very happy about it, because he could capture not only people, but also animals and plants. He bit one vine in the hope that he would still be able to get out of here alive. Lingluan looked closely at the plant and did not understand whether he had succeeded in capturing it or not. Suddenly the vine struck him with a blow that he did not expect and did not have time to dodge. He thought that, most likely, biting only one vine is too little, about the same as biting a person by the hair. At that moment, Lingluan thought that he needed to find the roots of this vine in order to make it work. To do this, the young man needed to find psionic energy, and in one place this energy was perceived especially strongly. He immediately realized that this was what he needed, and set out to get to the root. Lingluan was happy that he was able to not only accumulate enough points before the trip, but also improve some of his skills. The guy used shadow cats and ordered them to blow up everything in the city where psi energy was felt. The shadow cats immediately started working, and Lingluan waited for his plan to work. He did not fully understand what he was about to see, but he was sure he was doing the right thing. When the smoke from the explosions cleared, a huge monster stood in front of the boy. He looked like a gorilla, and was obviously very angry about the young man's actions. Lingluan immediately looked up what kind of monster it was, and the system responded that it was a wild beast with a high level of danger. At that time, the military was carefully searching for psionic materials and succeeded in doing so. Suddenly, one of the men heard someone approaching them and turned to look. In front of them, the military saw a strange monster that looked like a three-headed hyena, and the danger level of this wild animal was also high. The men were quite frightened and did not understand how such a strong monster could appear in the sea level zone. After that, different monsters began to appear in each zone of the Crimson Eye, and a mutated Scolopendra was discovered in Zone B. In addition to Sinjishan, a mutated vulture was also found in this area. In Zone A, a giant spider appeared, which, like all the other monsters, also mutated. The commander of the military immediately contacted all the groups and informed them that mutated animals had been found everywhere, and they needed to be extremely careful. Yidao and Yangan were on the same team, and they also had to face the monster. A giant wolf came out to meet them, different from the usual wolf in its size and ferocity. Yangan noticed that there were puppies near this beast, which were most likely protected by this she-wolf, and she asked Yidao whether it was worth taking the she-wolf's life. The monster lifted its head up and a strange glow appeared around it, which was not clear what to expect. Yidao and Yangan carefully watched the she-wolf as she approached the puppies. She bent down and took them into her mouth, and in a matter of seconds devoured the two little wolf cubs. Yangan and Yidao were simply shocked by what they saw. They could not believe that the wolf had eaten her own children. The boy and the girl realized that they were in great danger, so there was no choice whether to take the wolf's life or not. Yidao said that this monster had mutated and that we needed to get rid of it as soon as possible. In different places of the Crimson Eye, battles between the excavation participants and mutated monsters took place. One of the groups of the Extraordinary Force Association was also in the most dangerous place. It was Quan Ming and his team who went to the middle of the Crimson Eye, to the place where the concentration of extraordinary power was greatest. The man ordered his men to watch this place closely and not let anyone in. Quan Ming was definitely planning something, but no one knew anything about it. At this time, the mutated wolf, after eating the puppies, began to attack Yangan and Yidao. The boy began to use his powers to restrain the monster, but it was not so easy because the level of the wild beast was the highest and it was very difficult to defeat it. After a series of attacks by Yidao, the wolf was even more angry than before and was ready to attack the boy and girl again. Yang Gan and Ye Dao realized that they would not be able to win easily and would have to work hard. Absolutely all teams faced incredible danger due to the attacks of mutated monsters. The soldiers were already very tired and said that these monsters were stronger than the handbook showed. At that time, Ling Luan was in the abyss and the young man managed to capture a wild beast that was trying to take his life. The boy was surprised that he could take even such animals captive and did not fully understand how the system of his capture ability worked. He sat on top of the monster and ordered it to the surface so that the young man could continue to search for minerals with extraordinary strength. Ye Dao continued to fight desperately with a monster that was many times stronger than him. The mutated wolf was very angry because the boy kept hitting her again and again. The young man used his ability to surround the monster, taking away its ability to attack. At that moment, he told Yang Hana that it was now safe to strike and the girl rushed to attack. She stood over the monster and prepared to use her weapon. Yan Gani fired an incredible number of bullets at the monster, which were very quickly heading for their target. There was a huge explosion in the place where the wolf was, after which the monster would not have been able to survive. The explosion was so powerful that Ye Dao could not stand still and was forced to step back. After the attack, the girl waited for the smoke to clear to see if they had succeeded in destroying the monster. Yangani could not hold on and began to fall right into the center where the wolf was. In the end, Ye Dao and Yangan managed to defeat the monster, and the girl noted that she and the young man were very inexperienced and this time they had a hard time. Quanming stood in the clearing where the extraordinary power was most felt. The epicenter of the radiation was right in front of him, and the man was preparing to realize what he had planned. Quanming's people were languishing because they were completely uninterested because there was no one around. Suddenly Yan Qi appeared and thanked Quanming's men for their help and asked if the chairman was here. They immediately started asking the man why he came here, since he had no such instructions. Yan Qi immediately began to say that it was their job to keep order, and they were not going to interfere in other people's affairs, but they had to be sure that everyone present was fulfilling their duties responsibly. The man looked at Yan Qi sternly and said that Chairman Quanming was safe because they were in charge of this area, and added that he should not interfere in his own affairs. Yan Qi was clearly not going anywhere, and just looked at Quanming's people and smiled. They did not understand why the man came here and what he was trying to achieve. One of Quanming's member began to tell Yan Qi that exploring a mine is not easy and very often someone can die in such places. He added that if any of the inspectors lost their lives, no one would suspect anything. After that, the man hit Yan Qi to make it clear to the man that he should not be in that place. Yan Qi started shouting that such actions were simply unacceptable, and he would immediately report on the situation. But Quanmin's men immediately destroyed the man's wristwatch, which he used to contact others. People began to surround Yan Qi, saying that the man had asked for it and now he should lose his life. While Yan Qi was distracting Quanming's men, Shi Lili used her invisibility ability to infiltrate further to follow the head of the association. From the very beginning, the inspection department in the association was a department that controlled the management, and perhaps for some this has become an obstacle over the years. Many outstanding employees have been lost, and the influence of the inspection department has declined. Now the department is just a fiction, and all the victims now report that inspectors lose their lives in the line of duty, but everyone understands how things really are. The inspection department guessed that Quanming was clearly involved in something and that it had to be dealt with. Yang Mong ordered Yan Xi and Shi Lili to go to the excavations, saying that Quanming's strength was running out, so he would personally come to the mine to try to restore it with the help of minerals. And this is one of the rare cases when Quanmin can be deprived of his life. When Shi Lili heard about this, she immediately asked Yang Mun to assign the case to her. Yang Mun did not want to let the girl go and said that despite Quanming's weakness, he was still very dangerous to Shi Lili. But the girl really wanted to take revenge on Quanmin because it was because of him that her entire family was destroyed. Quanming stood at the epicenter of the extraordinary power and prepared to restore his extraordinary abilities. The man opened his hands to the side and said that the strength would return to him by absorbing the energy radiation. At the same moment, strength began to fill Quanming, and now he could again continue to do his dirty deeds without thinking about danger. He was incredibly happy that he managed to get what he wanted. Suddenly, an unknown weapon pierced his chest and the man did not immediately realize what was happening. Quanming looked down and saw that someone was trying to attack him. The man was wounded and tried to fight off the attacker, but did not see anyone near him. Shi Lili immediately moved away, realizing that Quanming would try to attack her. Quanming immediately began to analyze that the attacker was someone who possessed the ability of invisibility and could also convert psionic energy. The man realized that he could not lose the chance to recover and continue his life's work, so he had to find out where the attacker was. Shi Lili continued to attack the man while he was confused because there would be no other chance to destroy him. The girl struck an incredible number of blows at Quanmin, and he was already very badly injured. After a series of powerful attacks by Shi Lili, Quanming was so exhausted that he fell to the ground. The girl looked at the man carefully and thought so that she had finally succeeded. At that time, Yanqi was trying to save his life because he was in danger from Quan Ming's men. The man thought that he needed to hold out a little longer because Sheila Li was about to complete her task. But suddenly the girl could not leave the place where Quan Ming was because the man created a barrier. Sheila Li realized that she would not be able to escape and would have to continue this battle. Quan Ming was still alive and getting up from the ground. He said that he was in great pain and asked who wanted to destroy him, taking advantage of the opportunity while he was weak. The man immediately suspected that the attacker was one of the association's conventional force psionics. Sheila Li did not answer because she was thinking about how she could save herself and eventually finish the job. Quan Ming immediately said that the attacker was too late because he could have been killed a little earlier, but this will not happen because the man has regained his strength. Sheila Li could not believe that she was really too late and that Quan Ming's strength had been restored. Quan Ming decided to use his abilities to find out who the attacker was and said that if the enemy behaved well, he would try to make a good dead man out of him. The man immediately started attacking everything around him to have at least some chance to hit his enemy. Yanqi felt that something had gone wrong and was very afraid for both himself and Sheila Li. The man immediately thought of going to the girl's aid because her opponent was clearly stronger than him. He instantly jumped up and started running towards the concentration of energy where Quan Ming and Sheila Li were. But Quan Ming's men could not allow this because their orders were not to let anyone through. Yanqi used his weapon and started shouting for no one to come near him. The man blocked the way for Quan Ming's men in such a way that they could not stop him. After the powerful explosion, everything around was covered in thick smoke and Yanqi hurried to help his colleague. But it was all in vain because Quan Ming's men began to attack him and grabbed him with ropes. One of the men asked if Yanqi really thought he could handle them all so easily. Sheila Li tried to dodge every blow from Quan Ming, but it was almost impossible because the attacks were so powerful. The man stood in the middle and said that he couldn't help but notice how well his attacker had mastered the skill of hiding and converting energy, and now it was only a matter of time. Quan Ming was like a madman, shouting that he would blow up everything around him and find out who wanted to kill him. Yidao and Yangan were very tired after the battle with the wolf, and the guy said that he had to go and find everyone else to restore the energy. But suddenly something went wrong, and the wolf, which seemed to be lifeless, rose from the ground and was ready to attack Yidao and Yangan again. The boy and girl were very surprised and at the same time scared because they simply did not have the strength to continue fighting. The monster began to run at Yidao and Yangan with frantic speed to deal with them. But when she was too close to the girl and the boy, the wolf's front paws were tied and she fell. A moment later, a large number of vines began to restrain the monster's movements by binding its paws and mouth. Yidao and Yangan could not understand what was happening and what they should do next, and immediately they saw another wild beast that was larger than the previous monster. Suddenly, the girl and the boy heard a familiar voice speaking behind the monster, telling them not to worry. It was Ling Luan who said that very soon their suffering would end and immediately afterwards bit the wolf. But Yidao and Yangan still did not understand what was happening and whose voice they heard, and they were sure that very soon these monsters would take their lives. The wolf was freed from the vines and she and the other monster became friends. The boy and girl were very surprised and said that they did not want to lose their lives. Yangan was not happy that she had a chance to go to the mine because it turned out to be more dangerous than she thought. At some point, the two monsters turned in the other direction and went into the forest. Ling Luan was riding a wolf and was very happy that he had managed to capture the monster. The guy said that he was now the future king of mutated beasts and continued his way forward. All the soldiers were also very scared because the wild beasts were stronger than they had been told the day before, and they knew they would not be able to deal with it without help. It was almost impossible to kill these monsters, and Ling Luan took advantage of this moment to capture more and more new monsters. At this time, Yanqi did not know what to do because Quan Ming's men had captured him, and Sheila Li was in danger from Quan Ming himself. Quan Ming's people said that it was very strange that the inspector was able to hold out against the four of them for so long, but it was time to end it. After this experience, they heard someone approaching them and did not understand who it could be. They saw before them a huge number of monsters of a very high level, and these monsters were coming to attack them. Quan Ming's people did not understand what was going on and what made the wild beasts unite. Ling Luan watched everything closely without showing his face so that no one could guess that it was he who was controlling these monsters. Suddenly, the boy said that the monsters work for their master and work for him in full force. After that, the wild beasts began to attack Quan Ming's people using their maximum strength. Initially, the first attacks of the monsters were unsuccessful as the enemies managed to dodge them. They used their abilities to stay unharmed, but the people of Quan Ming who attacked the monsters led by Ling Luan could not allow anyone to prevent the man from regaining his strength. They desperately tried to contain the wild beasts, which were not easy to fight. Yanqi did not understand what was happening, and now with the appearance of the monsters, he had one more problem. The man moved back because he had no strength left to resist anyone. Ling Luan found Yan Qi and rushed to his aid. The guy immediately said to take the man to a safe place, but Yan Qi refused and said he couldn't go because right now Shillelagh was fighting with the head of the association. Ling Luan was surprised because he realized how strong Quan Ming was and how much danger Shillelagh was in. At this time, an incredible number of explosions were heard behind the barrier created by Quan Ming. Shillelagh was wounded and her husband asked how much longer she could hold out at this pace of battle. But suddenly Quan Ming was forced to interrupt his speech because the girl struck him. Shillelagh was not going to give up and continue to attack the man, not knowing that it was impossible to destroy him. Kun Ming said that now the girl is in his energy field and he is immortal in it, and she will not be able to do anything to take his life or escape. Shillelagh was confused because she was striking both the heart and the head, but nothing worked, and she thought that there must have been a collection center for psionic energy in the man's body. But for some unknown reason, the girl could not find him, but she still had hope for victory. Quan Ming looked at Shillelagh and said that he had already played enough, and did not want to waste any more time, otherwise the girl would find out too much. The man said that he was starting to explode the entire energy field. The girl could not believe that she had failed to kill Quan Min. All her life she wanted to take revenge on her husband for her parents. Shillelagh simply could not allow Quan Ming to go unpunished and continue his dark deeds. Suddenly the ground under the girl began to crack and a monster appeared to swallow her. Ling Luan hurried to Shillelagh's aid. Almost all of the deaths of inspectors were related to Quan Ming, and Shillelagh's parents also fell victim to the man. The girl has been in hiding for many years to take revenge on him, so now she is determined to win at any cost. Yan Qi said that if the girl fails to take life from Quan Ming, she will be locked in his energy field, which is certain death for her. The man said that since it was impossible to break the field, Quan Ming would be invincible, but Ling Luan disagreed and said that there must be a place where he could bypass the barrier. The man didn't understand what the boy was talking about and asked what place he wanted to find. This place turned out to be a land that Quan Ming, and especially Shillelagh, did not expect. A giant worm controlled by Ling Luan swallowed the girl and thus her life was saved. Quan Ming began to get angry because the energy field did not cover the surface of the earth. But he could not let Shillelagh escape, so he began to use his energy. Ling Luan realized that his plan might fail and hurried to get to the place where Quan Ming was. The guy was very worried about his worm, but it was impossible to stop, so he pulled a mask over his face so that the man would not recognize him. The giant worm was wounded and Shillelagh was still in the Quan Ming energy field. The man began to say that he could not even imagine that such giant worms could be hiding underground. After that, having made sure that the girl did not manage to escape, Quan Ming continued to implement his plan to destroy her. It was at this time that Ling Luan was already at the barrier and had already managed to break it. The boy used his inner energy and struck a powerful blow against the barrier created by Quan Ming. He was confident that he would be able to prevent Quan Ming from taking Shillelagh's life. When the man saw the young man, he immediately began to get very angry because he felt that this guy could hinder him. Ling Luan's powerful blow caused the barrier to crack throughout its entire volume. Quan Ming realized that he would have to make more efforts than he had previously planned. Ling Luan looked at the man carefully and asked him if he would mind fighting him again. After that, the barrier began to collapse at an incredible rate, leaving no opportunity for Quan Ming to rebuild it. The man was very angry, but did not understand what to do in this situation. Shillelagh was very badly injured, and after the barrier was destroyed, she tried to get to her feet. Ling Luan rushed to her side to make sure that Shillelagh was okay and not in mortal danger. The girl immediately recognized Ling Luan and asked why his hair was a different color. The guy didn't answer this question and embarrassedly said that he had come to save her. The young man said that first he had to take Shillelagh to a safe place, but she said she couldn't go. The girl said that Quan Ming was very weak now, and that she should not miss this opportunity because she had been waiting for this moment for many years. Ling Luan looked at Shillelagh and said that her life was more important, and he planned to deal with Quan Ming himself. The girl did not know what to say to the young man, but she knew for sure that they were on the same side. Quan Ming was very angry and shouted that he would not forgive the boy for such an act. He began to move closer to the epicenter of the radiation of extraordinary power in order to recover a little. Shillelagh told Ling Luan that things are not as simple as he thinks, and no matter how many blows they strike Quan Ming, they will not be able to defeat him. And the girl suspected that it was not the man's real body because she could not find his vulnerable spot. Shillelagh was convinced that it was impossible to develop psionic abilities to the degree of Quan Ming's. Quan Ming was exhausted because his barrier was destroyed, because when the energy field breaks, a large amount of energy is lost. But the man was confident that very soon he would be able to become the strongest and began to recover again with the help of a place of concentration of extraordinary power. He did not stop and absorb more and more energy into himself in order to be invincible. At some point, the place of concentration began to fade, and Quan Ming was very happy that he had succeeded. In addition to him, Ling Luan's worm was able to recover with the energy of extraordinary power, Ling Luan was afraid because he could not imagine what would happen if the monster swallowed the center of extraordinary power. The guy realized that the worm would most likely not survive after that, and blamed himself because he had ordered the monster to do it. Quanming then began to shout for the worm to immediately spit out what it had swallowed, because this concentration was extremely important to him. The man began to attack the monster in order to free the center of power concentration. He continued to demand that the worm spit out what it had swallowed and prepare to strike again. Many powerful attacks were launched against the worm, and Quanming was not going to stop until he got what he believed was his. Realizing that the worm might die, Ling Luan recalled their last conversation when he asked the monster to penetrate the energy field and swallow the energy center. The young man told the monster that he should never spit it out because otherwise they would simply lose. The worm clearly followed Ling Luan's order and began to attack Quanming to save his life. The man did not expect the monster's resistance and barely managed to dodge its attack. Quanming was angry because he had lost too much psionic energy and would not be able to create an energy field. The man looked at the worm and thought that it was probably in a lot of pain because the center of energy was too strong for him. Quanming once again told the monster to spit out the energy center and said that if he did not, he would die from the explosion. The worm always remembered Ling Luan's order not to spit out, and Quanming was very angry that the monster did not listen to him. The worm was in great pain, but Ling Luan's words that it should never be spat out were constantly in the monster's mind. Suddenly, not far from the worm and Quanming, Ling Luan appeared, ready to fight. The guy saw his favorite worm and realized that right now he might lose it. A few minutes earlier, Shillelagh had started asking Ling Luan if this worm was the same one that had appeared on the state exam. The girl said that the worm can absorb psionic energy, and if it swallows the cell it will greatly weaken Quanming, but the worm can die from a large excess of energy. Ling Luan could not understand the right thing to do, to order the worm to spit out the energy center or not, because if it does, Quanming will be able to regain his strength, and if not, the worm will die. The guy decided that the life of his monster was more important to him, and he would figure out how to defeat Quanming later. The worm had almost no strength left to resist, and Ling Luan repeatedly told it to spit out the center of energy. Nevertheless, the monsters succeeded, and the concentration of powerful psionic energy was released. Ling Luan immediately ordered the worm to shrink so that it would no longer use much of its strength. At this point, Quanming began to rejoice very much that he would be able to complete the restoration of his energy. The man began to laugh loudly and say that no matter how hard his opponents tried, they failed. At the same moment, he began to absorb more and more psionic energy and was able to become immortal again. Ling Luan did not have time to worry about Quanming because he was so worried about his worm. The guy picked up the monster and said that he would make Quanming pay for everything he'd done. Shillelagh appeared next to the boy and said that as soon as Quanming regained his strength, everything would be over. Ling Luan stopped for a moment and thought that they would not have time to stop the man. The guy shouted for everyone to immediately run away from this place and did the same. Yanqi didn't understand what the guy was trying to do, and he couldn't help him anyway, because he was almost out of energy. Shillelagh hoped to the end that they would still have time to destroy Quanming, and she would be able to avenge her parents. Quanming continues to regain his strength and absorb more and more psionic energy despite all odds, but Ling Luan had a completely different plan, and he realized that if he didn't hurry, he would no longer have the opportunity to take Quanming's life. The man was overjoyed that he would be able to become the strongest in the world and no one would ever threaten him again. Ling Luan was full of confidence and determination because so much depended on his actions. At some point, a crown that looked more like a demonic crown began to appear over Quanming's head. The energy field around him began to expand, which meant that he could become immortal again. Quanming again created a barrier in which Ling Luan and his worm found themselves. Yanqi and Shillelagh also found themselves in this trap and could not believe that they had lost their chance. This time the man's energy barrier became much larger than before and covered more and more territories. When Thunder Tiger came to, he did not fully realize the danger they were in. Quanming managed to absorb so much energy that no one can stop him now. The man smiled and said that now, at last, all the power belonged to him. Ling Luan thought that things had gotten worse for them, and apparently the man's energy field had strengthened, and the young man wondered if he could use his inner energy to break the barrier again. Suddenly, Shillelagh contacted the guy. Ling Luan immediately replied that he was fine for now, but that the entire mine was in the Quanming energy field. Shillelagh was very upset and said that the chance was lost, and Yanqi said that they were in a worse situation than they could have imagined. The man decided to ask Ling Luan if he had any ideas as a freshman at a psionic university. The boy was embarrassed by this question and replied that he was not as good a student as Yanqi thought he was. But without thinking twice, Ling Luan said that he did have one idea that he could try to implement. The young man said that he would need help to buy some time. Yanqi said that he agreed to help the guy because they really had no other choice. Quan Ming immediately ordered that he be informed of the whereabouts of all the members of the brigade because he wanted to find the guy who was preventing him from recovering. He added that 3 students who were allowed to participate in the excavations should be urgently brought to him. Suddenly, Yanqi approached the man and began to say that the man probably knew him because he was from the inspection and accompanied the team. Yanqi began to say that he thought some of Quan Ming's actions violated the rules, and therefore he should take disciplinary measures. Quan Ming looked at the man and did not understand what he wanted from him and what rules he was talking about. All this time, the battle between Quan Ming's men and the monsters controlled by Ling Luan was not over. The guy's opponent said that these monsters are really not very easy to kill. One of the men said that he did not know how these monsters came to unite, but that they should be put down as soon as possible. Suddenly Ling Luan approached the monsters from behind and said only one word. It was time. The boy thanked the monsters and said that only thanks to them the young man would be able to defeat Quan Ming's men, as the monsters had weakened them well. Ling Luan told his monsters that they needed to hold out a little longer, and soon the worm would help them regain their strength. Suddenly, Quan Ming's people saw the boy talking to the monsters, and it seemed that they were listening to him, and the girl began to say that this young man seemed familiar. She immediately asked if he was the same guy Quan Ming was looking for, and was happy that the young man came and saved them the trouble of finding him. Ling Luan ordered the monsters to disperse and attack the enemies one by one. The monsters immediately accepted the order and did everything as Ling Luan said. Quan Ming's people could not believe that they would have to fight monsters that were extremely strong again. The ground under their feet began to move as if there was an earthquake, and they did not understand what was happening. Suddenly a giant monster popped out of the ground and forced the enemies to be far apart. The girl began to say that such stunts were short-sighted, and that the monsters would not even manage to hurt anyone. But unexpectedly her body found itself in a belt bound by snake vines from which she could not escape. One of the monsters held the girl tightly, preventing her from striking and helping her colleagues. She shouted that such actions would not help the monsters win, hoping that she would be able to free herself. After that her body was freed, but the danger did not recede and the next monster began to attack. The girl was disoriented and did not understand what was happening and what the monsters were trying to achieve. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and said that it was all to make her kneel and call for her daddy. It was Ling Luan who had bitten the girl. At this time, Quan Ming began to attack Yanqi, who prevented him from moving forward and finding the boy. After the attack, the man could not get up because Quan Ming's forces became even more powerful than before. Quan Ming said that Yanqi wanted to punish him but failed, and only lowlifes like him remained in the inspection. The man could do nothing but realize that he had to help Ling Luan stall for time. Shillelagh used her powers and wanted to attack Quan Ming from behind so that he would not notice her. But suddenly the man turned around and grabbed the girl despite the fact that she was in an invisible state. After that, Shillelagh could no longer hide and manifested as she could no longer hold her breath. Quan Ming began to say that the girl had done wrong when she tried to hit him, because she was seriously injured, and he was stronger than ever. Yanqi could not allow Shillelagh to die, but he could not help her because he was also wounded. While the monsters were distracting Quan Ming's men, Ling Luan took them prisoner one by one. Yanqi gathered his last strength and pushed Quan Ming to let Shillelagh go. And it worked. The man could not hold the girl and had to let go of her throat. Quan Ming immediately turned his attention to Yanqi and decided that he needed to destroy him first. Shillelagh realized that the two of them were doomed because Quan Ming's strength could not be surpassed. The man told the girl to run away while he detained Quan Ming because she still had her whole life ahead of her and could not die here. Quan Ming smiled and pointed to the barrier that was over the entire mine and asked Yanqi if he really thought anyone would be able to escape from it. The man looked up and saw a powerful beam of light approaching him. Shillelagh did not want to believe that right now Yanqi would lose his life forever. In a matter of seconds, the beam reached the man and a powerful explosion occurred, after which no one would have survived. The girl was broken because she had once again lost a dear person. She recalled how Yang Mun sent them to the excavations and Yanqi volunteered to go with the girl because he did not want to let her go alone because of the great danger. The man said that he would go with Shillelagh and that no matter what happened, he would always protect her. A huge sinkhole formed on the spot where Yanqi stood after a powerful explosion. In the very center lay the body of Yanqi, who defended Shillelagh to the last and was unable to save his own life. The girl realized that her husband had sacrificed himself for her safety, but Quan Ming would not let her go. Quan Ming told Shillelagh not to worry and that she would soon be able to join Yanqi. As the man was passing by the man's body, Yanqi suddenly grabbed his leg and Quan Ming wondered how he was still alive. Yanqi held Quan Ming's leg tightly and told Shillelagh to run away as soon as possible. Quan Ming struck the man without much effort, and now he was definitely not going to survive. Shillelagh cried because Quan Ming ruthlessly took people's lives and took away her dearest ones. Quan Ming began to say that it was all very touching, but that was their problem. The man was walking to She Lily's but suddenly stopped because someone called him. He turned around to see what else might have happened, while he was wasting his time with the association's inspectors. Quanming saw a man in front of him who said that they had brought the boy he had asked for. Quanming was happy that he had finally managed to catch the young man who'd been trying to stop him. The man said that they had to chase the guy for a long time before they caught him. The girl said that he had already used up all his psionic energy and now he was incapable of doing anything. Ling Luan was lying on the ground and saying that Quanming was a vile man who was also the head of the association and who could take the lives of anyone he wanted whenever he wanted. Quanming began to say that the deaths of several members of the team at the mine were absolutely normal and that the students would be told that they were simply torn apart by monsters. Ling Luan said that from the very beginning they were ordinary psionic animals, but they turned into unconscious beasts that could only take lives, and this was the work of Quanmin. The guy continued to say that all these unexpected strangenesses at the mine were directly dependent on him, and that the distribution of psionic energy and the sign on Quanmin's chest were the same. After these words, Quanmin became very curious about who the young man really was, and how he found out about all this. Quanming's men stood alert and ready to fight. Ling Luan raised his head and said that he was from the destroyed city and looked at Quanming carefully. The man froze for a moment, not expecting such a response from the young man, because he believed that no one would ever guess anything. Ling Luan continued to say that he was from the city that was destroyed by order of Quanmin. The man was surprised that there were survivors in the city and said that now he understood why the young man was always following him. Quanming began to say that it was a long time ago, and he added that the destruction was unavoidable, but there was no sympathy in his voice. The man asked if the boy knew where solar energy came from, and began to tell him that all living organisms have it. Quanming said that the easiest way to get a lot of wheat energy is to take it away from others. The man boasted that he had taken the energy from all the creatures of the destroyed city, and that was why they all turned into unconscious creatures. Such confessions made Ling Luan very angry because Quanming had killed a huge number of women, men and animal children just to become stronger. The man continued to say that when the city was destroyed, he was a little impatient and absorbed too much energy, which damaged his body, and now every few years he becomes weaker and needs to recover. Quanming smiled and said that all of the young man's guesses were confirmed. He continued to talk about his connection with this mine, and noted that this whole place is his energy body, and the mine was built only so that the man could restore his strength. Ling Luan could not stand it and started shouting whether Quanming had any idea how many people had turned into animals because of him. The man started laughing and saying that this was just the real world and the boy could not understand it. Quanming said that it was nothing to destroy one city and a forest because he would do anything to achieve his goal, and shouted that the whole world would become his food. This incredible scream was heard by everyone at the mine, and Yangani even thought that someone had turned on a broadcast. The soldiers were immediately surprised and started asking each other if it was Quanmin's voice or someone else's. Thunder Tiger also could not understand what was going on and what was happening at this mine. Ling Luan said that probably all thieves die because they want to express all their deepest thoughts. Suddenly the guy stood up and said he had had enough and was tired of pretending. Quanming did not understand what was happening and what kind of pretense the young man was talking about. Suddenly Ling Luan asked the girl who was on Quanming's team if she had passed on everything the man had said. The girl replied that everyone within this area heard everything because she turned on the broadcast. Quanming began to ask his people what was going on and why they were talking to this guy like that. Ling Luan smiled and asked if the man had ever heard the pen's technique of turning enemies into friends, and added that it was a secret technique where people suddenly realize everything and turn from bad to good. After the young man said that these were his people now, Quanming began to scream violently, not understanding how this could happen. At that moment, one of the men pierced at Quanmin's body with his sword. He said that Quanming's weakness is that his body belongs to this mine, and any harm done to it will accelerate the leakage of psionic energy. Quanming thought it was all a joke to the last and started attacking everyone around him. All those who were at the epicenter of these events were against the man because they were subordinate to Ling Luan. One of the men shouted for everyone to immediately take their positions so that they could attack Quanmin. The former team of the head of the association surrounded him, and now Quanming realized that he no longer had any allies. Ling Luan seized the moment and ran to Yan Qi to find a way to bring him back to life. The guy realized that the man's wounds were very deep, and he asked his worm if he could share his psionic power with Yan Qing. The worm immediately realized its task and took Yan Qing away to restore him as soon as possible. Ling Luan asked his monster to try his best to bring the man back to life. After that, the young man immediately turned his attention to his friend She Lily, who was in a state of shock. The girl did not understand what was happening and had no strength left to understand everything. The guy ran up to her and started asking if she was injured, but there was no answer. Ling Luan was afraid that Quan Ming might do something very terrible to her because Shi Lili did not answer anything. The guy put his hand on the girl's head and told her that everything would be fine and she shouldn't worry, and added that she should stay in this room until he decided everything. After that, Ling Luan began to use his inner energy and changed his appearance and said that he would make Quan Ming answer for all his actions. While Quan Ming could not understand what was happening, they grabbed him and prepared to attack. His former people took turns striking him and he could not resist them. Within minutes, Quan Ming was tied up and deprived of the ability to move. The girl used her icy flame ability and directed an attack at the man. Quan Ming had to take all these blows because he had no way to dodge them. The man thought that he could not move, and with each blow his energy became more and more vulnerable. They never stopped, and with each passing minute they became stronger and more violent. Once again the man's body was pierced by a sword and his energy became weaker. Quan Ming could no longer boast that he was immortal because with each attack he felt more and more pain. Everyone skillfully performed their task given by Ling Luan to be able to destroy the barrier. The man was very happy that he was succeeding and his strength was really leaving Quan Ming. Quan Ming said that it's not surprising that a psionicist whom he personally trained knows all his vulnerabilities and tears his spiritual body apart. But suddenly the man added that they had forgotten something. The energy sphere is already closed and energy circulates within its borders and uses powers so no one can take his life. He immediately began to heal his wounds and activate the energy flow. Quan Ming quickly restored his body and said that within the sphere he was invincible. After that, the man used his abilities and struck a powerful blow using his energy, which threw the opponents back. He started to shouting that they would all lose their lives and he would not allow anyone to escape. Ling Luan managed to help his men in time and hurried to attack Quan Ming. The man did not expect to see the guy again and was not ready to dodge the attack, but he was strong enough to recover and continue the fight. Suddenly, Ling Luan started shouting that Quan Ming was the one who had taken away the psionic energy of all animals and turned them into unconscious beings, and added that it was time to take revenge on him. Quan Ming did not understand who the boy was talking to because all creatures were unconscious and could not remember anything. At that moment, all the monsters in the mine began to converge on Quan Ming. The man did not understand what was happening and why all these monsters started listening to the young man. Very quickly, the monsters began to attack Quan Ming, stopping at nothing. As soon as the man managed to avoid one attack of the monster, another attack would catch up with him. His former men also did not retreat from their order from Ling Luan and continued to fight. Very fast and unpredictable combinations of monster and Zionist attacks did not allow Quan Ming to regain consciousness. After some time, his body was so damaged that it seemed that his energy would soon weaken. When Quan Ming was on the ground, everyone was waiting to see if he could continue to fight or if he could rejoice in victory. Ling Luan hoped that they had succeeded, because together their strength should have been enough to destroy Quan Ming. The guy thought that everyone was already very exhausted and had almost no strength left, so he really hoped that they would not have to fight anymore. The young man looked at the barrier carefully and tried to see if there were any changes in it, but the energy barrier was still firmly in place and the red psionic energy did not dissipate. Quan Ming, lying on the ground, shouted that he had repeatedly said that it was impossible to defeat him within the energy sphere and no matter how many psionics would attack him. The man started laughing crazily and saying that they would all lose their lives. Ling Luan said that he could not deal with him and did not understand what Quan Ming was, and how he had gathered so much energy that the whole brigade could not defeat him. Quan Ming decided that it was time to deal with everyone and started using his powers and wanted to make a limitless explosion. The red psionic energy began to accumulate and strike down with lightning. Ling Luan noticed this and started shouting that everyone quickly ran for cover. However, there was very little time and no one was able to hide because of the powerful explosions. Ling Luan did not want to believe that this was how he and everyone else would die. Shi Lili realized that the young man was in great danger, so she rushed to his aid. She pushed the boy away from the impact of Quan Ming's energy barrier. Everything around was exploding and there was almost no chance of survival for anyone. The guy froze for a moment and was infinitely grateful to Shi Lili for saving him. Ling Luan instantly gathered his thoughts and began to shout that they all had to break the barrier together, and that was the only way they could save themselves. The military did not understand what was happening and why they had to fight the head of the association. Suddenly, Ling Luan realized that Shi Lili had covered him with her body and the young man could not let her die, so he urgently decided to bite her. Everyone who still had the strength to attack the Quan Ming energy barrier began to do so. At some point, the military did not understand what was happening and immediately turned their attention to Wang Man. Thunder Tiger said that he was not going to lose his life because of some psychopath and struck the barrier a second time. All the soldiers immediately realized that their commander was right and joined the attack on the barrier. After another attack by the Thunder Tiger, the barrier was damaged and now there was a chance for everyone to survive. Wang Man ordered the military to keep shooting to break the energy barrier completely. Quan Ming saw that his energy field was collapsing and realized that he could not win. The explosions that Quanming used to attack became weaker, and accordingly all his energy was fading away. Ling Luan was happy that the military started helping, and the young man told Shi Lila that they were saved, but the girl immediately said that it was too early to rejoice because Quanming would quickly restore the barrier, and they needed to intensify the attack. Shi Lili was very exhausted and asked if Ling Luan would have the strength to do it. The boy looked into this girl's eyes and realized that she would not give up on the idea of taking Quanming's life. The girl begged the young man to help her avenge all those who were killed in that city. Quanming began to get very angry because the military and all the psionics present had staged a rebellion against him. Ling Luan could not give up and gathered the remnants of his strength and used his extraordinary power to release the energy outward. He shouted to the girl that he would help her in the work she had been doing all her life. He said that he would definitely defeat Quanming and that nothing could stop him. Quanming was shocked to see Ling Luan's energetic incarnation, which was of incredible size. The young man took a giant sword and was ready to attack Quanming. The gigantic barrier was destroyed by a single blow of Ling Luan's energy incarnation, and Quanming's energy began to evaporate through the hole in the barrier. The man realized that his struggle was over and he would not be able to restore the barrier. Quanming said sadly that he never imagined that he would be defeated by some lousy kid. After that, the man's body began to disintegrate and dissipate into the air. Ling Luan fulfilled his promise to Shi Lili and destroyed Quanming in revenge for all those who died in the destroyed city. The young man was glad that this confrontation was finally over, despite the fact that the head of the association was much stronger than anyone expected. The guy fell to the ground and said that he did not have a drop of strength left after such a confrontation. The silhouette of a man was slowly approaching Ling Luan, and the boy tried to see who it was. Suddenly the young man saw the Thunder Tiger standing over his head. Ling Luan realized that Wang Man still wanted to deal with him and avenge his nephew Wang Tianhao. The Thunder Tiger was about to strike the boy, but suddenly someone stopped him and began to say that it was a mistake and a misunderstanding and that he should not touch Ling Luan. It was the students Yang Gan and Ye Dao who rushed to protect the young man from Wang Man. The girl stood in front of the guy, covering his back, and told the Thunder Tiger that he could not raise his hand to the student. The man said in a low voice that Yang Gan and Ye Dao were asking for trouble by defending Ling Luan. The girl immediately said that whatever happened between them, Ling Luan was a freshman at their university. The Thunder Tiger looked at the young man and said that he was in such a state that he could not even get up, so he would give him a psionic reagent so that he could leave here on his own. After that, Wang Man ordered the military to clear the battlefield and help all the wounded. One of the soldiers timidly began to ask Thunder Tiger what to do with the monsters. All the monsters stood calmly and did not hurt anyone present. Ling Luan immediately began to tell Thunder Tiger that the monsters would not harm anyone and would behave well, and noted that only Quanming was dangerous. Wang Man looked at the boy and ordered the soldiers to form a team to watch the beasts. One of the soldiers began to say that all mutants should be destroyed, and that Thunder Tiger's order was not in accordance with the rules. Wang Man immediately pointed out that his order was the rule. Ling Luan looked at Thunder Tiger with admiration and said that he was very powerful in psionic. The young man smiled and said that it was finally over and all's well that ends well. The team stayed at the mine for 2 more weeks after the incident. We managed to find quite a few psionic minerals, which would have been good news before, but knowing the origin of these minerals, we could not rejoice anymore. The news of Quanmin's death very quickly reached the Extraordinary Force Association, and Chao Cheng-lin reported to the unknown. The girl said that the information was verified and said that the mine was created for Quanmin so that he could restore his strength. Quanmin created a personal energy sphere with which he wanted to destroy everyone, but the psionics united and managed to destroy the sphere. Chao Cheng-lin noted that this energy manifestation was very similar to the one they had already seen during the exam in the Northern District, and most likely it was him again, Guyun Xiao. The girl said that as soon as she found out the truth of the other news, she would contact the 3 heads of the association and report everything. The unit that was at the mine had already completed its work and was returning to the association. Ling Luan told the Thunder Tiger Visay that they finally had time to talk, and the guy said that it was only because of the man that he was alive. Wang Man told the young man not to even try to make friends with him, because the Thunder Tiger never remains in debt, and added that Ling Luan had saved him and now they were even. Ling Luan told Thunder Tiger that he was a good judge of character, and didn't know where to start with his answer. In the end, the guy gathered his thoughts and said that in fact he had always thought very highly of Thunder Tiger, and that all that had happened between them was because of the not-so-smart Wang Tianhao. The young man began to say that the Thunder Tiger was very loyal to his family and devoted to honor, and that such a person could not be bad. Wang Man realized that the boy was trying to appease him by complimenting him, so he did not want to talk to him anymore. He told Ling Luan to go to the back of the van and look after the cargo. The young man went to guard the minerals, and one of the soldiers approached Ling Luan and said that Thunder Tiger had said that if even one piece of the cargo went missing, the young man would be in trouble. When Ling Luan heard about this, he was very upset because he did not understand what exactly the Thunder Tiger wanted from him, because he seemed to be treating the boy well and at the same time threatening him. The young man did not know what to do with himself and wondered how long they would have to travel, because it was very sad to sit alone with the cargo. In order to keep himself busy, Ling Luan decided to put his system in order, because this time he managed to capture quite a few people and animals. The guy was surprised at how large a collection he had managed to gather, and he thought that at this rate he would collect 8,000 prisoners. But the young man realized that such a large number of skills could play a cruel joke on him, because during a battle he could forget what abilities he had and which ones were more effective. Suddenly, Ling Luan received a notification that the system could be improved and that he needed 1,000 points to do so, and he had just enough points to improve the skill system. The guy didn't think twice about pressing the confirmation button, and the system started updating. After completing the work, Ling Luan could familiarize himself with his new abilities. The young man could combine his skills and thus create completely new specialized ones, and at any time he could summon one of his captives. Near the Emergency Forces Association, a large number of people have already met travelers who managed to return. All those present greeted the students who became the excavation team at the mine, shouting that the heroes had returned. They were very happy that the students managed to return alive and unharmed, even though it seemed an unrealistic task. Ling Luan was embarrassed and said that he was not as cool as everyone thought he was. But suddenly the crowd stopped paying attention to him and turned their attention to Yang Gan and Ye Dao. The guy was very unhappy that everyone had forgotten about him and started shouting that he was also a hero who survived the mine. But the students began to shout that he had lied his way into the excavations and no one knew for sure what the young man had done to survive there. Ling Luan started shouting that it was not what they thought it was and asked them to wait so that he could tell them everything. Suddenly someone unknown began to attack the young man by jumping from a tree. Ling Luan barely managed to dodge a powerful punch from a seriously minded attacker. The guy did not understand what was happening and why they started attacking him, because he believed that there was no longer a threat. After several unsuccessful blows, Ling Luan's opponents took out their weapons, namely pistols, and began shooting at the young man. The guy was trying his best to dodge the bullets, and he was doing a great job. Suddenly, another attacker appeared and met Ling Luan and asked him where he was going to run to. He realized that he was trapped and decided to resist rather than just dodge the attacks. Ling Luan grabbed one of the attackers and decided that he needed to use him to defend himself. The guy began to hide behind the attacker's body from the bullets that were fired at him. It turned out to be unusual bullets and electrical discharges that injured one of the attackers. Ling Luan began to ask the attackers who they were and why they started attacking him, and suddenly the guy said that they surrendered and would not strike again. Ling Luan was very surprised because the criminal's voice sounded very familiar. The attacker took off his baseball cap and mask and turned out to be Ling Luan's friend Lu Jiahao. He immediately started asking his friend why they started attacking him and asked who the other attacker was. He turned out to be Fu Guang, who suffered because he and Lu Jiahao did not fully think through Ling Luan's joke attack. The friends hadn't seen each other for about a month and talked about what Lu Jiahao and Fu Guang had learned during Ling Luan's absence. Lu Jiahao said that he and Fu Guang, despite constant training, are lagging behind Ling Luan because a trip to the mine makes students stronger. Ling Luan began to tell us that at the mine he had met several specialists who had the same techniques as his friends and said that they could learn from them. Lu Jiahao and Fu Guang were very excited to be able to become even stronger and take additional lessons from professionals. Ling Luan suggested that his friends go out for a meal and socialize in a relaxed atmosphere. A little later, he called his mother and told her that his trip had gone smoothly and that the university had let him go home for a few days. After he hung up the phone, he immediately thought that when he returned, he would have to visit his teacher Gu Yunxiao and find out how the man was doing, and he also wanted to meet Zhao Shudok. He immediately went to the train station to get home as soon as possible. Suddenly Ling Luan noticed the men walking directly toward him. It was a team of professional psychiatrists who looked extremely good in full gear. Ling Luan thought that lately a lot of psionics had been patrolling the area looking for something, and fluctuations of psionic energy could be felt everywhere, but he did not know what they were looking for. Suddenly, Chao Chenglin came up to the boy and asked how much time Ling Luan had before his train and wanted to talk to him. Ling Luan did not expect to see a girl in this place because from their first meeting he had the feeling that she was constantly watching him. Chao Chenglin said that there was a great place nearby and that she and Ling Luan could sit down and have coffee. The guy decided to agree and thought that, in any case, he now had the ability to call one of his captives for help at any time. Ling Luan and Chao Chenglin bought coffee and went to the place the girl was talking about, and she was delighted and said that she had no idea that this place had such a great view. The boy started talking about nature and the weather, not understanding what Chao Chenglin wanted from him and not daring to ask. At one point, the girl looked closely at the young man and said that she guessed that he was the one who had killed Quan Ming. Ling Luan spat out his coffee because he hadn't expected the conversation to be about this. The guy immediately started talking about how he was just learning and how he could defeat the head of the association, and added that he hardly knew what exactly happened at the mine because he was outside the field. Ling Luan looked at the girl closely and realized that she was definitely onto something. Chao Chenglin began to say that there were rumors that a young man with white hair had done it, that he had released his inner energy, and that was why she informed the management that it could have been Gu Yunxiao, and that the psionics were now looking for him. Ling Luan immediately began to say that he did not see teacher Gu Yunxiao at the mine, and that there must have been some mistake. Chao Chenglin said that if the young man wanted to continue pretending, he could do so, because he was good at it, but if he wanted to confess everything, he would have 3 opportunities. Ling Luan pretended not to understand what the girl was talking about, and she added that she was giving him this chance only because she was interested in the guy. Chao Chenglin continued to say that she knew that the young man had learned the truth about psionic energy, and that when one person receives it, the other loses it. Ling Luan listened attentively to the girl and did not understand where she was going with this and what she was trying to achieve. Suddenly, Chao Chenlin started talking about personal things and spoke about her ex-boyfriend. The girl said that they used to study together, had a good relationship, and even thought about getting married until she became a psychotic. But the guy didn't want to continue the relationship because he thought that psionics and ordinary people were 2 different species. To prove him wrong, Chao Chenlin decided to join the association. And when the girl really understood everything, she could agree with her ex-boyfriend that the gap between psionics and ordinary people is extremely wide. She looked at Ling Luan and added that the boy would realize this very soon. Chao Chenglin said that many of them are trying to stop the changes in psionics in their own way. But so far, it was all in vain, since the power of the individual is insignificant before the passage of time, but the girl still kept hope. The girl added that if energy recovery is a mistake in the nature system, she believes that a force will definitely appear to help fix it. And after that I asked what Ling Luan thought about this, and he thought about it and said that Chao Chenglin was right about something. After the conversation with the girl, the young man stood on the platform and waited for his train to arrive home. Chao Chenglin's words did not leave his mind, and he thought that perhaps the girl believed that he was the power, and wondered why the system of captivity had appeared and why she had chosen him. The guy realized that the system of capturing was different from the system of improving psionic power, and thought that maybe it was really created to resist psionic. Ling Luan was trying to figure out if all this was true, whether he could stand up to the whole association by himself. Finally, the young man arrived home and walked in the door where his mother met him, and she immediately said that her son had grown and lost weight and began to ask if he had enough money for food. Ling Luan replied that he was fine and hurried into the apartment. The boy's mother was preparing for his arrival, and did not prepare a lot of goodies when he saw so much food that he wanted to eat everything he saw. He immediately turned to his mother and asked her if she had really cooked all this. The woman did not answer. After that, firecrackers exploded and friends shouted to welcome Ling Luan back. The young man's mother immediately said that when his friends found out that he was coming home, they came early to help her with the preparations. Among all his friends was Gu Yunxiao. The guy immediately started asking him how he was feeling and said that there were a lot of psychics on the streets looking for him, and asked if the man had any problems with this. Gu Yunxiao smiled and said that everything was fine, and he had a plan so he could definitely have dinner for a few hours. Ling Luan was very happy to see his teacher, and said that he had a lot of news to tell Gu Yunxiao. It was quite late, and Ling Luan's mother was about to go to bed, and all of the boy's friends politely wished her good night. The woman was very tired, so she also said goodbye to everyone and left. Ling Luan immediately told his friends that they could not stay here for long together, so he immediately got down to business and said that he wanted to create an organization that could confront the Association of Extraordinary Power on an equal footing. None of those present were prepared for the young man's proposal and did not understand how they could resist the huge association. Chen Gun immediately began to say that you can't even talk about such things out loud because someone might hear them. Ling Luan replied that he understood what the man was talking about, but he had thought about it for a long time before making this decision, and said that they should create this organization for 2 reasons. The first reason was to strengthen the association's efforts to find Gu Yunxiao, and if they did not organize, sooner or later the association would find the teacher. Zhao Shudok hugged Ling Luan and began to say that he was really the best because he was worried about Gu Yunxiao. The teacher looked at the boy carefully, and Ling Luan began to talk about the second reason, namely that sooner or later the world would end if the association continued to do its dirty deeds. The young man added that he always wanted to be alone and thought only about himself, as he did not care what the world would be like and only cared about his mother and him being okay, but now everything has changed. The guy said that over the past few months he has changed a lot and experienced a lot, even more than in the past 10 years. He almost lost his life several times, but because of this he became stronger. Ling Luan said that the only thing he really wants now is to eradicate injustice from this world, and the young man was ready to do everything possible for this, but he was unlikely to do it alone, so he decided to ask his friends for help. After the boy's piercing speech, all his friends began to chant that they were in favour of the creation of this organisation and would help Ling Luan in the confrontation against the association. Chen Gun began to ask questions about how he himself could help, and whether it was in their power to fight against the association, because the man believed that such steps were suicide. Everyone present immediately started shouting at Chen Gong because he didn't understand anything and was ruining everything at a time when everyone's morale was at an all-time high. Even after meeting with the fists of Ling Luan's friends, Chen Gong insisted that this was a very bad idea and that the guy should think again before acting. Gu Yunxiao leaned over and asked him if he already had a plan on how they should oppose the association. Ling Luan smiled and said that Chen Gong was right about everything and that before he would not have been able to resist the association, but with the system he would be able to. The young man asked the teacher if he could tell him about those psychiatrists who do not work for the association. Gu Yunxiao immediately said that there are very few such psionics. They are unwilling to compromise with the association and are usually called assassins, and at the moment the man did not know how many of them existed, but their abilities are usually weaker than those of the association members. Ling Luan immediately began to ask if there was anyone among those psionics whose abilities were as good as Gu Yunxiao's. The man thought about it and replied that there probably are, but most likely there are very few of them because the killer's resources are very limited and it is more difficult for them to improve. Ling Luan smiled when he heard that such psionics also existed and came up with a new plan. He began to say that the first thing they would need to oppose the association was people. The guy added that this is why they must first capture all the killers. The place where all of the killers gathered was the Oasis Club, a place where they organised fights and the strongest became king. A fairly large number of people gathered here to take part in the battles and watch. The host invited the Queen of Oasis to the ring, for whose head the association offered a bounty of 3 million and who remained undefeated in 90 matches in a row. Ling Luan and Gu Yunxiao entered the room just as the audience was chanting the name of the queen, whose name was Snake. Gu Yunxiao told the young man that one of his friends told him about this place when he was still in the association. The place was called the Oasis Underground Battles, and it was very famous among the killers. The location was constantly changing, and this association was never able to find them. The teacher looked at the young man and said that if he needed people, this was the best place to start, and Ling Luan agreed to take a look. Before the queen appeared on the stage, a man began to approach the ring and say that it was time for a new king, and it was the vulture turtle shell. The audience immediately paid attention to him and admired his brown hair and ability to transform. The vulture turtle's shell was determined to win and really wanted to become the king of this ring. His opponent also rushed to the ring to prove that she had become queen for a reason and would not give up her throne to anyone. The girl immediately transformed and began to use her snake powers and grabbed the enemy. The host warmed up the audience by saying that a duel was taking place between two owners of animal-like transformations and that everyone would find out which was stronger, the alligator's shell or the snake's grip. At some point, the queen's opponent transformed even more and the host could not believe his eyes because the vulture turtle shell managed to transform even his head. In this way, he tried to defend himself against further attacks by the snake, which was not going to give up the victory. At some point, the girl decided not to waste time and swallow the man who wanted to prove to everyone that he was the strongest but was not. After the snake won another victory, she looked at the audience and asked who else wanted to fight her, laughing. The crowd went wild, congratulating the queen on another victory because her opponent was really strong. Ling Luan and Gu Yunxiao stood among the audience and watched the psionics closely. Suddenly, Ling Luan asked Gu Yunxiao if he could defeat the snake in a duel. The man immediately replied that he thought it would not be a problem for him if he used his strength, but that he should be careful with this opponent and asked if Ling Luan might try to fight her. The guy immediately said that he would certainly like to compete because the reward in case of victory was not small, and added that he needed to collect some points first because there were not many left. The host started asking the audience if anyone wanted to challenge the queen and compete for the championship with the snake. The queen of this ring stood in the middle and waited for at least one person to show up. Suddenly, Gu Yunxiao began to ask if this was the same legendary battlefield in the Oasis, and said that it was just a shame and what was the point of coming here at all. He also added that this entertainment is appropriate for the lowlifes who come to watch it, and the crowd started looking for who said it. The host immediately saw the man and recognized him and began to say that he was Gu Yunxiao. In these circles, Gu Yunxiao's reputation was not very good, and people started saying that the man was a mercenary for the association. But then he was kicked out and put on the wanted list. The crowd shouted that a dog had been beaten, but the man calmly replied that the dog was still stronger than a pack of rats. Because Gu Yunxiao aroused a huge amount of dislike, Ling Luan began to receive a lot of points, and at some points he told the teacher that it was enough because he felt that they could endanger themselves. The host got tired of listening to what Gu Yunxiao was saying and asked if the man was afraid to fight their queen snake. Guk Yunxiao looked at all this and replied that the snake was not worthy of even a blow from him. He immediately added that this battle was a great opportunity for his student and pointed to Ling Luan. Ling Luan went up on stage and the host began to say that the audience was going to see another fight. The man announced that the snake was challenged by a student, Gu Yunxiao, who used to be a psionicist in the Association of Extraordinary Power. The queen of this ring was sure that the guy could not beat her and that she would have another victory. Suddenly the host asked Ling Luan how to introduce him, and the boy thought for a moment. He began to think about the fact that it was very popular to think of all kinds of pseudonyms and wanted to impress the audience. Ling Luan lowered his chin and confidently said to call him the King of Darkness. The young man's pseudonym really impressed not only the audience but also the host. The crowd went crazy and demanded that the fight start as soon as possible because everyone wanted Zmia to put the guy in his place. After the fight started, the snake immediately began to tell Ling Luan that she would bite off his head in one fell swoop and see how delicious he was. After that, the girl immediately turned into a giant snake and wanted to deal with the so-called King of Darkness as soon as possible. Ling Luan was not going to rush and decided that he did not need to attack immediately, but rather evade first. The host immediately began to criticize the boy's tactics and said that the young man had used an unsuccessful maneuver and that the snake would soon be able to attack him again. Suddenly, the snake used its 10,000 snake skill and this huge number of reptiles began to move toward Ling Luan. After a very short period of time, the guy was already bound by a huge number of snakes and was unable to move. The audience was incredibly happy because the queen of this ring almost won. Gu Yunxiao carefully observed how his student Ling Luan would act because his opponent was quite strong. The man recalled a conversation the day before, during which Ling Luan told him that after the system was improved he could combine several abilities at once, but he hadn't yet used it in practice. The boy said that the snake was a great opponent and asked Gu Yunxiao to give him some time so that the young man could try out new abilities on it. While being chained, Ling Luan used two abilities at once, Ice Flame and Electric Shock, to manage to free himself from the trap set by the snake. The Queen of the Ring clearly did not expect the guy to be able to get out and did not expect a protracted fight. Ling Luan landed in the ring and prepared for his next attack. He was very pleased that his first attempt to use his new abilities was 100% successful. But I wasn't going to give up just like that, so I immediately struck my opponent and the guy flew back. The crowd was amazed that the snake sent the King of Darkness to the floor with just one move. At this time, Gu Yunxiao immediately contacted his friends and informed them that now all the attention of the audience was completely focused on the ring and asked how they were doing. Ling Luan and Gu Yunxiao's allies stood by the door through which one could leave the auditorium. Zhao Shu Dok picked up the phone and said that they had closed one of the exits and used locks forged with psionic power, and even a psionicist would not be able to open them for some time. Gu Yunxiao replied that they were great and did a great job. At this time, Ling Luan continued to practice his new abilities and combined Shadow Cats with a sword. The guy said that he would call this new ability War Cats and ordered them to attack. Ling Luan watched the combination of abilities work and waited to see what the result would be. But this time the new ability didn't work, and the boy said that it was still too dangerous to let cats play with swords. At some point, the Queen of the Ring, the snake, began to get angry because the boy was just playing. She very quickly approached Ling Luan and struck a powerful blow, and the host said that this time the King of Darkness would hardly be able to stand on his feet. The presenter continued to say that although the King of Darkness tried to evade, all his movements were insignificant before the serpent, and the end of this battle had long been known to everyone. The crowd started counting down, and Ling Luan thought that if he kept playing like this, he might be done for. Suddenly, the young man looked at his teacher Gu Yunxiao, who showed him that everything was fine. This was a sign to Ling Luan that playing and experimenting was enough, and it was time to start fighting for real. The snake was surprised to see the boy getting up from the floor again, and asked if he really had the strength to stand. Ling Luan immediately replied that he did have strength left and that everything would be different now, adding that he called himself the King of Darkness for a reason. The young man began to say that all the people present here were thieves with a criminal past who needed to be well controlled, and since he was the King of Darkness, he would soon become king over them all. The snake mockingly looked at the boy because he had changed his mind about becoming a king for someone. At that moment, Ling Luan changed his appearance using his inner energy and said that he was going to have a wonderful dinner. The snake continued to mock Ling Luan and said that he probably had a concussion or just decided to become the king of clowns, adding that he would not even leave this ring alive. The audience was outraged by the boy's words because they believed that he would not be able to defeat the Queen of the Ring. Ling Luan did not wait long and continued to use his new abilities to attack the snake. The guy changed the appearance of the shadow cats so that their power was weakened, but their attack radius increased. The snake began to say that it was not threatened by cats, neither when they were shadowy nor in any other form. After that, the Queen of the Ring changed her appearance into a giant snake and said that she would swallow these cats one by one. Ling Luan's shadow cats were ready to attack and were only waiting for the young man's command. The guy smiled and said that the cats were really weak and quite small. Then he added that the serpents should not be underestimated in any case and ordered them to attack. The Queen of the Ring was clearly not expecting this turn of events and was not prepared for the blows the cats began to inflict on her. She desperately tries to dodge every attack, which turned out to be quite powerful. The snake could not understand why these cats were so strong, because it thought it could easily defeat them. Ling Luan was not going to stop and reminded the snake that this cat was not alone and it would be difficult for her to resist them. The cats were relentless in their attacks, not allowing the Queen of the Ring to strike back. The snake had almost no strength left and began to doubt whether this guy was really a newcomer, and suddenly Ling Luan appeared right behind her. After that, he bit the girl to capture her and be able to control her. The snake did not fully understand what was happening and why the young man started attacking it in such a strange way, but could not respond because it was powerless. When the host saw Ling Luan's moves, he could not understand what the boy was trying to do either, and the girl who brought out the signs with the rounds was terrified because of what she saw in the ring. The next victim of Ling Luan was the host, and the guy did not stop biting him. He was confident in his every action and intended to conquer as many people as possible. The young man stood in the middle of the ring and tried to see his teacher Gu Yunxiao in the crowd. Ling Luan turned to the man and said only one phrase, that it was time for dinner. The audience did not fully understand everything that was happening and said that the snake could not just lose to this guy. While the crowd was murmuring, Ling Luan decided it was time to act and attack the people to capture them all. The boy started biting everyone he saw in front of him because he had to realize the plan he and Gu Yunxiao had. The spectators realized that the young man was going crazy and began to run in different directions to save themselves. But Gu Yunxiao blocked their way and could not allow them to leave the premises. One of the spectators told the man to move away and not to stand in their way. He looked confidently at the crowd and said that no one could escape from here. At this time, Ling Luan did not stop in his actions and continued to capture more and more people. The boy thanked the teacher for finding a great place for him to have a proper dinner. A small number of spectators made it to the exit doors but were horrified to find them closed. The door was firmly closed by Ling Luan's friends who had prepared for this situation in advance. One of the spectators started shouting that they shouldn't worry because they could just destroy the door because it was psionic. But Ling Luan's team was prepared for this turn of events, and Zhao Shudok performed her task well. Gu Yunxiao contacted all the groups guarding the doors and told them to keep them closed for about half an hour, as it was an important step for the formation of their anti-association group. Ling Luan continued to bite more and more people with each passing minute, increasing his team. All those present tried desperately to escape, but no one succeeded. Suddenly, one of those present shouted that there was a secret door in the room and found a button to open it. Gu Yunxiao began to worry that they didn't have enough people to block all the exits, but Ling Luan said he had someone else. The guy started to call a person to help, and at that moment everyone had to stop because lightning was raging in the door. Suddenly, Su Chang appeared in the doorway, clearly not ready for a walk. Ling Luan told the man that he could not allow people to leave, but he could not take their lives either. Su Qiang immediately understood his task and told Ling Luan that everything would be done. All those present immediately recognized Su Qiang and began to ask him to save them because the man was from the association, but his plans were different. He began to restrain the crowd and said that the hero had changed his mind about saving them and decided to become a robber. The audience shouted in disbelief at why even the members of the association were on Ling Luan's side. None of those present understood who this King of Darkness was and why he was attacking everyone. Fear overwhelmed everyone because it was impossible to escape Ling Luan. After a while, Ling Luan stood in the middle of the ring, and the whole crowd below was chanting that he was the king. The guy realized that he had to say something to his captives because they all obeyed him. Ling Luan was not used to performing in front of so many people on stage and therefore became nervous. But the crowd tried to support the young man and started shouting that they were all following him and would do whatever he told them to do. Ling Luan gathered his thoughts and said that very soon they would all fight together, but for now there were very few of them and their main task was to expand even more. The young man then presented the teams. The captain of the first team was Gu Yunxiao, the captain of the second team was Zhao Shudok and Lala, and the captain of the third team would be Snake. Concluding his speech, Ling Luan said that very soon they will all become the greatest thieves who will take over the world. Ling Luan and Gu Yunxiao were walking down the street, and the teacher told the young man not to worry because it is always difficult at the beginning, but the hardest part was already done, and now Ling Luan could return to the university. But the guy didn't really want to do that, and he started asking Gu Yunxiao if it was necessary. because he also wanted to participate in all the processes. The man looked at the boy and told him not to worry, and that they would do just fine without him because he was their head and there was no harm in that. Ling Luan began to say that they would have to face the entire association, and he remembers how strong Quan Ming was, and that there were at least 4 other psionics in the association who were equally strong. Gu Yunxiao said that Yan Qi from the inspection was right and that revolutions are only bloody, but they are ready for anything. Ling Luan realized that their whole plan was very dangerous, but they could not abandon it. Suddenly, Gu Yunxiao and Ling Luan saw a car pull up next to them. The teacher told the young man that he had to leave because he had not been at the university for several days and might be suspected if he did not return. Ling Luan agreed that he really had to go, and asked Gu Yunxiao to promise that he would let him know immediately if anything happened. The guy left, and now Gu Yunxiao, Zhou Shudok and Snake were in charge. Gu Yunxiao looked carefully at everyone present and said that they would be starting soon, and they had a week to prepare, and their next destination was Mount Chiang. At that time, at the outpost near the mountain, 2 soldiers were talking about how all the alien beasts had been destroyed and the place was now safe. One of the men asked why security was needed at all, since the place belonged to the association and no one would dare to come. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, and the soldiers saw something they had not expected. In front of them was Gu Yunxiao with a whole army of wild beasts that were under the control of Ling Luan. The news of the situation on Mount Chiang quickly reached the association, and Chao Chenglin reported on the leader of this new group and said that he was called the King of Darkness. She said that the majority of the association's members were focused on protecting the affected minds, and some losses can be made up, but the situation is not encouraging. Chao Chenglin noted that this group of bandits intends to fight against the association and call themselves the Revolutionary Army. One of the heads of the Emergency Forces Association listened attentively to everything the girl said. At that time, a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the city, which immediately attracted the attention of the association. The commander of the group that staged the explosion was Zamir, who immediately warned people that if they did as they were told, no one would be hurt. Members of the Snake team added that the King of Darkness ordered not to harm people. Young Moon Director Fan and Shi Lily realized that something was wrong and they should intervene. Liu Jiahao immediately began to speculate about who could have caused the explosion, and Fu Guang noted that many strange things had recently begun to happen in the city. Ling Luan listened attentively to his friends and tried to pretend that he knew nothing about it. One of the heads of the association was very angry because the robbers were so brazen that they started to organize their attacks near the association. Without hesitation, he decided to go to meet the robbers and deal with this problem once and for all. He felt extremely confident because he knew that these were psionics who could not develop their psionic powers. The Snake was thinking that the forces of darkness are always stronger than the forces of light because thieves can do whatever they want. And at that time, the thieves were doing exactly what they wanted to do, destroying and blowing up everything around them. The Snake said that their time was running out and the association had definitely noticed them, so mission accomplished. Suddenly, the ceiling was broken by a psychotic from the association who intended to stop the thieves. Ling Luan's team was not prepared for the fact that they would not have time to leave before the Emergency Forces Association arrived. The head of the association was quite surprised to see the Revolutionary Army of the King of Darkness in front of him. The Snake immediately recognized the guy and said that he was one of the heads of the Taishan Association. Ling Luan was at the university at the time and thought about the plan his team had, their main goal being to disperse the forces of the association. This action plan was proposed by Gu Yunxiao, but there was one flaw in his plan. The man said that when there are no free psionics in the association, the chairman will come personally and his forces are extremely strong and they may all be in danger. But Zemia was not afraid of such prospects and was confident that she would be able to avoid a meeting with the head of the association. But the worst happened, and the girl had to meet with one of the strongest psionics of the Emergency Forces Association. She realized that there was no other way out but to join the fight and told her team that no one should hesitate to attack first. Everyone immediately started moving toward Tai Xiang to take his life. The association's psionics, who were in favor of Ling Luan, immediately reported that Tai Xian had left the association and was most likely headed to the Snake. This meant that it was time for the team inside the association to act. Gu Yunxiao immediately said that they had to buy time and take the members away from the association itself, as there are medium and high-skilled psionics there and they have many advantages in their territory. The task was also to get to the association's archives and find records of this association's actions, as there should have been traces of their crimes. The leader of this group, Su Da Chang, said that now they have the only chance to get to the archive because Tai Xiang can return at any time, so there was very little time. The elevator arrived at the right floor and one of the association's employees was surprised to see the psionics there. The man immediately began to ask Su Da Chang how he was doing and was told that he had come here because Quan Min needed to find some information urgently. The association employee immediately said that he needed a permit to enter the archive and waited for Su Da-Chang to give him a pass. But this group didn't need a pass to get into the archive, and their plans were a little different. Very quickly, the association employee found himself on the floor and could no longer ask for any permits. Su Da-Chang reminded his team that they had very little time and needed to copy any documents and reports they might need very quickly. In order to delay Tai Xiang a little bit, the snake engaged in a battle with one of the strongest psionics of the Emergency Force Association, but she could not resist him for long, and Tai Xiang killed the girl who led one of the groups of the Revolutionary Army in a matter of minutes. While the girl was still conscious, Tai Xiang approached her and demanded that she speak. He wanted to know who the King of Darkness really was, and the snake replied that she would tell him if he let her live. Tai Xiang said that he would not take her life as she was just a pawn in this big game. The girl began to say that in fact the King of Darkness was both far away and near Tai Xiang, and with a smile the snake added that he was Tai Xiang's father. The head of the association looked at Zemir as if she were crazy and thought about how to deal with her. Instantly, the girl's body was covered with many small needles that pierced her body through and through. Tai Xian began to talk about his power to destroy the psionic power of thieves, and he calls this technique a magnetic field. The snake began to change its image and said that it was very ticklish and that it did not like acupuncture. The girl tried not to show how much she was in pain and said she wanted such therapy several times a day. Tai Xiang was surprised that a lowly assassin could resist his style. In order not to waste much time, he ordered the Red Army to take the girl and interrogate her until they learned something useful. After that, Tai Xian left the room and decided to return to the association. But a constant feeling of anxiety did not leave him even after the battle was over. At that time, Su Da-Chang's group was copying documents and reports, but the internet was very slow and it took about 12 minutes to download everything. Now the main task was to keep Tai Xiang in place as long as possible. Gu Yunxiao said that it would take him 10 minutes to arrive at the head of the association, and that everyone who was close to Tai Xiang should join the fight. Next to the head of the association, there were only 2 members of the Revolutionary Army, but the main problem was that they were very weak. They realized that their chances of holding Tai Xiang back was 0, given that even the snake had only lasted a few minutes. Gu Yunxiao realized that their plan was falling apart as no one could keep Tai Xiang from returning to the association. Suddenly, a truck driven by Chen Gun began to approach the head of the association very quickly. At full speed, he hit Tai Xiang to distract him. Yi Shenggong managed to restrain the head of the association with extraordinary strength, and the guy was wounded. Chang'un jumped out of the car and started saying that he had fallen asleep at the wheel, and that this was the worst thing that could have happened to him. Then he started screaming that he could not believe his eyes that he had hit someone. Tai Xian stood up and asked Chen Gong if he was also a murderer. And at the same second, I wanted to check whether the man belonged to the Revolutionary Army. Chen Gun began to shout for the head of the association to forgive him and let him live, but something went wrong with Tai Xiang's forces and he was unable to attack Chen Gong. Chen Gun was very nervous and worried and began to ask Tai San what he was doing. While Tai Xiang's strength was waning, Chen Gong began to suggest that he go to the hospital to get checked out after the fall. Suddenly, Tai Xian realized that he was an ordinary person and that his powers were ineffective because he could only restrain psionics. Chen Gun began to say again that he was actually just overtired and fell asleep at the wheel. Gu Yunxiao tried to come to the rescue as soon as possible and told Chen Gong that he had done a great job. Tai Xiang began to walk around Chen Gong and carefully examined him from all sides. The man tried to be more or less confident and thought only of one thing, that Gu Yunxiao would arrive soon. In order to delay Tai Xiang a little bit, Chen Guan asked him what he could do for him as an apology for hitting him with his car. But the head of the Emergency Forces Association was not in the mood to talk to the man. Chen Guan realized that Tai Xiang could leave right now and began to beg him to give him at least his autograph. The 2 men who were hiding around the corner began to feel guilty because Chen Gong, without any strength, was able to detain Tai Xiang, and they did not even try to do anything. But Chen Gong's obsessive behavior began to irritate Tai Xiang, and he hit the man to get him to leave him alone. After that, Tai Xiang ordered the Red Army soldiers to finish everything on their own, and he returned to the association. At that moment, a supporter of Ling Luan came around the corner and asked Tai Xiang to stop. The head of the association turned around to see who had the audacity to address him. The men began to say that Tai Xiang would not be able to escape so easily, and that he needed to deal with them first. But for Tai Xiang, this was not a big problem, and he was not going to stay in this place for long. Therefore, in a matter of seconds, Ling Luan's supporters found themselves on the floor, unable to resist the head of the association any longer. Tai Xian quickly realized that they were all trying to prevent him from returning to the association. Suddenly, Ling Luan's allies appeared on the horizon and pointed out that Tai Xian had quickly uncovered their plan, but it was too late. Suddenly, Tai Xiang was surrounded by the Revolutionary Army, which intended to kill the head of the association. but Tai Xian was confident in his abilities and did not see any threat to himself. The members of the Revolutionary Army began to attack Tai Xiang, and although they realized that they could not take his life, they intended to detain him as long as possible. At the time, Ling Luan was attending university classes, but his thoughts were definitely not there, because he realized that the fate of their uprising was being decided right now. The security guards of the Association of Extraordinary Strength discovered that someone had broken into the archive and were on their way to check if everything was in order. Very quickly, the corridor near the archive was filled with patrols of guards, and psionics inside had to hold them back until all the data was downloaded. The association's employees did not expect to be in danger and, unsuspectingly, continued to communicate with other patrols on the radio. But Ling Luan's men could not allow their plan to fail, so they fought with the guards. The guards were quite surprised to see Su Da-Qiang in front of them, because they thought he was one of them. Su Da-Qiang immediately said that the guards should not be allowed to leave and report anything. Tai Xian attacked Ling Luan's men, and almost every soldier of the Revolutionary Army was covered with needles that restrained their movements. The head of the association was sincerely surprised that so many people appeared at once who could stand up to him in strength, because no one had ever been able to bear such pain for long. Tai Xiang began to say that he was different from Quan Min and had no hobby of taking people's lives, but he considered the Revolutionary Army to be evil. But despite the fact that he did not like to take people's lives, he had to deal with revolutionary sentiment. Before everyone's eyes, Tai Xiang began to kill the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army one by one. Suddenly, he was forced to stop and turned his attention to one of the fighters. It was Gu Yunxiao, who arrived on the battlefield to prevent Tai Xiang. Tai Xian immediately recognized the man and said that it was no surprise that he was also a member of the Revolutionary Army and that he would have to be detained because of him. The uploading of the documents was finally completed, and it was time to inform Ling Luan. But there was no connection in the archive, and we had to figure out how to report to the King of Darkness. The team that was in the archive fulfilled its part of the plan and could leave the place. Suddenly, they were forced to stop because someone entered the room and said that there were only 4 heads of the association. The man began to say that Quan Ming had lost his life during the excavations, and they could not forget about it so easily, and it was hard to believe that he had been defeated by Gu Yunxiao. This man was another head of the association named Terror, and he also demanded to know who the King of Darkness was. When the Red Army soldiers saw Gu Yunxiao, they immediately wanted to act and capture the man. But Tai Xian stopped them and ordered them to take all the prisoners and leave him alone with Gu Yunxiao. The Red Army soldiers quickly carried out the order of the head of the association, and Tai Xian and Gu Yunxiao were left alone. The head of the association looked at his opponent carefully and asked if he was really the King of Darkness. Gu Yunxiao replied that it was just a fictitious name given to him by his brothers. Tai Xian began to ask Gu Yunxiao what he really wanted, since the culprit in the destruction of the city was Quan Ming, and he was no longer alive. The chairman of the association continued to speak and suggested that Gu Yunxiao should deprive his body of spiritual energy because his self-proclaimed justice was a mockery. But Gu Yunxiao replied that he could not do this, because first he had to defeat the evil that faced him, and then perhaps everything in the world would change. The man began to use his powers to attack Tai Xiang after a long time of deliberation. The force of the blow was steadily moving toward the head of the association. Tai Xian stood still and did not even try to dodge. When Gu Yunxiao's force came close to him, Tai Xian was able to restrain the blow with a single movement of his fingers. He said that attacks based on spiritual power are useless against him. Gu Yunxiao realized that his opponent was extremely strong, and that he would have to make every effort to contain him. Tai Xiang was confident in his abilities and began to launch an attack against his opponent. Gu Yunxiao dodged the blows of the head of the association with extraordinary strength in an attempt to stop him. But Tai Xiang did not stop and continued to attack. He delivered powerful blows that were supposed to destroy Gu Yunxiao once and for all. Tai Xian knew a lot about his opponent because Gu Yunxiao was the youngest leader of the investigation team and one of the former geniuses of the association. He realized that Gu Yunxiao had used 3 techniques to test his skills and asked the man what conclusions he had drawn about his strength. Gu Yunxiao replied that Tai Xiang's skills were simply terrible. At that time, the association said that the head of the association was a psionic of the 7-star realm, with the skills of awakening, running, manifestation, and reincarnation of the spiritual idea, and that all the heads of the association were on a par with God. He said that the spiritual idea is the creation of personal unique abilities. Quan Ming wanted to become immortal. Tai Xian controlled the magic field and could do anything with this field, and Horror's natural disposition is somewhat chaotic, and so his spiritual idea corresponds to this black swamp. Su Da-Qiang realized that everyone would not be able to get out of this room alive, so he decided to take the brunt of the attack and ordered everyone to run. The man immediately used his skills and created a forest barrier to deter the enemy. but his forces were shattered by the forces of the head of the association, Jahom. Su Da-Qiang could not believe that his opponent was so strong that he was able to overcome the obstacle so quickly, but his allies did not abandon him as he ordered, and they managed to protect Su Da-Qiang from the attack of the terror. The man began to quarrel because they did not listen to him, because the main thing was to get the information they had downloaded. But his friends were not going to listen to him, and reminded Su Da-Qiang that he was not their captain and had no right to give orders. Since there was no time for arguments, they decided to work together and help each other carry out attacks. Ling Luan's allies desperately tried to restrain the head of the Terror Emergency Force Association. The black swamp possessed by the horror swallowed up everything around it, and it was almost impossible to escape it. But the revolutionaries managed to strike the head of the association, but it was not so easy to destroy him because the swamp cannot be cut with a sword. But Ling Luan's men did not stop and carried out attacks that were supposed to weaken the power of the terror at least a little. With each passing minute, it was becoming more and more difficult to dodge the blows of the head of the association, and it seemed that the power of terror was getting stronger and stronger despite the fact that he was wounded. Ling Luan's team realized that they would not be able to dodge the enemy's attacks forever, and this time the horror's attack was contained by freezing fire. The swamp that swallowed everything around turned to ice, along with the head of the association, Jahom, and it was a chance to get rid of the enemy by breaking the ice in which he was. After this blow, Ling Luan's team carefully watched to see if they could defeat the head of the association, but it was unclear whether they had killed the horror, and suddenly the mud that was on the floor began to spread to the ceiling. Black mud began to drip from the ceiling in giant drops, and at that very second, everyone present realized that the horror was still alive and the confrontation continued. In this black swamp, you could see the face of terror, which said that the world is chaos and it will consume everything. She had to act very quickly and wanted to use her freezing skill again, but the terror prevented her from doing so and struck a blow that the girl could not dodge. She realized that she would not be able to escape and quickly threw the flash drive to her friends so that they could pass on all the information to Ling Luan. Su Da-Qiang caught the flash drive with important documents because getting the data was their main task. The man's friends told him to run as soon as possible and their boy would cover him. The strongest of the friends took Su Da-Qiang and pushed him out so that he could cross the swamp without hindrance. The black swamp spread very quickly and there was almost no room for confrontation. The horror was not going to kill Su Da-Qiang because he had other intentions and told the man not to lose the flash drive. The man realized that his friends would most likely not survive, but he had to pass on all the information to Ling Luan. The head of the association Jia mocked Su Da-Qiang, saying that he had fled, abandoning his people. But Su Da-Qiang had to get out at all costs and hand over the flash drive. The only way out was to take the elevator, but it didn't work, so Su Da-Qiang decided to open the door with his hands, and then go down the elevator shaft to get to the right place. He was very sorry to have to leave his friends, but there was no other way out. Su Da-Qiang used his powers to cling to the top of the mine and found himself inside, and thus he managed to avoid the attack of the terror, which was approaching very quickly. But the head of the association could get in anywhere, and the elevator shaft was no exception. The forces of terror began to grab Su Da-Qiang's leg, preventing him from reaching the right exit. Suddenly the head of the association said only one word, "Caught." After that, Su Da-Qiang broke down and was unable to walk all the way to hand over the flash drive with the information. Terror gripped the man, and he was glad that he would not be able to pass on the flash drive with information about the Emergency Forces Association. But at the last moment, Su Da-Qiang decided to try his luck and threw the flash drive into the elevator door, which was open, hoping that it would end up on the floor. And he succeeded. The flash drive flew out through a crack in the elevator door and ended up on the floor where the others were. A woman quickly noticed it and came over to pick it up. At this time, Gu Yunxiao was desperately trying to dodge every attack by Tai Xiang. The trajectory of his movement was unpredictable because his opponent was very strong. Tai Xian felt very confident because he realized that he could absorb any psionic energy of his enemy. Gu Yunxiao realized that there was a chance to avoid the interference of Tai Xiang's forces and that he just needed to move extremely fast. In addition, the magnetic lines emitted by Tai Xian came directly from his body, and the farther away from him, the more rare the magnetic lines are, and thus it is easier to avoid his interference. Using this chance, Gu Yunxiao decided to try to strike Tai Xiang. The head of the association tried to understand what exactly his opponent was trying to do to avoid his attack. Tai Xian said that since his intervention was aimed only at psionic power, it was clear that Gu Yunxiao wanted to use physical attacks against him. But I thought it was still useless because he could not only influence psionics but also do other things with psionic energy. But Gu Yunxiao did not listen to his opponent because he realized that he needed to choose the right moment to attack. The chairman of the association did not expect that Gu Yunxiao would be able to get even close to him. But he made a mistake and the man managed to deal him a powerful blow that Tai Xiang could not dodge. The head of the associations could not believe that his opponent was not as predictable as he had expected. Guyun Xiao made sure that Taiqian can activate the magnetic field ability when he uses psionic power to protect the moment between transitions, which is his weak point. This unexpected attack made Taixiang very angry, and he tried to strike Guyun Xiao with a powerful blow. The man did not have time to dodge the blow from the head of the association and was wounded, but he simply had no right to give up as so much depended on him. Tai Xian began to say that Guyun Xiao was a truly terrifying opponent because he was able to find his only flaw very quickly. After that, he added that he could no longer hold back and decided to use his strength to the maximum. Tai Xian began to use the magnetic storm ability that was supposed to hit Guyun Xiao. Ling Luan's and Shang's allies were watching the battle and did not understand what was happening, and why the head of the association was raising his hands in the air. But Guyun Xiao was well aware that absolutely everyone present was in danger at that moment, and he began to shout for everyone to run as far as possible. But the members of the Revolutionary Army still did not understand what was happening and what they should do. The magnetic field attack began to spread very quickly around and destroy Ling Luan's allies. Guyun Xiao tried to protect his men and used his inner energy to take most of the brunt of the attack. Tai Xian was carefully watching his opponent's actions, thinking that this attack would help him defeat him. The head of the association became irritated by this resistance of Guyun Xiao, and he repeated that any psionic energy was not an obstacle for him. At that moment, the embodiment of Guyun Xiao's inner energy began to dissipate, but the man suddenly used the Lingruan worm and said that Tai Xian's magnetic lines were thinning on his side and needed to be attacked. The head of the association did not understand what his opponent was talking about because he believed that he controlled all the psionic energy around him. Suddenly he saw a worm very close to him and thought that it would definitely not be an obstacle for him. Once the worm was very close to Tai Xiang, it increased dramatically in size. After that, the head of the association could not resist the strong pressure of the giant worm. The powerful blow threw Tai Xiang back several blocks, allowing the Revolutionary Army to retreat. Guyun Xiao immediately ordered the worm to shrink again because they had to retreat, as their strength was still not enough to win. Tai Xian was very angry that his opponent was using the image of his inner energy to distract him and thus was able to outwit him. The boys were at home and tried to find interesting information on the internet. Suddenly, a new video about the secrets of the Association of Extraordinary Power appeared on the internet, but the young men did not believe that it was a real video and decided to watch it. The video showed an incident that took place 16 years ago, with Quan Ming there, and the video looked real and not like a montage. The late head of the Emergency Forces Association and strange creatures attacked the city. The guys didn't want to believe what they saw and hoped it was some kind of fake, but unexpectedly the video was removed from the network. The young men began to say that now it was even more likely to be true, because they didn't just start removing things from the internet. Despite the fact that the video was quickly removed from public access, some users managed to download it to their computers. This recording began to spread very quickly among the city's residents, revealing the truth about the Association of Extraordinary Power. Stock markets began to collapse before our eyes, and no one understood what could happen in the world. Yang Moon and Professor Fan were sitting in the office discussing everything that had happened. The rector noted that there were rumors about the involvement of a thief called the King of Darkness, but the men did not know whether this event would turn into chaos or a celebration. There was an urgent meeting in the office of the association's chairman. Tai Xian blamed Jia for failing to stop Su Da Qiang, and the man was able to send secret files. Horror, in turn, accused Tai Xiang of allowing Guyun Xiao to escape. They argued with each other and got angry because they realized they had made mistakes. The third head of the Emergency Forces Association tried to stop these arguments and said that men always quarrel. It was a woman named Hanabu who was trying to figure out what they should do now. She noted that now everything downstairs was surrounded by reporters, and it seemed like they were ready to swallow them alive. Hanabu said that the head of the association should come out to them to explain everything. Tai Xian immediately refused and said he would not go to reporters because it was against his principles. Jorak also refused and said he didn't want to see a bunch of people, and Hanabu was angry that the man was once again shifting all the responsibilities to the woman, and they decided that the back of the hand or the palm of the hand should determine who loses and should talk to reporters. Hanabu was the loser and had to speak to the crowd and explain where the video came from and what was going on. She gathered her thoughts and went to meet the angry people. Hanabu took to the makeshift stage to answer all the questions from the crowd. She was very confident, not allowing reporters to suspect the association of committing any crimes. Tai Xian noted that Hanabu looked very confident and most likely had already figured out how to handle it all. The first question the reporters asked was about the video that was leaked to the internet. People were trying to find out whether what Quan Ming did was true or whether the psionics were really exploiting the way Quan Ming died. Everyone was eagerly awaiting answers to their questions, and Hanabu began by admitting that the association had done all this. Hearing this, Tai Xian and Jia could not believe that their colleague would respond in such a way. The crowd reacted very quickly and wanted to take revenge on the head of the association for being lied to for so many years. The association's security guards immediately rushed to Hanab, realizing that the reporters would not let her go. The man began to justify himself and say that all the details would be made public after they had conducted a detailed investigation. But people no longer wanted to listen to anything because they heard the truth and started throwing eggs at Hanaba. Everyone could see that the Association of Extraordinary Forces did not value human life, and this angered the crowd. One by one, the eggs flew at Hanaba and the guards standing on the stage. This reaction made the woman very angry, and she was ready to kill anyone who dared to throw even one egg at her. With a single glance, Hanabu set one of the people downstairs on fire alive. In a matter of seconds, the man's body turned to ash, which frightened everyone. The reporters began to run away as far as possible, but the woman could not be stopped and wanted to take revenge on everyone who threw at her. Hanabu burned people one by one and nothing could stop her. Tai Xian realized that such actions of the head of the association only confirmed the veracity of the video that was posted online. Everything was on fire near the doors of the association, and people were desperately trying to escape from Hanab's attack. She began to say that right now she would tell them the truth that they wanted to know, because she was just tired of pretending and all people are just food for the association. The woman continued to say that it didn't matter if they knew the truth or not, because in any case they would not be able to change anything. Hanabu had no intention of stopping and continued to destroy everyone around them, saying that they did not care about people because they had already become very strong. She looked down on the frightened people who wanted to escape the flames. She said that the only thing they could do was to obey and do what they were told. Flames were raging near the association, and buildings began to collapse and fall onto the streets. Ling Luan realized that he had to immediately save innocent people who were just trying to find out the truth. He began to doubt whether they really did the right thing because many people suffered because of their actions. Gu Yunxiao replied that people had the right to know the truth, and all this was happening only because the association was rotten, and it was time to get rid of this rot. All civilians who were in the epicenter of the events began to say that they would move and obey only to be left alive. But not everyone agreed to become slaves to the association and began to call for resistance. At that moment, the terror appeared in front of them and said that all those who did not agree to obey would only be deprived of their lives. All those who dared to contradict found themselves in a black swamp spread by the terror. Those who disagreed to obey were immediately killed and covered by the psychic power of one of the association's heads, taking people's lives. The horror filled with its own forces, and every minute it became stronger. The man enjoyed killing innocents and said that Quanming was right because the feeling of omnipotence was simply unrivaled. Li Jiyuan burst into Rector Fan's office and said that the association's people had begun to gather all the students. But once inside, he realized that he could not change anything because Hanabu was already sitting across from Fang. The rector politely replied to Li Jiyuan that he had guests and asked him to come back later if possible. The head teacher realized that the lives of absolutely everyone were in danger and pretended that nothing was happening and left the office. Fan continued to talk to Hanabu and insisted that this was a university and he would not allow his students to interfere in matters beyond their duties. But the woman was not going to back down and said she believed that these children were old enough to decide for themselves what to do. All the students were in complete confusion as to why they were gathered and what the Emergency Forces Association expected of them. Tai Xian spoke to them and began his speech by saying that today everyone has the opportunity to become a real psionicist if they listen to their orders. They will be able to join the association immediately. Lu Jiahao realized that this was all very strange, and besides, all those present could not join the ranks of this association. Fan was quite upset and said that even if he allowed students to choose, he was sure they would do the right thing. The man said that as the head of the university, he was also obliged to set a good example for his students. Rector Fan began to use his extraordinary abilities and told Chairman Hanabu that he disagreed with the policies of their association. After that, he attacked a woman who wanted to capture all the students with extraordinary force. Hanabu reacted calmly to the rector's behavior and was confident that she could handle him with ease. Fan continued to attack the woman relentlessly because he did not want the association to be realized. Although the rector was not of a young age, his abilities were extremely powerful, and he managed to strike Hanab. She was unable to dodge the powerful attacks of Fan, who wanted to protect his students from the dire consequences of cooperating with the association. All the students heard the explosions coming from the rector's office and immediately paid attention. Fan wanted to destroy Hanaba because that would make one less representative of evil. After a series of powerful attacks, the man's strength was almost gone as his age was showing. Hanabu possessed a super powerful peony force, and despite the fact that Fan was very strong, he was unable to take her life. The woman's face began to appear through the flames, and she said that no one would ever be able to defeat her. At that time, the students realized that nothing good could be expected even if something started to happen in the rector's office. Tai Xian said that he believes the choice students have is easier than their usual exams, and he does not understand why everyone is looking at each other. Suddenly Hanabu appeared next to Tai Xiang holding Rector Fan and said that maybe this would make the students think better. The students began to worry about their rector because they realized that he was in danger. Hanabu looked at everyone carefully and asked if they could now make their choice. Rector Fan said that he had already become a piece of garbage, but they had to choose what they thought was right. The students understood what the rector was talking about, but it was very dangerous for their lives to go against the association. Hanabu looked at everyone present and prepared for a confrontation with the students who supported Fan. Tai Xiang realized that absolutely everyone here possessed psionic energy, and that it would be impossible to deal with them easily. Suddenly Ling Luan raised his hand and said that he wanted to join the Extraordinary Strength Association. His friends Lu Jiahao and Fu Guang could not believe that the young man could choose the side of evil. Ling Luan began to say that the chairman of the association are right and they are really extraordinary people, so they should all follow the association. Tai Xian heard Ling Luan's speech and was glad to see that among all the students there were those who supported them. Rector Fan did not fully understand why he had agreed to join the association. At this point, absolutely everyone began to hate Ling Luan, and the guy was constantly gaining points in order to be able to capture as many people as possible. The young man thought only of one thing, to be hated even more, because students can become a weapon that can defeat the association. Ling Luan stood in the middle of the corridor and looked at all those present, because those who had agreed to join the association were there. These were very different people. Some agreed or shared the position of the association. Others were simply afraid of losing their lives. Ling Luan thought that unfortunately he did not yet have the opportunity to bite everyone in this room because the head of the association was standing there. The guy decided that he needed to contact his teacher Gu Yunxiao and ask him to distract his head. Suddenly, one of the guards ran into the room and told Tai Xian that Gu Yunxiao had reappeared. When the head of the association heard this information, he thought that Gu Yunxiao's appearance was very untimely. But Tai Xian could not miss the opportunity to destroy his enemy, and after telling everyone present that someone would replace him and explain everything, he left the room. Ling Luan began to play the fool and asked if Tai Xian would really fight Gu Yunxiao in person. After that, the guy started shouting that he wished the head of the association good luck and that he was the best and they all loved him very much. Ling Luan looked out into the corridor to make sure that Tai Xian had really left, and then he could proceed with his plan. Now the young man was left alone with all those who agreed to be on the side of the association. The guy closed the door so that no one could get out and tell about what was about to happen here. This act of Ling Luan's surprised the audience and they began to ask why he had closed the door. The guy turned around and asked if they hadn't heard that the head of the association said he would be replaced. And he added that the person who would replace Tai Xiang was him, after which Ling Luan said that he wanted them all to serve him. Gu Yunxiao stood waiting for Tai Xiang to arrive because he was supposed to distract him, while Ling Luan did his part. The man was surrounded by the Red Army at the time, but they could not attack him. Suddenly Tai Xian appeared and told Gu Yunxiao that he would not be able to escape this time. Gu Yunxiao was clearly not in his best position, because in addition to the head of the association, he was also threatened by the Red Army. He looked carefully at his opponent and wondered if he were going to kill him. Tai Xian began to ask Gu Yunxiao if the man could still laugh, realizing that he was in such a situation. Gu Yunxiao looked at Tai Xiang and said that he had hidden one trick especially for such a case called teleportation. And at that very moment, the man used his skill and found himself near Ling Luan. The boy was overjoyed to see his teacher, and Gu Yunxiao was also pleased that he had succeeded in the teleportation trick. The man immediately started asking Ling Luan how he was doing, and if everything was going according to plan. The young man looked at the teacher and said that he had everything ready, and everyone in the room was confused and frightened because Gu Yunxiao had appeared out of nowhere. To calm himself down, Tai Xian decided to drink a glass of water, but it turned out to be mixed with psionic poison. The chairman of the association could not understand how this could happen because he had a personal food manager. He started shouting for his subordinates to quickly get a spirit stone that could detoxify the poison in his body. But his subordinates already belonged to Ling Luan and began to attack Tai Xiang at the moment when his psionic power was weakened. The head of the association could not resist because the poison worked very quickly. He looked angrily at those whom he considered his people, but they all turned out to be the Revolutionary Army. Absolutely all the residents were now on Ling Luan's side, with the exception of only 3 association chairmen. Hanabu was starting to get nervous because the people around her were also behaving strangely. She could not understand how it could happen that everyone betrayed them at once. The third head of the association, Jacques, was in the same situation, also surrounded by the Revolutionary Army. Everyone understood perfectly well that it was necessary to get rid of these 3 one by one, and that they could not be allowed to gather in one place. Tai Xiang was already quite badly wounded and would hardly be able to defeat all the attackers. At one point, powerful explosions began to be heard in the building of the association on different floors where the heads were located. The confrontation was of extraordinary strength, and there were also a lot of dead. Tai Xiang managed to stay alive and destroy all those who tried to kill him. But suddenly, Gu Yun Xiao appeared behind him and asked if all their new supporters were traitors because it was time to start the real battle. Hanabu was on another floor and, like Tai Xian, defeated all the attackers, but saw one of the students in front of her. It was Ling Luan who had to deal with the second chairman of the Emergency Force Association. The guy smiled and said that, judging by Hanabu's appearance, the Phoenix's strength was not infinite, and he wanted to know how long the woman could last. On the other floor was the third head of the association, Jia, who also destroyed the first attackers without much effort. But his battle was not over because Ling Luan's men were ready to continue. Zhao Shudok and his team had to destroy the horror, and she was more than sure that they would succeed. Ling Luan began to use his extraordinary powers and shouted that it was time to start the final battle. Gu Yun Xiao's internal energy also began to manifest very quickly, signaling to his opponent that the battle would not be easy. Tai Xian was almost exhausted, but he hoped that he would be able to contain Gu Yun Xiao's whole night's energy. He continued to say that it made no sense to use internal energy against him. Gu Yun Xiu said that the boy's magnetic field could no longer cover everything around him, and he was not going to get close to him. The man did not waste time and began to attack Tai Xiang. Gu Yun Xiao said that now the battlefield is covered with stones and all these stones will fly at Tai Xiang. The head of the association tried his best to avoid collision with the rocky depths, but he failed. The tension was growing with each passing second, and Gu Yun Xiao realized that this was the last chance to win this confrontation. But Tai Xiang could not give up either, for the future of the entire world depended on this battle. The head of the association, Jack, also joined the revolutionary army and began to use his psionic powers. The black mud quickly began to spread across the floor, and it was harder to attack the man than it seemed. He was horrified that his attack worked, and the enemy was in no hurry to strike back. Zhao Shudok said that no matter how strong the horror is, its powers are not infinite, and sooner or later they will end. The head of the association began to tell the girl that she was a fool if she thought that strength was in the number of people, because he believed that it all made no sense. Suddenly, the building began to be taken over by the psionic power of the association's chairman, which was impossible to control. Ling Luan realized that he had to act very quickly and find a way to stay alive. Tai Xian began to shout that they would all regret very much that they had not agreed to obey the association. Hanabu also began to grow in strength, and all three heads of the association began to merge into one. Ling Luan and Gu Yun Xiao immediately realized what was happening, but they were unable to stop the merger. The guy was desperately trying to clear the way to get out and prevent the enemy from destroying everything around him. The black energy of the burning association began to emanate from the building of the association, which had merged into one substance. Now their power was much greater than before, and it was a challenge to defeat them with a star. Their goal was to take revenge on all those who refused to come over to their side and wipe everyone off the face of the earth and create a new world in which they would become gods. Suddenly, the sky began to darken, and all the people on the street could not understand what was happening and why the sky was getting darker. The fierce power of the association's heads raged around them and launched their nets down to the ground. Hanabu Taiken and the terror began to consume every person in the city. With every passing second, their power was growing as they used many people for their own purposes. Zhao Shudok began to tell Ling Luan that she had a very bad feeling, and the girl was immediately swallowed up by a dark force that penetrated absolutely everyone. Gu Yun Xiao looked at everything that was happening with horror and told his student that he thought they had failed. After these words, teacher Ling Luan was also swallowed up by the heads of the Extraordinary Power Association. The guy could barely hold back his tears, realizing that everyone who was near and dear to him was caught up in evil. It felt as if the whole city had died out and there was a giant cloud of Hanabu Taixiang's black power and horror above it. Absolutely everyone was unconscious and their bodies were controlled by the heads of the association. Only Ling Luan remained to contemplate the horror that was happening around him. The guy was standing in the middle of the street where many bodies of his friends and relatives were lying. And all night long, the energy of the association's heads was raging around, wanting to destroy everything. No one could understand why Ling Luan was still conscious, since the power of the association's chairman was supposed to swallow up absolutely everyone. Tai Hsien, Terra, and Hanabu could not understand how this could have happened, and why they could not feel the aura of this young man. Ling Luan realized that his aura was also absorbed, but the system somehow kept him alive. The heads of the Emergency Forces Association were in a hurry to deal with the guy. They said that they were wrong when they thought that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the King of Darkness, was Gu Yun Xiao, and the real King of Darkness turned out to be not Gu Yun Xiao, but Ling Luan, a student at the University of Psionics. The young man was very upset because he had lost absolutely everyone he loved. The head of the association began to tell the boy that he was to blame for everything and that because of him all the people in the city had died and could have continued to live happily as slaves of the association. Ling Luan remembered the bodies of everyone he knew and loved, and to some extent realized that it was really he who had made this mess. He realized that now he would never be able to see his mother and his teacher friends. But suddenly he raised his head and sharply replied to the heads of the association that this was not true and he was not guilty. Ling Luan said that even if he was left alone, he would not let down everyone who was on his side and would fight to the end. The young man quickly used his extraordinary strength and applied the skill of fast movement. The horror smiled and said that the young man's words sounded very dangerous, but he simply chose to run away. Then he added that the guy would not even be able to escape because all the psionic energy in the city belonged to them. Ling Luan realized that since all the now inanimate points were meaningless, he could capture everyone's body. At some point, the young man's psionic power stopped working and he was unable to move quickly as he had done before. The heads of the association mocked the guy and said that he had managed to extend his life by 10 minutes. Ling Luan stopped and said that he had always wondered why this system existed and what its purpose was, but now he finally understood. All the residents of the city who had been deprived of their lives by the boy's order began to stand up. The head of the association saw this and could not believe that it was really happening. Ling Luan ordered his subordinates to eat Tai Xiang Horror and Hanaba, and at that moment everyone unquestioningly began to move toward the heads of the association to fulfill Ling Luan's order. This frightened Hanabu, Tai Xiang and Jia because they would hardly have been able to hold back such an invasion. A huge number of people began to eat the energy of the heads of associations with extraordinary power. The heads of the association did not understand why all the dead began to obey Ling Luan, and the boy replied that it was because they were innocent souls who wanted to live and would never die. The energy of the association's chairman was quickly losing its strength, and people were eating it up on the young man's orders. Hanabu, Tai Xian and Horror did not believe that this was possible at all and tried to reject people from them. They shouted that they could not lose to a pack of dead people because they equated themselves with gods. The heads of the association could not do anything because there were too many people, and it was impossible to take their lives a second time. Suddenly, Ling Luan saw blue lights coming out of the substance formed by the heads of the association. The young man felt that every psionic energy absorbed by the heads of the association was flying towards him. The guy stood still and just watched everything that was happening because he did not understand what to expect next. At some point, the psionic energy began to unite and fill Ling Luan. The guy's extraordinary powers were restored, and the system offered to upgrade Ling Luan without hesitation accepted the offer because it could help defeat the trio of association heads. Hanabu, Tai Xian and Horror felt that their psionic energy was thinning and they could not restore it. Absolutely all the psionic energy that existed was absorbed by Ling Luan. The heads of the association were furious because they believed that it was impossible and that the three of them were supposed to be the strongest in the world. They intended to kill the young man and take away the solar energy he owned. Ling Luan realized that he needed only a short time for the system to update, but the heads of the association started attacking him again. Suddenly the forces of the trio that tried to strike Ling Luan were restrained by the young man's teacher, Guyun Xiao. The man took this blow on himself so that the young man could do everything in his power. The chairman of the association were going crazy because Guyun Xiao prevented them from achieving their goal, even after he was deprived of his life. After the upgrade of Ling Luan's system was completed, the boy shouted words of gratitude to his teacher and realized that the time had come to destroy all evil. The abilities that the guy could combine were extremely powerful, and his psionic energy would eclipse the power of the association's heads. Hanabu, Tai Xian and Jia did not believe that all this was happening to them, and that they would say goodbye to their lives right now. Ling Luan was very serious and wanted to take revenge for everyone who had suffered at the hands of the association's chairman. The guy dealt a powerful blow to his opponents that they could not avoid. The forces of evil and good clashed, and everything around them began to change and brighten dramatically, because good always triumphs over evil. Ling Luan stood completely exhausted in the middle of the ruined city. He looked up and spoke just one phrase, which was all over. All the people who were deprived of their lives were next to the young man. Ling Luan was very upset because he realized that he was alone in this world and would never be able to see his friends and family again. The guy was thinking that now absolutely nothing makes any sense, and suddenly he received a notification from the system that he had collected all the psionic energy. And now Ling Luan can become the god of the new world, and if he refuses, the psionic energy will be destroyed and the natural energy will return and restore the balance of the world. The choice was obvious, and Ling Luan chose to restore the balance of the world. A year later, the city was once again alive with life. Children's laughter filled the streets again, and it seemed as if nothing had happened. Now the story of psionic energy and the embodiment of inner strength was just a game for children. Ling Luan returned to his normal life because he made the right choice. He was able to see his friends Lu Jiahao and Fu Guang again. The guys were happy to be living their best life and not worrying about the threats of extreme force. But not everyone liked this new world, because before they could freely use their psionic energy to be stronger physically, some people missed the skills that no longer existed and had to get used to normal human life. Now people were competing not in their magical power, but in their physical power, and it was on this day a year ago that all the psionic energy in the world was destroyed. A huge number of people joined the marathon, which was held for the first time but not for the last time. Ling Luan told his friends that he was absolutely sure that he would win because he simply could not lose to them. Zhao Shudok still supported her boyfriend Ling Luan in all his endeavours, and Shillelagh tried to calm her down so that she wouldn't threaten others, since she doesn't have superpowers anymore. Young Moon and Rector Fan were overjoyed to see the streets of the city filled with laughter and life again. The men were constantly arguing with each other about who was the best chess player, as their age and physical condition did not allow them to participate in the marathon. Wang Man continued to work for the association and kept order during the marathon. Chao Chenglin also supported everything that was happening, and the association controlled the security during the competition. The marathon was about to start, and Ling Luan and his friends were ready for the new format of the fight. Absolutely everyone present wanted to win because it was an extremely important event for every resident of the city. The starting signal sounded, and everyone rushed forward for the coveted victory. Ling Luan believed that he had done everything right and enjoyed his life.